Support me at Patreon https IamPoorGuy to remove the. When Sakura returned to the riverside, Naruto had already cleaned and prepared several fish, letting their blood flow freely down the river. You really caught them? So quickly? Sakura was amazed. She placed the dry branches she had in her arms on the ground before walking over to Naruto. Yeah, just caught a few. Naruto replied without looking up. We don't have enough salt to preserve the meat, so. Naruto, you're amazing. Sakura said. It's not that great, practice makes perfect. Naruto stood up. Don't sleep too deeply tonight, there might be more fish biting. Tonight? Fish? Even though Sakura didn't fully understand what Naruto meant, seeing the blood flowing down the river almost instinctively sent shivers down her spine. Blood would attract more predators, and what might happen after dark was anyone's guess. Whoosh! Naruto reached out and released a small amount of lava release into the pile of dry branches, using the instantaneous high temperature to ignite the branches. The fire dispelled the fear in Sakura's heart, and she stood up to fetch water from the river. After moistening a towel, she gently placed it on Sasuke's forehead. All that was left was to wait. She looked at Naruto, who was stringing fish on cleaned branches and then setting up a grill. Let me help. Sakura stood up, took the branch with the fish on it, and roasted it over the fire carefully, just like Naruto did. The flickering firelight danced on Sakura's dust-covered face, and her eyes were slightly unfocused. She seemed to be thinking about what happened during the day, and her eyes were filled with fear and confusion. After a long silence, she lowered her head and asked, Naruto, why would Orochimaru attack Sasuke? Who knows? Naruto answered casually, maybe Orochimaru has his eye on Sasuke. He must have talked to you guys about power and stuff, right? Yeah. Sakura nodded, he did say that. He told Sasuke that if he needs strength, he would definitely come to him again. Then there's nothing we can do. Naruto said as he roasted the fish next to Sakura. Sasuke cares so much about strength, and all he thinks about is revenge. Who knows, Orochimaru might have hit the nail on the head. What should we do then? Sakura panicked. Will Sasuke really do that? I'm not sure. We'll have to ask him about that. Naruto flipped the fish to prevent them from getting burnt. Didn't he say something about revenge before? Hatred is something once it takes root, it's irreversible and will only drag people deeper into the abyss. Unless what? Sakura pressed. Nothing. Naruto smiled, unless he dies, and then the hatred ends. What he actually wanted to say was that unless Sasuke was also possessed by someone, he would understand it like he does. After all, what does the past have to do with him? However, Naruto also didn't intend to interfere with Sasuke's journey of revenge. He would mind his own business and live a long life. As for what the world will be like in the future, he'll just think about it later. As night fell, there was almost no light in the woods. Next to the campfire, Naruto handed Sakura a salted, roasted fish and said, try it. Thank you. Sakura was also hungry after the long day, so she took the fish from Naruto and took a bite. It's delicious. Sasuke was still unconscious, but he looked much better now, at least his breathing was even. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was lying beside him, thinking, this guy wouldn't be defeated by the cursed seal, right? Naruto and Sakura each ate 2 fish, leaving the remaining 2 for the unconscious Sasuke. Satisfied and no longer hungry, the two began to discuss their next plan. The Heaven Scroll was taken by Orochimaru. Sakura said with some annoyance, now we need to defeat 2 teams to have a chance of advancing, but Sasuke-kun is still unconscious. Oh, don't worry about that. Naruto said as he took out the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll from his pocket and handed them to Sakura. Here, I got these. Huh? Sakura was stunned. Naruto, how did you manage to get 2 scrolls by yourself? On the way to find trouble with the Otogakure's shinobi, I ran into a team of Kusagakure's shinobi, and they happened to be holding the Heaven Scroll. Naruto scratched his head and said, I wasn't planning to take it with me at first, but after hesitating for a while, I took it anyway. Now it comes in handy. That's amazing. Naruto, Sakura, overwhelmed with joy, hugged Naruto tightly. In the distance, the Ino Shikacho trio leaned against a tree, watching the campfire from afar. Shikamaru, his hands forming a telescope shape, stared at that place while complaining. What are Naruto's team up to? Lighting a fire in the forest at night will only attract attention. That's near the river, right? Maybe they lost their military food pills, so they decided to cook whatever they hunted? Ino crossed her arms over her chest and said nonchalantly. It looks like Sasuke is asleep. Shikamaru lazily observed. And why is Naruto being hugged by Sakura? Isn't that guy so popular with girls? What, hugging? Ino suddenly lost her composure. She peered towards the campfire but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Naruto and Sakura were just sitting by the fire talking. Ino, what's wrong with you? Shikamaru asked. Nothing. I'm just curious. Ino said with a forced smile. I remember that Sakura only liked Sasuke. There's no way she'd hug Naruto. You must be seeing things. That makes sense. Shikamaru scratched his head. I probably saw it wrong. But they might run into trouble soon. If they keep that fire going, it would attract other teams. Choji narrowed his eyes and added, should we go and warn them? Too late. Shikamaru suddenly lowered his voice and said, hide quickly, someone's coming. The trio's expressions tightened and they hid themselves tacitly. By the river, the campfire was almost going out. Sakura sat nervously, but she didn't make a sound. Following Naruto's instructions, she just closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Soon, 3 figures emerged from the river. Almost silently, the 3 Kusagakure's shinobi slowly moved towards the campfire by the river. Naruto continued to poke at the fire with a stick, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. This put the 3 Kusagakure's shinobi at ease, and they signaled each other before suddenly launching their attack. At the critical moment, Naruto's figure vanished from the fire's side. What? The Kusagakure's shinobi knew that something was wrong and suddenly realized that this was a trap. However, it was too late for them to escape. Naruto suddenly appeared behind one of them, his hand glowing with bright blue light. A large ball of lightning was forcibly injected into the body of a Kusagakure's shinobi, causing a scream that echoed through the night, startling the birds in the forest. Support me at Patreon. https IamPoorGuy to remove the asterisk after a loud bang. A scream echoed through the forest. Not far away, the Sanagakure siblings stopped in their tracks. Tamari quickly turned towards the direction of the sound, and asked nervously, what's that noise? Why don't we go check it out? Kankuro said confidently. That's the Kyuubi. Gaara said coldly, if you want to die, go ahead, but if the mission fails, you'll bear the consequences yourself. As the moonlight shone into the forest, Kankuro's face flushed with embarrassment. But didn't Baki-sensei say that the Kyuubi brat was trying to deceive us? Gaara didn't say anything, but just stared at Kankuro coldly, then turned around and left without looking back. Tamari and Kankuro looked at each other, and they could only follow Gaara quickly after seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. By the river, Naruto's sudden and unpredictable movements left the Kusagakure's shinobi completely defenseless. Soon, all the Kusagakure's shinobi were knocked out cold by Naruto's lightning attacks. Naruto didn't want to kill anyone during the Chunin exams, so he electrocuted them 4 or 5 times to be safe. In fact, after the second shock, the Kusagakure's shinobi had already taken out their scroll and begged for mercy. But Naruto was afraid that they were trying to trick him, so he shocked them twice more until they were foaming at the mouth and fell unconscious. After the battle, Naruto bent down to pick up his kunai, looking a bit disheveled but otherwise fine. Flying Thunder God technique could raise the upper limit of a shinobi's strength. In simple terms, even Obito would have to take a few hits if he showed up now. Many teams have arrived from all directions, but none dared to make a move. They had witnessed the fate of the Kusagakure's shinobi, so they knew attacking Naruto's team would be a foolish risk. Naruto is planning to clear the area. Shikamaru, who were hiding in the distance with his team, suddenly realized something and said, "What do you mean by clearing the area?" Ino asked confusedly. According to the exam rules, if a team member dies or is too seriously injured to fight, the entire team will be considered to have failed the exam. Shikamaru explained, if Sasuke doesn't wake up by tomorrow, then the Team 7 will have to forfeit the exam to get medical help for him. Hearing this, Ino understood. Although the second round lasts for 5 days, the first lesson that Konoha's shinobi learn when becoming a genin is to cherish their companions. Sakura and Naruto would never drag Sasuke along for 5 days. If Sasuke was still unconscious by tomorrow morning, they will probably have to withdraw from the exam so that Sasuke can receive treatment from the medical team. So, they only have 1 night? Ino asked. Yeah, Shikamaru nodded and said, Naruto is taking a big risk. He deliberately lit a fire to roast fish to attract nearby teams. Wouldn't that make their situation more dangerous? Choji squinted as he asked. Maybe for others, but that guy Naruto. Shikamaru also frowned. They kept watched all night without saying a word, and no one came forward to attack Team 7 again. The next morning, yawning, Naruto returned from the river after washing up and found Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, was already awake. While Sakura was taking a light nap on the other side of the fire. You're awake? Naruto picked up the fishing rod beside him. Wait here, I'll get you something to eat. I ate your fish last night as a midnight snack. Sasuke didn't show any reaction on his face. He looked indifferent, as if he had entered a state of indifference to life and death. Sakura, who was nearby, was awakened by Naruto's voice. Seeing Sasuke awake, she couldn't help but overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Sasuke-kun, you're awake, how are you feeling? Sasuke still didn't speak, his head slightly tilted to stare at Naruto standing by the river ready to fish. It wasn't until Naruto flicked the rod and instantly caught a fish that Sasuke's gaze became unsteady. He coughed heavily and finally said in a strained voice, I'm fine. How long have I been unconscious? 1 night, Sakura replied. Not far away, Naruto was already walking back with a few processed fish. His fish processing skills were already perfected through practice. He skillfully removed the innards, scales, and gills, expertly wielding a kunai. Sakura stood up as well, helping to move the firewood pile over. "I've come to realize that ninjutsu is really convenient," Naruto said casually with his back to Sasuke. "It only takes a second to start a fire. It's really handy for camping." After resting for a while, Sasuke struggled to sit up, watching Naruto and Sakura busying themselves. "You use ninjutsu when fishing too?" "No," Naruto turned back to look at Sasuke. "Why do you ask that?" Sasuke didn't reply, but made a motion of pulling the rod after 1 second. "It's just a matter of practice," Naruto said nonchalantly. "There are always geniuses in this world. Maybe I'm just better at fishing." Hearing this, Sasuke didn't pursue the matter further. After grilling the fish and adding some salt, the three of them ate. Then, Naruto pulled out the scrolls and said, "Let's go to the tower." Without much delay, they extinguished the campfire, buried the food scraps, and hurriedly left. The central tower was some distance away from their current location. Sakura suggested taking a detour, but Naruto insisted on going straight through. "No one came last night despite the campfire being lit all night. If we detour now, it will only cause more trouble," Naruto said confidently. "Going straight through is the safest way. Because now, those teams consider us as the tough ones." The three of them jumped across the giant tree trunks without detouring, and just as Naruto said, they reached the central tower without any issues. Before they arrived, Team 8 was already waiting there. "Naruto, you guys are so slow," Kiba said arrogantly. "We've been waiting for you here for so long." "Shut up, Kiba. I'll definitely give you a good beating later." Naruto, who had a good relationship with Kiba, punched him hard. Team 8 was known as the top reconnaissance team among Konoha 12. They didn't engage in much fighting, and after obtaining the scrolls, they quietly made their way to the edge of the central tower, avoiding confrontation. It was like a team hiding at the edge of the final circle right from the start of the game. With the Byakugan, Kakaichu, and super sensitive sense of smell, it was like they had wall hacks activated. Avoiding troublesome enemies was a piece of cake for Team 8. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Hinata asked hesitantly. "What can be wrong with me?" Naruto chuckled. Hinata pointed at his clothes. Naruto looked down at his dirty self. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Surviving in the wild is tough. I'm just trying to fit in with the atmosphere." "HMPH. Kiba made a face and mocked. "You guys must be starving since yesterday, right?" "Sorry, but we had grilled fish until we were sick of it, all cooked and hot." Naruto replied with a fake smile, confronting Kiba. At this moment, the two almost got into a scuffle. "What about you? Did you steal Akamaru's dog food?" After a while, the teams that passed the exam gradually arrived at the central tower. In total, only 5 teams made it through this round. All the Otogakure's teams, Kusagakure's teams, and miscellaneous people from Konoha were eliminated, leaving only the Konoha 12 and the Sanagakure siblings. Originally, there were 26 participating teams, but only 5 reached the central tower in the end. This meant that each team had to take out at least one other team. Among the remaining 16 teams, Naruto had taken out 2 additional teams, while Gaara had taken out 4. 6 of the teams were injured and unable to fight due to beast attacks, and the other 4 teams were eliminated after opening their scrolls and falling unconscious. But even so, 15 people were still too many, and 7 needed to be filtered out. After all, the next part of the exam is no longer a team battle, but individual battles. In the noisy and uneasy training ground of the central tower, Sandame arrived belatedly. The group of instructor Jonin lined up in a row, staring solemnly at the 15 qualified participants below. Sandame was giving a speech on stage, while Naruto yawned below. It wasn't until the sickly-looking Gecko Hayate appeared that he explained to everyone that since there were too many people advancing, a preliminary round was needed before the 3rd round. The reactions were mixed, with some surprised and others nervous. Naruto, on the other hand, was indifferent. He was planning to forfeit anyway. After all, his purpose of participating in the Chunin exams was merely to accompany Sakura and Sasuke to reach the final. At the very least, as a teammate, Naruto did not hold them back. But if he had to participate in individual matches, he had no interest at all. He didn't lack money, nor did he care about honor. There's no point in fighting and killing. Anyway, he can't get promoted to Chunin, so he might as well step aside and take a rest. Gecko Hayate coughed twice and explained to the crowd below, "There will be a preliminary before the 3rd round. Anyone who wants to forfeit, please speak now." As soon as the words fell, there was a commotion in the audience. After all, who would think of giving up for no reason after reaching this far? "I give up." Naruto suddenly raised his hand and said. The venue fell silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes focused on the raised hand. When they realized it was Naruto, they were all stunned. "Naruto, why are you forfeiting?" Sakura asked. "Are you crazy?" Kiba glared at Naruto. "You can still fight?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata looked at Naruto with some concern. "Damn it, what's that guy up to now?" Sasuke, pressing on his neck injury, looked pained. On the stage, Sandame's gaze also shifted to Naruto's face, but he didn't show any special expression, only nodding slightly. Then you can leave now. Originally, Sandame had no intention of letting Naruto take part in the Chunin exams, but later, he granted him special permission. Now that Naruto suddenly said he wanted to forfeit, Sandame only thought Naruto was just acting on impulse. Since it was his own decision and didn't affect others, Sandame didn't care. "Hey, Naruto," Shikamaru, standing at the back, called out to Naruto, "Why aren't you continuing?" "I'm too tired." Naruto waved his hand and left without looking back. He walked out of the central tower, but still within the area of the Forest of Death. He didn't go far, as he was planning to go in and watch the matches later, but for now, he needed to rest for a while. Naruto had completely figured it out. As long as he is Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, it would be hard to escape the fate set in the original work. Whether it was the Child of Prophecy or the Asura reincarnation, those were things for the future. Things that hadn't happened yet weren't worth worrying about. And if he wants to be free, he had to get rid of Kyuubi. Anyone who wanted to be a Jinchuriki could take his place. Once he found a solution from the system options, he would definitely get Kyuubi out of his body. He wanted to live for himself and refused to do anything he didn't want to do. His current idea is very simple: to be a normal shinobi and not to do things beyond his duties. When dealing with the higher-ups, he should just keep a low profile. After all, Danzo can't touch him. However, if it comes to a fight, then he'll fight openly. The four symbols seal can teach his enemies a lesson on how not to leave any traces. Naruto also understood one thing clearly. With the system by his side, his power will only keep growing stronger in the future. As for things like Otsutsuki Kagaya, no matter what, they couldn't compare to the power of the system. When the time comes, there will be a way, and he doesn't need to practice ninjutsu anyway. By completing option tasks, the ninjutsu will be directly given to him at light speed. Eat well, drink well, enjoy life more, and do fewer meaningless things. For example, participating in the preliminary of the Chunin exams is completely unnecessary, as he doesn't want to show any strength. He understood that even if no one present could defeat him, in the end, the higher-ups would not allow him to be promoted to Chunin. Besides, Naruto had no interest in talking others out of their hatred. The caged bird of the Hyuga clan is ridiculous. There's nothing worth trying to talk someone out of. Persuading others to let go of their hatred is the stupidest thing, and Naruto has no interest in it. After all he cared about were the few friends and girls around him, and he really has no feelings for the village. Yawning, Naruto closed his eyes on a cool stone step in the shade. The summer breeze is blowing, bringing infinite coolness. As his consciousness slowly sank, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and found himself unintentionally entering the seal space again. When Kyuubi saw Naruto coming, he had no reaction at all. He just glanced at him before continuing to sleep. Naruto stared at the dozing Kyuubi, then glanced around the empty surroundings. Apart from the dark walls that looked like sewers, there were only potholes on the ground. To be honest, it's not an ideal cell. Seeing Naruto lost in thought, Kyuubi opened his eyes and looked at him with a complex expression. "Human, what are you doing? From now on, you have to call me Warden." "What?" Kyuubi immediately got angry. "I'm thinking about how to improve the prison environment for you. This place is too shabby," Naruto said. This sentence completely frustrates Kyuubi. Staring at Naruto, he said sarcastically, "How about you just die and let me out?" "Don't worry, if I were dying, I would definitely find a way to permanently seal you and torment you." Naruto said calmly, "Let's be practical, Kurama, and stop fantasizing like a coward." "How do you want to change it?" "The four symbol seal can bring things from outside in," Naruto said as he picked up a pair of black socks on the floor that were supposed to be drying on his balcony. "I'll bring you some things to pass the time." "Why are you doing this?" Kyuubi was a little surprised. "I don't want you to pull me in here for no reason." Naruto rolled his eyes at Kyuubi. "Cherish the time you spend with me. It won't be long before I get you out." "Oh, you want to die soon?" "Definitely not. Then what way do you have?" "I already told you, you don't need to worry about that." Naruto stared at Kyuubi and said, "Kurama, you're too weak. There are many powers in this world that you have never seen before." "And what are those?" Kyuubi's tone also became a little solemn. "Do you know what a cheat is? Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Naruto stretched lazily. "Oh, by the way, Kurama, do Biju have genders?" "Why are you asking me this?" Kyuubi glanced at Naruto sideways. "Just curious." Kyuubi originally disdained to talk to Naruto, but when he thought about how this human just wanted to improve the environment for him, he explained a little more. "We are chakra manifestations, so strictly speaking, we don't have genders." "Then why are you a male fox?" Kyuubi was speechless for a moment and decided not to bother with Naruto anymore. "Since it's possible, why don't you transform into a cute fox girl with animal ears?" Naruto's curiosity burst forth, proposing a path Kyuubi had never imagined. "Roar! Get out!" "Oh my god, Kyuubi is too fierce." Naruto sat up angrily from the mossy, shady stone steps and exclaimed, "I was just curious. If he doesn't want to change, I didn't want to see it anyway." HMPH, with a snort tinged with regret, Naruto stood up and looked towards the central tower. "I thought I should go in and take a look. Although I won't participate, I am still a little worried. This preliminary seems to be a 1v1 battle selection. The opponent are not chosen randomly but through completely opaque methods. But since I had withdrawn, those brain-dead higher-ups probably wouldn't pair Hinata and Neji together, right? A match between the branch family's genius and the main family's girl? Wouldn't that just be a one-sided beatdown?" Naruto hesitated for a while but decided to go in and take a look. If things didn't look good, I could always shout for Hinata to surrender early. There's no point in persisting in such a stupid game where you just get beat up. With such thoughts in mind, Naruto turned around to take a step when the synthesized mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Dang! A panel popped up, displaying two options. Option 1. Use the mind-body switch technique. System temporarily provides perfect compatibility to take over Hinata's body and control her to surrender. Reward: explosive tags X20. Option 2. Use the mind-body switch technique. System temporarily provides perfect compatibility to take over Hinata's body and control her to defeat Neji. Reward: Kusanagi sword. After reading the options, Naruto couldn't help but sarcastically comment, "How can I possibly win?" Choose option 1. Decisively choose option 1. As soon as he thought of that, Naruto collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been sucked away, and fell into a deep sleep. Anyway, with Kyuubi still inside him, he wasn't worried about anyone daring to come and collect his body. In the central tower, Hinata, who was chosen to fight against Neji, was feeling nervous and uneasy. She stood on the nervously with her hands clenched, her palms full of sweat. The match currently underway was between Kiba and Choji, and the outcome was about to be decided. The next match would be hers against Neji, her cold and ruthless cousin, causing Hinata more fear than anything else. But she didn't want to give up. She still wanted to fight with all her might and dignity. Suddenly, Hinata felt like she was losing control of her body. In that split second of widened pupils, an unprecedented strange sensation spread throughout her body. "Oh no, my body." Shino, who was standing nearby, noticed Hinata's abnormality and turned to ask, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Hinata looked up, and Naruto's ghostly presence overlapped perfectly with her. In Hinata's mind, there was a communication area that only the two of them could hear. "Naruto-kun, what's happening?" Hinata asked in panic. She felt that she had lost control of her body, with only her eyes and mind able to move. "Don't worry, Hinata." Naruto comforted her gently, "This is a mind-based ninjutsu. I'll be taking control of your body for a little while." "Taking control? Of my body? Hinata was stunned for a moment, then realized something and let out a scream, "Pervert, no." That's right, this perfectly compatible mind-body switch technique was 100 times more refined than the one Ino used. Naruto could not only perfectly control Hinata's body but also share her consciousness, although there were inevitably some minor flaws. Hinata, relax," Naruto said with an awkward smile. "Naruto-kun is a pervert." Hinata hugged herself tightly and squatted down in the consciousness space. However, this had no effect, as Naruto was still in control of Hinata's body. "I'm sorry," Naruto said apologetically. "Please trust me, Hinata, I won't harm you. If I let you face the upcoming battle on your own, you would definitely get hurt. I just don't want you to get hurt, so I had no choice but to do this." Hearing this, Hinata calmed down a little. She looked up at Naruto and asked embarrassedly, "Naruto-kun, you did this because you're worried about me?" "Of course," Naruto said, "I am definitely worried about you, so Hinata, please don't be mad, okay?" "I am not mad at Naruto-kun," Hinata said meekly, blushing. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your body, I won't do anything inappropriate," Naruto promised seriously. "How about I treat you to barbecue after the exam?" "Okay." Hinata nodded gently, her face turning as red as a tomato. "Naruto-kun," Hinata spoke again. What is it?" "I know I'm not a match for Neji-Nisan, and I can probably guess what you intends to do. Naruto-kun, you're planning to make me forfeit the match, right?" Naruto was silent. "I know that forfeiting is the best option, but, Naruto-kun, I also want to follow my own ninja way." Hinata said softly, "Sometimes, I also want to prove that I'm not someone who fails at everything. I chose the path of being a shinobi myself, and the days of training with everyone have been very happy for me. So, I cherish being a shinobi very much. So I was thinking, if my thoughts are making things difficult for you, Naruto-kun, could you give my body back to me? Even if I get hurt, I still want to give it a try." While Naruto was silent, the battle in the arena reached its conclusion, with Kiba defeating Choji. Hayate glanced around the stands, and his lazy and weak voice rang out in the venue. The next match, Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Seeing that it was Hinata's turn, Naruto took a deep breath and said, "No." Hinata was confused, "But, I'll fight for you." Naruto interrupted Hinata and said, "Since I'm already here, don't worry, Hinata. I'll do my best." As he said that, Naruto, controlling Hinata's body, slowly walked towards the arena. After both of them stood in the arena, Neji on the opposite side had a cold expression. Naruto began to regret the complaints he made about Hyuga clan using the shinobi god avatar. After exacerbating the internal conflicts of the Hyuga clan, the karma had come back to haunt him now. Damn, karma is real? Naruto looked nervously at Neji opposite him. The other's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, which made Naruto shudder. Fortunately, I chose to fight in Hinata's place, otherwise, Hinata-chan would have been caught up in the mess I created and possibly gotten seriously hurt. This guy is really scary after going to the dark side. It was clear he will definitely be ruthless. "Hinata-sama, I didn't expect to fight with you," Neji said to Hinata. At this time, it was Naruto who was controlling Hinata's body. He could talk to Hinata in the consciousness space while controlling Hinata's body. At the same time, Hinata in the consciousness space could naturally perceive everything happening outside. "Neji Nisan," Hinata's voice in the consciousness space was noticeably low. Naruto didn't care about all that. Right and wrong were already clear, as the main family of the Hyuga clan was indeed behaving unethically. But for now, I had to protect Hinata first, and then I can slowly deal with the other things. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Naruto really couldn't call Neji, Ni-san, so he could only respond reluctantly. At the same time, Naruto controlled Hinata's body to take a half step back, which is his usual starting move in a fight. This was definitely a high-level match, and he didn't know much about the Hyuga clan's techniques. He had to improvise on his own. While fighting, he also has to pay attention to his chakra to avoid running out. The examiner, Gekko Hayate, stood nearby, glanced at the two of them, and said lifelessly, "Well then, let the match begin." Neji took a half step to the right, also adopting a starting stance. He looked at Hinata seriously and spoke, "Before the match starts, I have some advice for you, Hinata-sama. Give up. You are not fit to be a shinobi. You're too weak, have no opinions of your own, and can't refuse anyone. You're kind to everyone, and that's why you're always bullied. Shinobi are killing machines, and someone as kind as you can't be a shinobi. You will only bring harm to yourself and others." "I know." Naruto, who was controlling Hinata's body, said, "Giving up is not an option. Everyone has something they need to stick to in life." "Hinata-sama, you are a little different from before." Neji said coldly, "In the past, you were always used to running away. Although I don't know why you're so insistent now, it won't change the fact that you'll fail. My Byakugan sees very clearly. Your past failures will soon reveal your true nature." Faced with Neji's psychological assault, Hinata was on the verge of a breakdown. Even though Hinata didn't say anything, Naruto could feel the panic and anxiety in her body. In the consciousness space, "Aren't you from the main family?" Naruto asked. "Yeah." Hinata responded softly. "The main family has absolute control over the branch family," Naruto said, "so why are you afraid of him?" "I don't want to fight Neji Nisan," Hinata said hesitantly. "The relationship between the main family and the branch family has always been bad. Neji Nisan wasn't like this when he was younger, but the affairs of the main family aren't something you can decide, right? Unless you become the clan head." Naruto said, "Neji probably hates you because he thinks that since you are a member of the main family, you are also a beneficiary of the system. So why do you have a conflict? It doesn't make sense." I don't know," Hinata said. "Large families are really troublesome." After saying that, Naruto stopped talking to Hinata and locked his gaze on Neji, who had activated his Byakugan. In an instant, Naruto shifted from open palm to clenched fist, simultaneously activating Hinata's Byakugan. Neji on the opposite side was a little surprised when he saw Hinata activated her Byakugan without forming any hand seals just like him. Up in the stands, Sakura suddenly asked, why does Neji look so surprised? Did Hinata do something?" Hearing this, Lee on the side interjected, "It took Neji a long time to activate his Byakugan without making any hand seals. Perhaps he felt that Hinata's ability exceeded his expectations." The battle had already begun, and the two had started fighting. Naruto, controlling Hinata's body, found that his combat abilities have been significantly reduced. Just like Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. Although his abilities follow the soul rather than the body, but in Hinata's body, Naruto will be limited by her chakra and stamina. Additionally, the strength of their bodies was incomparable, with clear limits on Hinata's physical capabilities. Naruto didn't know his own speed limit, but with Kyuubi's chakra, his body became highly responsive, almost as if he was on a stimulant. However, in Hinata's body, Naruto could feel a limit from her body. He was sure that if he pushed past this limit, her muscles could tear or she might sustain worse injuries. Neji advanced with a palm strike, his movements as sharp as a spear, moving so quickly that it seemed like a flash of silver. Naruto didn't counter with a palm but instead sidestepped, instantly creating some distance. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist infused chakra into their palms, enabling them to damage an opponent's internal organs even without direct contact. In that split second, Neji stepped forward, pursuing Hinata relentlessly. Naruto took the opportunity to dodge a palm strike and countered with a kick, hitting a tenketsu on Neji's arm. Feeling his rhythm disrupted, Neji cautiously retreated. This also gave Naruto an opening to move forward with a palm strike aimed at Neji's face. At the same time, his waist turned sideways like a knob, and when Neji countered with a palm thrust, Naruto used the force of twisting his waist to turn around and follow through with a backhand strike. Neji deflected both attacks with his hands. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist relied on skillful deflection, using force to neutralize force. Naruto used brute strength, retreating and advancing quickly, maintaining a relentless pace. While Neji deflected his strikes, Naruto followed up with a sweeping kick. Neji, steady in his stance, parried with his palms, which were as sharp as swords. Naruto didn't engage in a pure palm strike contest with Neji. Not only was it the style he's not good at, but also because Hinata's understanding of the gentle fist was inferior to Neji's. And Naruto, being a temporary substitute, couldn't possibly execute the gentle fist better than Neji. The key to battle was leveraging strengths and avoiding weaknesses. Naruto, controlling Hinata's body, moved nimbly within the arena, like a live cat. He continuously made offensive moves, interspersing them with numerous feints. Even with the Byakugan, it was hard for Neji to anticipate and counter all the feints. These were moves Naruto usually didn't use, but he had to improvise under the current circumstances. Neji was clearly irritated, and with an angry shout, he unleashed the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Naruto kept evading, whether advancing or retreating, he was mostly dodging. At the same time, Hinata's stamina was rapidly depleting. Neji had been steadily attacking with each palm strike. Sensing the opportunity, Naruto released the remaining chakra from Hinata's body. Relying on his experience of using the Kyuubi's chakra to cover his whole body, Naruto skillfully dispersed the remaining chakra from Hinata's body. What is this? Neji's pupils suddenly dilated after he stabbed the air with his palm, as if he had seen something unbelievable. That move, could it be? On the viewing platform, Lee gripped the railing tightly, leaning forward, his gaze fixed on Hinata's movements in the arena. It's revolving heaven. Tenten, who was watching the game in the stands, also showed a surprised expression on her face. How could it be revolving heaven? Sakura couldn't understand what they were talking about, but she felt it was impressive. What is revolving heaven? Revolving heaven is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, which uses high-speed rotation to drive the chakra wrapped around the body to form a chakra vortex to neutralizes all external attacks. Essentially, it's like a high-speed rotating cutting machine that can negate force. Of course, what Naruto used wasn't revolving heaven. How could he possibly use such a technique? He could barely manage the basic chakra wrap on his palms for the gentle fist, let alone revolving heaven, a highly complex and difficult technique. But Neji didn't know this. Almost at the same time Naruto started to attack, a large amount of blue chakra burst out from Neji's body and his whole body was spinning at high speed. He was using revolving heaven against revolving heaven. The real revolving heaven is to rotate the body causes the chakra to rotate. And what Naruto is using now is the fake revolving heaven, which is letting the chakra rotate on its own. With a loud boom, Naruto jumped back, allowing the chakra vortex to collide with Neji's revolving heaven. The people in the stands only saw Hinata suddenly leap back from the confrontation, followed by the instantaneous collision of 2 revolving heaven, which exploded on impact. Neji was knocked back several meters, but managed to stay on his feet. What just happened? Sakura asked wide-eyed, utterly confused. However, Lee and Tenten were looking at the arena nervously, staring at Neji's figure with worried expressions. The genius in their team actually failed. Revolving heaven is Neji's trump card, and they all know it. If he is defeated in such a place, Neji will undoubtedly feel deeply frustrated. That girl named Hinata is quite strong, Kakashi, who was watching the battle, suddenly remarked, but I always feel something feels off about her. What do you think, Guy? Guy's expression wasn't relaxed either. Neji was his student, the most talented among his 3 students. He had considered that Neji might encounter tough opponents in the Chunin exams, whether Sasuke or Naruto, but he never expected it to be Hinata. After all, Neji was known as the genius of the branch family, and he is even more powerful than the main family's new generation. I feel something's off too, Guy said. That girl is Kurenai's student, right? I heard she's quite introverted, but why does she fight like a boy? Well, that reversal backhand just now reminded me of someone, Kakashi said with a deadpan expression. I hope I'm just overthinking it. As the improvised rotation technique was used, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense, and Neji's expression became serious. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly controlled Hinata's body, raised her hand, and spoke, I have used up all my strength and chakra. I can't fight anymore. I surrender. Surrender? Neji gritted his teeth. What kind of surrender is that? Pitying me? Naruto didn't say anything more. His method of playing as a substitute was not honorable in the first place. Now that he had achieved his goal, it would be too disgusting to stand on the moral high ground of a beneficiary and give some inspirational speeches. The hatred between the main family and the branch family cannot be solved with a few words. The key to the caged bird is not in words. And breaking the cage requires an iron hammer, not love. However, these words are not suitable for Naruto to say, whether in his own body or Hinata's. If you have never experienced someone else's pain, don't easily advise them to let go. Morality is meant to restrain oneself, not to bind others. In the end, the match concluded. The explosive tags was successfully granted. Hinata did not return to the stands, but walked out of the central tower. She followed the familiar path and stopped at a shaded stone step. On the stone steps lay a blonde boy, Naruto's real body. A few seconds later, Naruto, who was lying on the stone steps, suddenly opened his eyes. The forest was filled with the noisy sound of cicadas, but the sunlight from above could not pierce through the canopy of the giant trees. Under the cool shade of the trees, Naruto and Hinata stared at each other for a few seconds. Are you angry? Naruto asked tentatively. Hinata shook her head. Her cheeks were so white they seemed to glow, making one want to pinch them. Then why are you unhappy? When the match ended, I saw the lost look on Neji Nisan's face. I've never seen him look like that before. Hinata said. Even though Neji Nisan won, he still felt very uncomfortable. Well, he probably feels frustrated. The genius of the branch family of the Hyuga clan is stronger than the main family. Naruto said. His pride was shattered, so he felt lost and even questioned his life. Then what should I do? Hinata was completely flustered. I am actually very weak and afraid of fighting with others. If it weren't for Naruto-kun, I might have gotten beaten up, Naruto asked. Do you want to exchange a beating for Neji's goodwill towards the main family? Hinata hesitated. Don't worry. Naruto reached out and touched Hinata's head, comforting her. This is not the way to solve the problem. The conflict between the main family and the branch family isn't something you can resolve alone. The crux of the problem doesn't lie with you. Naruto-kun, is there really no way? Hinata asked somewhat aggrievedly. There is. Naruto said, when you become the clan head, you can just completely abolish the caged bird. But you haven't really thought about snatching the position of clan head just for Neji, have you? Naruto suddenly laughed and asked. I'm just teasing you. Solving the problem doesn't necessarily require you becoming the clan head. Naruto said, your father is the clan head of the Hyuga clan. Since that's the case, you just need to convince him to abolish the caged bird. The caged bird is also to protect the weaker members of the Hyuga clan. If the Byakugan cannot be used even if it is seized, then there is no need for the enemy to target the branch family. Conversely, the main family with perfect Byakugan will have to bear the risk of being targeted by others, which is why the tradition of the branch family protecting the main family slowly formed. But the root of the problem is that the Byakugan is too easy to transplant and too powerful in surveillance, making it coveted by many forces. As long as we spend our minds on how to protect the eyes, maybe we can slowly get rid of the caged bird. Hinata was stunned when she heard this. She blinked, then looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto-kun, why do you know so much about the Hyuga clan? Hearing this, Naruto nonchalantly replied, I heard it from others. Hinata was skeptical, but didn't ask further. However, Naruto's words indeed gave Hinata a glimmer of hope. Consoling a young girl doesn't necessarily require practical methods. It's enough to put forward constructive suggestions from a high-level perspective. As for how her father might abolish the caged bird and the obstacles he might face, those were unimportant. At least, for now, the little girl's worries dissipated, and a smile reappeared on her face. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You're welcome, as long as you're happy, Hinata. Hearing this, Hinata's face inexplicably blushed again. Progress with Hinata, Kyuubi's approval 14.2%. Naruto really wanted to pinch Hinata's face, but in the end, he kept his composure and scratched his head, saying, Hinata, you should go back inside. I need to leave now. Naruto-kun, aren't you going to go in and watch the matches? Hinata was a little confused. Sakura and Ino's match is about to start, right? No, Naruto said awkwardly, since I forfeited, I can't go back in anymore. He thought to himself that even if he could go, it would be awkward. Who would he cheer for? Cheering for Sakura made sense. But completely ignoring Ino seemed too much. But cheering for both would make him seem indecisive. Naruto-kun, Hinata hesitated for a moment, then shyly lowered her head and said softly, you can use my body again. Just like what happened just now, although it makes me feel a little uncomfortable and I feel like my brain is going to break down. But if it wasn't fighting and was just watching, it shouldn't be like that. I can't take over your body again, I can only use it once. Naruto was a little amused, this isn't some body swapping game. Is there such a ninjutsu? One that can only be used once? Hinata asked, and there's a hint of regret in her tone. Naruto was speechless and thought to himself, what are you regretting? If we were caught, both of us would be finished. Yes, only once, Naruto said. Alright, Naruto. Damn, what hidden trait did I unlock? By the time Naruto came to his senses, Hinata had already run off. He could only shake his head and head towards the exit of Training Ground 44. To do that, he had to cross the Forest of Death alone. It's doable, but no one usually does it. Most candidates leave together, and individuals generally stay quietly in the central tower somewhere, waiting for the exam to end and for the Jonin to escort them out. But Naruto was too lazy to wait. Since he wasn't going to watch the matches, there was no point in staying here anymore. Besides, it was still early for all the matches to end, so waiting would only waste time. He didn't encounter any danger along the way and left the Forest of Death smoothly. After a quick meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto returned home to wash up, and lay down directly after he was done. He gained a lot in this Chunin exam, including the Lightning Release, Lightning Strike and the Wind Release, Blade of Wind technique. Although the two ninjutsu were not at the max level, and he still needed practice them to unleash their max power, they are still significant gains. Getting 2A rank ninjutsu from one exam and advancing in his progress with Hinata, overall, Naruto felt he had profited from this exam. There are fewer things to do now, and it's unexpectedly quiet. With these thoughts, Naruto drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, inside the central tower of the Forest of Death, facing Gaara's strong offensive, Lee decided to go all out and opened the fifth gate. The two fought hard. The two fought intensely, with Guy recognizing that Lee's body was overtaxed and stepping in to end the match as Lee's Jonin instructor, preventing Lee from being further harmed. Lee, who was exhausted from opening the gates, escaped the severe consequences of being banned for more than 70 episodes. The victory went to a battered Gaara who, despite his dissatisfaction, didn't dare provoke Guy. After all, the strange man with watermelon-shaped hair in front of him was definitely Lee's teacher, and Lee had nearly bested him. Gaara knew better than to challenge Guy and could only leave with a gloomy look. Sakura and Ino ended their match in a draw, both collapsing from exhaustion. The lineup for the Chunin exams finals was thus determined: Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara, Hyuga Neji vs Kankuro, Shikamaru vs Tamari, and Inuzuka Kiba vs Aburame Shino. And before the finals, all participants have 1 month to prepare. Ring! 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 The urgent sound of the alarm clock rang out as Naruto groggily reached out to shut it off and rolled over to continue sleeping. After the room fell silent for a few seconds, there was a loud knock on his door. Naruto, how long are you going to sleep? You promised to go camping by the river with everyone, and you forgot again. Sakura's voice came from outside, accompanied by the impatient knocking. Naruto groggily opened his eyes, vaguely recalling that he had agreed to a joint camping with Team 10 and Team 7. All of this was because of the sudden improvement in the relationship between Ino and Sakura, forcing Shikamaru and Choji to agree to the camping trip with these two strong women, dragging Naruto along as well. Sakura, is this where Naruto lives? Ino's voice came from the other side of the door. You seem very familiar with this place? That's because. Sakura was about to respond when the door opened from the inside, and Naruto, who was in his pajamas and still half asleep, glanced at the two girls and yawned, asking suspiciously, when did you two become so close? None of your business. Ino made a face at him. Naruto, you wouldn't know because you forfeited at the preliminary, Sakura said and hugged Ino beside her. The two energetic girls stood close together, showing their newfound camaraderie. We've made up, yes, we've made up, Ino nodded. Oh, Naruto responded ambiguously. After a while, he got himself ready, and the three of them headed out together. The river was a bit of a distance from the village, situated below a large waterfall. Shikamaru and Choji were already waiting there, wearing large sun hats. Under the scorching sun, the only ones with high spirits were the two girls. Hey, Naruto, isn't Sasuke coming? Shikamaru yawned and asked with sleepy eyes. Naruto was also very sleepy, so the two lazy genins gathered together to set up the barbecue grill. Sasuke can't come. The cursed seal on his body seems to be a bit troublesome, so Kakashi-sensei took him for special training. Special training, huh, Asuma-sensei mentioned such thing to me as well. Congratulations, Shikamaru, Naruto said without much enthusiasm. Yeah, right, what a drag. Shikamaru complained, looking completely exhausted. Just when I finally had some time off, Ino forced us to go camping. Then why didn't you just refuse her? Naruto asked while working, and you dragged me into this too. I can't help it. Ino usually takes good care of us, so there's no way to refuse her on this. Shikamaru sighed, picked up the fishing rod that he had prepared long ago, and said to Naruto, I'll go catch some fish. Naruto turned his head to look at him, then stared at the obviously expensive fishing rod in his hand. Where did you get your rod? My dad's. He said he used to be great at fishing, By noon, the 5 of them had divided the tasks and, except for the fish, everything was ready. Naruto patted Shikamaru's shoulder from behind, and the latter looked back at him in confusion. "Let me take over." Hearing this, Shikamaru, with a long face, stood up reluctantly and said annoyedly, "It turns out that fishing is really tough. No wonder I rarely saw my dad fish." "It is indeed difficult." Naruto agreed, then caught 5 fish within 5 minutes, which made Shikamaru's eyes widen in disbelief. "No way. I saw you didn't even put the bait on the hook." "I have a good relationship with the fish." "That's nonsense. How can that be true?" Shikamaru held his head, feeling exasperated. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it, so it's better not to say anything." Naruto continued fishing and caught a total of 8 fish before stopping. As Naruto was packing up the fishing rod, Shikamaru came over to help. Naruto simply handed the fishing rod to him, letting him handle it, and Shikamaru didn't refuse. One stood at the riverside winding the line, while the other stood watching. The cool mountain breeze swept through, making them feel refreshed. Listening to Sakura and Ino's laughter not far away, Naruto nudged Shikamaru with his shoulder, with a nostalgic look on his face. "What's up? Don't you think this is what summer should really feel like?" Naruto said. "Summer feel?" Shikamaru followed Naruto's gaze, and saw Sakura and Ino grilling fish while chatting and laughing, while Choji was sitting nearby, eating potato chips. Behind them, the eye-catching mountains and forests swayed in the cool breeze. "Who do you like, Ino or Sakura?" Shikamaru asked with lifeless eyes and no enthusiasm. "I just like the summer atmosphere." Naruto turned to Shikamaru and said, "But I do prefer girls in skirts." "Is there any difference?" Shikamaru made a face similar to his father's. "Women are the most troublesome." "Of course, there's a difference. Youth and panties are inseparable," Naruto said offhandedly, looking around out of boredom. "Speaking of which, the profession of shinobi is really not that good. When I become an adult, I will definitely change jobs." "What kind of job?" Shikamaru had too many comments to make, and for a moment, he didn't know where to start. "One that allows me to travel the world and live freely." "I don't want to discourage you, Naruto, but you're still the village's Jinchuriki." Shikamaru slung an arm around Naruto's neck and said in a low voice, "Talking about not wanting to be a shinobi with me is fine, but don't say it to others." "I get it." Naruto nodded helplessly, "But I really don't want to stay in this village for the rest of my life. There will be missions, and there will be opportunities to go out." Shikamaru scratched his head and said, "Come to think of it, we'll probably be like my father's generation, never leaving this village our whole lives. I don't think I mind that. To be precise, my dream is to live an ordinary life. Marry an ordinary wife, do ordinary things every day." TCH. Naruto brushed off Shikamaru's arm and muttered, "People who say things like that usually like pretty girls the most." "Naruto, Shikamaru. What are you two dawdling about?" Ino, who was far away, waved at the 2 men with her hands on her hips and shouted with a smile, "The fish is ready, and we brought some ingredients for barbecue. Come over and eat." "Okay," the 2 responded in unison and jogged over. At night fell, the group dispersed. Naruto hadn't walked far when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. The streets of Konoha were brightly lit, with all the shops illuminated, creating a series of glowing ribbons running through the village when viewed from above. Ino, slightly out of breath, rested her hands on her waist and called out, "Wait." "What's up?" Naruto had been thinking about what Shikamaru said during the day, so he was not in a good mood. "I heard from Shikamaru that you plan to leave the village in the future?" Ino asked nervously. "Shikamaru told you?" Naruto asked with some doubts. "I forced it out of him," Ino admitted, fiddling with her hands. "So, is it true?" "Yeah." Naruto didn't hide it. "Why?" Hearing this, Naruto did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped closer and looked at Ino carefully, examining her as if he was looking at a work of art. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ino took a step back and asked in a slightly flustered manner. At the same time, she began to regret her impulsiveness. She had chased after him on a mere whim, and now, it felt so embarrassing. "Ino, you're really nice. Why say something like that all of a sudden?" Ino's face instantly turned red, her hands crossed and twisted together, and she started to stutter. The unexpected compliment caught her off guard. Naruto said this from the bottom of his heart. Ino was one of the few shinobi he knew who was both emotionally intelligent and genuinely caring. It touched him that she would run so far in the opposite direction just to follow him out of concern. At this time, Naruto was not heading home, but the Hokage Rock. "Honestly, I don't know myself, so I don't know how to answer your question," Naruto said seriously. "At least in the next few years, I have no plans to leave the village. I may do so in the future, but that's a matter for later." Hearing this, Ino felt a bit relieved and blushed as she spoke. "I mean, if you have someone you like in the future, will you stay for her?" "I think I prefer freedom," Naruto said, as he felt that it would be better not to give Ino false hope. After all, making promises he couldn't keep would only lead to trouble. "I see. Yeah." Naruto nodded, then glanced toward the Hokage rock and suggested to Ino, since we're here, let's take a walk up there. Ino didn't object and quietly followed behind him. She remained silent, unusually so, making Naruto think the matter was resolved. Perhaps it was because Naruto had been eating more meat and drinking milk recently. His height had grown to be the same as Ino's. The two of them were walking on the mountain road, one in front and one behind. The lights on Hokage Rock were bright, and strings of small colored lights adorned the walls of the mountain path. Looking at the nearby Hokage Rock, Naruto suddenly thought of Tayuya. He wondered if that girl was eating well without him around. Before this, those four idiots seemed to be not good at disguising and survival, only good at fighting. Hey, do you want some dango? Ino caught up a few steps and handed him a bag of packaged dango. Sure. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Dango are sweet, and having a few skewers occasionally was a nice treat. Seeing Naruto's happiness, Ino smiled too, handing him several skewers of dango. Here, I noticed you seemed to like these last time. Thank you, Ino. Naruto took it and took a bite, then said vaguely, I've never had these before. What he meant by before was before he crossed over, when he never got the chance. After arriving in this world, he had a new life to live. But Ino interpreted before as Naruto's past from childhood. Because of this, her hand holding the skewer trembled slightly, and she pursed her lips. After walking up for a distance, they arrived at the top of the Hokage Rock, which is a huge large space with 5 layers of railings set up along the edges for safety. Small colorful lights wound their way up from the base of the mountain along the path to the flat area at the top. Naruto, it's dangerous, come back here. Ino stood inside the innermost railing, watching Naruto standing on the outermost railing, with his tactical boots perched on a 6 cm wide steel pipe. The night wind howled from high above, and Naruto's whole body swayed with it. It's fine, I do this all the time. Naruto was facing Ino, with nothing but the cliff behind him and a string of dango in his hand. This action was incredibly dangerous, and Ino felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Her eyes were glued to Naruto standing on the outermost railing. Her heart was pounding in sync with his slight swaying, and her mind was filled with fear. Even though she wasn't the one standing there, Ino was terrified, afraid that Naruto might disappear from the railing in the next second. The psychological insecurity made her body tremble slightly, and her throat constricted, making it impossible to speak. Don't. Ino took several steps forward, crossed 3 railings and tried to pull Naruto down. She saw Naruto was smiling, with his hands behind his back, seemingly enjoying the moment. I'm not going to jump. Naruto stepped down from the railing, then walked over to Ino and said, the village's night view is quite beautiful. You scared me to death just now, Ino said. Ha ha, sorry about that. Naruto said with a chuckle, actually, it's very safe to do that. I often come here when I'm feeling down. Even if I accidentally fall, the protruding part of the Hokage rock would catch me. Even so, it's too dangerous, Ino muttered, don't do things that make people worry. Got it. Naruto, why did you forfeit that time? No particular reason, I didn't want to take the exam anyway. Naruto said, by the end of second round, the Chunin exams was already over for me. What about the rest of it? The rest didn't matter. Huh? Ino was puzzled, wouldn't it be better to become a Chunin sooner? Not really, I don't want to do troublesome missions. Naruto said bluntly, besides, I am still too inexperienced. Even if I won all the matches, I wouldn't be promoted to Chunin. So it's just a complete waste of time. Ino was completely baffled by Naruto's logic. She covered her face and said, alright, fine. The two did not stay for long, nor did they talk about anything specific. About half an hour later, they left the Hokage rock together. As they parted at the crossroads, Ino waved at Naruto and asked, Naruto, will you come to my family's shop to buy flowers? Huh? You have a month off now, right? Well, I plan to use it to catch up on sleep. Ino. Naruto scratched his head, buy flowers? Are you saying I should buy them for Sandame in advance? Wouldn't that be a bit too much? Ah, it feels good. The electric fan made a creaking sound, which was quite annoying, but after 3 creaks, it finally started to spin slowly. Naruto lay on the ground, letting out a weak moan. It was a hot summer day, and the outside temperature was rising. Naruto had ordered 2 air conditioners yesterday, but the installation personnel took a leave of absence, so the installation was postponed to today. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto thought it was someone coming to install the air conditioners. He quickly got up and walked to the door, pulling it open with a bang. Huh? What caught his eye were 2 huge air conditioners, but there was no sign of the installation workers. Uchiha Sasuke. Are you the one who ordered the air conditioner installation service at the store yesterday? A girl in a uniform, about the same height as Naruto, peeked out from behind a cardboard box. Her eyes immediately met Naruto's and she froze on the spot. That look couldn't be wrong. Tayuya? Are you Uchiha Sasuke? The girl frowned, glanced at the card in her hand, then gave Naruto another look. Tayuya didn't admit it, and Naruto didn't expose her either, and continued to fool her. Yes, that's me. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I remember that the Uchiha clan has no blondes, the girl muttered. It was dyed. Naruto lied without batting an eye. Oh, I see. The girl glanced at Naruto again, then displayed astonishing strength, directly carrying the 2 large air conditioners inside. Air conditioners were a luxury item that appeared around the same time as refrigerators, but they are expensive enough that ordinary civilians couldn't afford them. Fortunately, Naruto was not an ordinary person. He bought 2 at once, which could be regarded as helping the store make a profit. Just install one, the other doesn't need to be installed, just leave it there, Naruto instructed. Okay. The installation process was long and boring, with Naruto watching the entire time. He handed a popsicle to the girl with a swish once the work was done. Thank you. The girl didn't refuse. She sat cross-legged on the ground skillfully, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. You recognized me, didn't you? Sort of. Naruto licked his popsicle, lying on the ground and asking, so you've just been doing odd jobs during this time? Yeah. Tayuya nodded. The other 3 idiots couldn't learn, so I had to take over. Oh. Naruto thought to himself, it turns out that undercover agents also have to do odd jobs, it must be tough. So comfortable. Yeah, it's so comfortable. Tayuya agreed, imitating Naruto by lying on the ground and closing her eyes. After who knows how long, want to eat barbecue? Naruto suddenly asked. Probably don't have time. Tayuya replied. That's a shame, Naruto said, I don't feel like going alone. The next day, inside the seal space. Kyuubi looked at the pile of furniture that was like a small mountain and couldn't help feeling speechless. He then looked at Naruto, who was using a water pump to drain the wastewater and said, Human, is this how you use the 4 symbols seal, to seal a bunch of home appliances? Upon hearing this, Naruto stopped what he was doing, rolled up his sleeves and shouted at Kyuubi, just tell me whether you want it or not, bastard. I will accept it with reluctance, but don't expect me to treat you kindly, Kyuubi said proudly. Tisk. Naruto said without looking back, Kurama, I'm not doing this for you. I just have too much money and don't know where to spend it. I was just bored, so I took pity on you and got you all these things. HMPH, you think I need your pity? In that case, then this DVD player. Pity me, please. Kyuubi quickly gave in, and Naruto's mouth curled into a smile. He had already let Kyuubi experience the joy of using a DVD player, and this fox had become addicted to it. It was over for him. Alright, I'll pity you then. Naruto swiftly placed the DVD player within Kyuubi's reach, wiped his sweat and said, that over there is an air conditioner. I doubt you'll need it, but it doesn't matter. It's a gift for you. That one over there is a refrigerator, and that one is. Naruto listed a bunch of things, do you understand now? Kyuubi didn't understand at all, but he nodded anyway. Human, don't underestimate my wisdom. Naruto didn't really care whether Kyuubi truly understood or not, after all, he was just acting on a whim. He had promised Kyuubi last time, so he just did it while he was not busy. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto's consciousness disappeared from the seal space. The sky gradually darkened and the midsummer night was stifling. At the entrance of the convenience store, Naruto, who crouching by the roadside and licking an ice cream, saw a pair of men's legs appeared before him. What, annoying brat, call me the Toad Sage, and don't block the way. The self-proclaimed Toad Sage was an old man with a head full of unruly white hair, a forehead protector with the kanji for oil, dressed in a mesh training suit with a tea-colored lining, and a red outer robe. His cheeks were adorned with 2 vertical red stripes of face paint. Old man, you are still acting so immaturely at your age. Naruto recognized Jiraiya, but had no intention of moving out of the way. He licked his ice cream and glanced at Jiraiya sideways before saying, what a pitiful adult. You little brat, speak with some respect, or you'll get beaten up. Jiraiya couldn't bear it anymore, and the smile on his face could hardly be maintained. He rolled up his sleeves and threatened like a rogue. Hey, old man, you'd better be careful. Last time I saw you using low-level tricks to peep into the women's bath. Naruto slurped his ice cream. His forehead is bare since he had gotten used to not wearing his forehead protector when not on missions. After all, no one cared, so he could do whatever he wanted. Low-level tricks? Jiraiya frowned. What do you know, kid? I was collecting material. You got slapped when trying to flirt with someone, followed girls like a pervert and got chased through 8 streets and… You've been spying on me? Jiraiya was astonished. How did you know that? I have become a VIP at all the hot spring baths in Konoha. Damn it. How does a kid like you have so much money? A cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead and he began to realize that something was off. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. After that, Naruto finished his ice cream, stood up with an ice cream stick in his hand, looked at Jiraiya and said, Old man, I think you are a down-and-out rider, right? Oh, what makes you say that? Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and a small smile of expectation appeared on his face. It's easy to tell. You look sleazy, you're perverted, you act suspiciously, and you talk about collecting material. If you're not a writer, then you must be a pervert. Hearing Naruto's words, which did not sound like praise, Jiraiya's smile froze. Ignoring Jiraiya's expression, Naruto continued speaking to himself, but I guess even if you are a writer, you're probably the kind that writes 18 stuff and doesn't have any decent works. You little brat, don't judge a book by its cover. My books are bestsellers, timeless classics. Jiraiya couldn't stand Naruto's dismissive tone and argued back, feeling a little angry. Timeless classics? Old man, have you read The Plum in the Golden Vase? T.N. https n. Wiki, jin_ping_may. The Plum. In the what? Jiraiya was taken aback. He got goosebumps just from hearing the title of the book. Plum blossoms have a special status in the shinobi world. They are more beautiful than cherry blossoms. Geishas wear plum blossoms in February, and girls from the land of fire would say something like, "My heart is like plum blossoms," to their crushes, similar to confessing love by saying, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" T.N. In Japan, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" is a more poetic way of saying I love you. Such a pure and elegant flower should be housed in the most graceful container, yet the golden vase, with its crude appearance, paired with the plum, evokes an unattainable yet decadent allure. Just from the name, one can tell it's a work of genius. Tell me quickly, where can I buy that book? Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's hand and asked with a little excitement. It's an ancient book I found in a garbage heap. I was fortunate enough to read it, but it was a fragmentary copy. Naruto casually broke the ice cream stick and then told Jiraiya a story of Pan Jinlian. T.N. https n. Wiki, pan_Jinlian. Even though Naruto spoke incoherently and his words were random, Jiraiya was still able to immerse himself in the story. A good story transcends dimensions, and Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he heard it, but then the story came to an abrupt end. That's it? Why don't you keep going? Jiraiya was a bit frustrated. I forgot. Naruto tossed the broken stick into the trash and said, and I need to go home now. Jiraiya was halfway through listening to the story when his inspiration burst forth. He could never let Naruto leave like that, and hurriedly followed him. How can you just walk away halfway through telling the story? Can you at least tell me what happened after knocking over the bamboo pole? It sounds so bitter and there's a lot of stories behind it. I said I forgot, so I forgot. Naruto ignored Jiraiya and walked forward without looking back. You little brat, why can't you make sense? Jiraiya stretched out his big hand and grabbed forward, trying to grab Naruto. But Naruto seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and dodged Jiraiya's grab with a sudden sideways movement. Seeing this, Jiraiya's pupils widened. My grabbing speed should not be slow. It was not something a genin could dodge. He reached out again, but Naruto jumped away. In a few steps, Naruto climbed up the tree and disappeared onto the roof in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya stood in place. The night wind brushed against his wide robe. He was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. This kid was the complete opposite of his father's temperament. If Minato and Kushina were still here, they would probably find him quite troublesome. Walking in his wooden clogs, Jiraiya sighed and walked away in the opposite direction. He hadn't planned to come back this time. His ideals didn't align with those of the old folks in Konoha. So he felt that it was better to collect intelligence outside than stay in this oppressive village. After leaving, Naruto didn't go home. Instead, he wandered the streets for a while, then went to the Yamanaka flower shop. He hadn't seen Hinata in a month, and their planned barbecue was naturally nowhere in sight. After a month of wandering the streets, Naruto had become a proficient street lurker. However, this boring life would soon end, because tomorrow was the finals of the Chunin exams. Ino, who was watching the shop boredly, was about to close it when the wind chimes at the door rang. Welcome, Naruto. Ino blinked. Why are you here? Buy flowers. Naruto, you actually know how to buy flowers? Ino said this, but she still stood up. Let me help you choose. Who are you going to give them to? Please don't pry into customers' privacy. Okay, Naruto quipped. I want a white chrysanthemum. Please wrap it up for me. Ino wrapped up the white chrysanthemum neatly, looked up and asked, are you going to commemorate someone? Oh, yeah. Naruto couldn't say that he prepared this flower for Sandame for convenience. I'm sorry, please accept my condolences, Ino said with some guilt. You don't need to apologize for something like that, Naruto replied, taking the white chrysanthemum. As he was about to pay, he noticed a red flower. Maybe thinking one flower was too few, he habitually added another and pointed at the red flower. Ino, could you wrap that flower for me too? Huh? That one? Okay. Ino turned around to take the flower and wrapped it up quickly. That will be 50 ryo. Are you going to give it to Sakura? She seems to be training with the medical department lately. Naruto paid, took the flowers and handed the wrapped rose to Ino. Ino was stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with the flower? For you. Naruto pushed the flower towards Ino again and Ino reached out to take it. Why are you giving me a flower all of a sudden? Ino was a little confused. She didn't expect Naruto to buy a flower for her, though her family didn't lack flowers. No particular reason. I just thought of it. Thanks for looking out for me, Ino. Naruto put away the white chrysanthemum and said to Ino while staring at her. Though that makes sense, it still feels strange. Ino looked away and said with a dry laugh, "It feels very grown up, giving each other flowers or something like that." "Don't say weird things like that. If you don't want it, then I won't give it to you," Naruto said, reaching to take the flower back. "No way. You can't take back a gift that's been given away. Besides, I didn't say I didn't want it." Ino clutched the wrapped rose tightly. Naruto was just putting on a show and had no intention of actually taking it back, so he took the opportunity to say goodbye and left. The next day, the Anbu found the body of Gecko Hayate on a rooftop. His body had been cut by a sharp blade and there was a fatal wound on his neck. At the same time, the finals of the Chunin exams jointly held by the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire was about to begin. Unlike the first two rounds, the finals would be held in an arena that could accommodate 10,000 people, and the nobles of the Land of Fire would attend it. For these well-off nobles, watching shinobi fight was as elegant as hosting a silver party at home. Nobles owned vast lands and production tools, and the rent they collected each year, along with tax incentives from the Land of Fire, were enough for their daily extravagance. Naruto used to envy these rich people, and he still envied them now. Although those people weren't as rich as he was now, they knew how to enjoy life. Unlike Naruto, who has money but can't spend it all. Buying expensive appliances, eating barbecue, and soaking in baths everywhere was his spending limit. His body was still too young to do any money-burning activities. The atmosphere inside and outside the arena was festive, like a grand celebration. The streets were bustling with people, vendors energetically selling their goods, with drinks and dango being the most popular. Naruto walked down the street, carrying a bag of food in the direction of the training ground. Perhaps due to the Chunin exams finals, the training ground was deserted, with everyone likely heading to the large arena. After all, on such a grand day, who would go to a remote training ground to train? Naruto wasn't there to train either, as he had never trained at all. It was still early, and the forest in the morning was exceptionally quiet. Standing in the training ground, Naruto looked around as if searching for something. "Naruto-kun, why are you here?" Suddenly, Hinata's figure timidly emerged from behind a wooden stake in the training ground, and she asked nervously while clenching her hands. At this time, Hinata was light blue long-sleeved vintage top and black three-quarter straight pants, which made her look both elegant and beautiful. "Sending you some food." Naruto lifted the brown paper bag in his hand and said, "Didn't we make an appointment to have barbecue last time? I haven't seen you since." "Sorry, I've been training all the time, so." Hinata lowered her head. She didn't want to say that her father had completely ignored her, causing her to train relentlessly just to prove herself. "It's okay." Naruto walked over, handed the paper bag to Hinata and said, "Hinata, with your effort, you'll definitely become stronger." "I haven't changed at all," Hinata said dejectedly. "Last time, facing Neji-Nisan, I could only last a few rounds because of you, Naruto-kun. If it were just me, I probably wouldn't have lasted even one round." "You can't think like that." Naruto pulled out one dango from the bag and took a bite as he comforted her. "Hinata, the fact that you kept fighting even when you knew you couldn't win is brave enough. Becoming stronger is not something that can be done overnight. You have to have some confidence in yourself." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata looked up and smiled again. "I understand. I will keep trying my best." "Then, do you want to some?" Hinata felt a bit uneasy under Naruto's honest gaze and was suddenly at a loss for what to do. "This is dango, that is fried tempura, and there's cake," Naruto said, rummaging through the bag and handing them to Hinata. "You can eat these, right?" "Ah, I can. And what about this? This seems tasty too, though I haven't tried it much myself. But the shop owner said it's very popular with girls." Naruto pulled out various snacks, genuinely appearing to have come just to give Hinata something to eat. "Naruto-kun." Naruto looked up and stared at Hinata. "Thank you." "Okay." Hinata was taken aback. No one would respond with just, "Okay." Normally, wouldn't someone say, "You're welcome"? Naruto's, "Okay," left Hinata at a loss for words, and her face turned red instantly. "What's wrong? I was just wondering why you're being so nice to me, Naruto-kun." Hinata looked away and said, "I'm not a very likable person. I fail at everything I do, and I'm a coward." "You're doing great. I don't know why you're so self-conscious, but I think you're really kind to others. Your teammates must like you a lot. Don't worry about things like that." Hearing this, Hinata raised her head and glanced at him secretly. Her movements were as cute as a kitten. Then, she quickly lowered her head again. An embarrassed expression appeared on her face, and she pursed her lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. Naruto's unexpected honesty made Hinata show a rare smile that she wouldn't normally reveal to others. Even though Naruto didn't have romantic feelings for Hinata at this moment, his heartbeat still inevitably quickened upon seeing Hinata's current appearance. "Naruto-kun, I'm really happy." Hinata said with a soft smile and stuttered slightly. This is the first time someone praises me like that, so. You'll hear it often from now on, so it's okay. Naruto said, the Chunin exams is about to begin, aren't you going? Sorry, Naruto-kun, I made an appointment with Kiba and Shino to go together, Hinata said, looking apologetic. It's okay, I'll head over first then, Naruto said, waving goodbye to Hinata. See you later, Hinata. Keep your spirits up. Yes. Hinata blushed, smiling shyly. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Progress with Hinata, Kyuubi's approval 16.1%, Naruto walked into the venue and had to search for a while before finding his group. Ino and Sakura, who didn't need to participate, were sitting together and were talking about something. Choji, who was munching on chips, was watching the lively scene with great interest. When he saw Naruto coming, he quickly raised his chubby hand and waved enthusiastically. Here, over here. Seeing this, Naruto squeezed through the dense crowd and found a seat. The four of them sat in a row, with Naruto next to Choji. Before sitting down, Naruto asked, Choji, are you feeling better? In the preliminary after the second round of the Chunin exams, Choji was narrowly defeated by Kiba. After taking one of his special pill, Choji's body was severely exhausted that he had to be carried to Konoha hospital by the medical team. I'm completely fine now, Choji replied with a big smile. But sending 4 or 5 boxes of fruit was a bit much, Naruto. My dad was surprised by that. I don't even like fruit that much. Being picky isn't a good habit. You should eat fruit regularly during your recovery, Choji. The moment Naruto sat down, he habitually reached out and grabbed a handful of chips. At the same time, Naruto picked up a paper bag and distributed the canned drinks he had prepared to the three of them. However, when he looked up, he saw Sakura on the far left seemed a little absent-minded. What's wrong, Sakura? Huh? What? Sakura, who was called, suddenly came to her senses and met Naruto's puzzled gaze. You seem worried about something. Sakura's probably worried about Sasuke. She hasn't seen him for a month, Ino said. Sakura didn't deny it. She just lowered her head and said with a depressed look, Kakashi-sensei came to me half a month ago. He said that the cursed seal on Sasuke has serious side effects and there might be accidents during training. He asked me to find a way to reserve a bed for Sasuke. And then? Ino asked. Sakura shook her head and said, nothing happened. Isn't that a good thing? Naruto cracked open the can and took a sip. Sasuke has always wanted to become stronger. He has also talked about revenge before. If the cursed seal can give him strength. But that's too dangerous, Sakura said with a worried look on her face. Well, Sasuke has a match today, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Ino spoke up to smooth things over. Naruto didn't say anything further. He knew Sasuke lived for revenge and it was impossible for him to settle down peacefully as Sakura wished. A boy's hatred grows like wild grass in a wasteland. Just a spark can ignite a wildfire. Sakura couldn't understand the depth of Sasuke's desire for revenge, and no one could truly empathize with it. If one day, Sasuke let go of his hatred, he would be dead inside at that moment, becoming merely a shell of his former self. As a companion, was better to let him pursue his revenge than to try to stop him. But even so, Naruto wouldn't try to change Sakura's mind either. The matches on the arena had begun. Naruto knew that Kankuro would definitely give up right away, and Neji would advance without fighting. The moment the two stepped onto the arena, the crowd roared in excitement. They didn't understand what being a shinobi truly meant, nor did they know what ninjutsu was. They just followed their own way of life, celebrating mindlessly. Even if they're trash, they believed the village's shinobi would protect them. Naruto tilted his head back and took a sip of the drink, holding the can with his well-defined fingers. Hearing the cheers erupting from the venue with tens of thousands of people, and looking at their excited expressions, he couldn't help but felt that they're the same as spectators in a gladiator arena. The very idea of changing a person's mind is ridiculous. As the match began, Kankuro indeed forfeited immediately, allowing Neji to advance. With the first round ending in a forfeit, the second round between Kiba and Shino started directly. The two fought evenly. The Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan both rely on animals for their sensory abilities in reconnaissance, making the battle quite intriguing. However, when Shino's swarm of insects enveloped the battlefield, the audience couldn't see anything, and Kiba had already fallen when the insects dispersed. The third match was between Gaara and Sasuke, which was also the main attraction of this Chunin exams. However, Sasuke didn't show up on time, and after a long discussion, the referee team was about to declare Sasuke's disqualification. The crowd was furious and started shouting insults and complaints. I bet everything on that Uchiha brat to win, and now you're telling me there's no match? Can't you delay it? Why is he disqualified? We've waited so long, and this is all you show us? F***CK. Refund, Naruto shouted as he stood up. Refund, refund. Suddenly, the call for refund spread like wildfire from the upper cheap seats to the lower stands. Choji, who was sitting beside Naruto, was dumbfounded. dropping his chips and staring at Naruto in shock. Naruto turned to see the confused faces of Choji, Ino, and Sakura. He frowned and said, "Come on. Let's shout together. Do you want Sasuke to be disqualified?" Without waiting for their response, Naruto jumped onto the railing to continue shouting in protest. Relying on the fact that he is a shinobi, he threw the can in his hand into the arena and shouted an extremely inflammatory roar. "Stop rigging the match. Delay it." The spectators grew even more agitated, directing their protests at the referee team led by Genma. "Delay it. We want to watch Uchiha Sasuke's match. Delay it. I have invested all my wealth in the Uchiha brat. If you don't delay it, I'll jump from here." Just as Naruto was about to incite a full-blown riot, two hands landed on his shoulders. He looked up and saw two Anbo. Naruto's face immediately turned awkward. He coughed and shouted at the front, "Everyone, calm down. Where's your decorum? This is too much." The Anbu's members stared coldly at Naruto, their hands gripping his shoulders like iron clamps. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're under arrest for inciting a riot. You got the wrong person." "Hey," Naruto protested, but was still dragged away. "Damn it, I want to see Hokage-sama." "Hokage-sama doesn't have time to see you. I'm a law-abiding villager. You can't arrest me. Hey, I've made invaluable contributions to the peace of the village." As the Anbu dragged Naruto away, Naruto's voice gradually faded away. Sakura, Ino, and Choji in the stands were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other, feeling as if reality had become surreal. "Naruto, Choji opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "I'm worried." Sakura stood up and started walking in the direction the Anbu had taken Naruto. "Sakura, I'll go with you." Ino quickly got up and followed. "What can you do even if you go?" Choji sat there, but before he could put a mouthful of chips into his mouth, he suddenly froze as if he realized something. His pupils dilated and he stood up suddenly. He didn't even care about the chips that fell on the ground. He turned around and jogged to catch up. Wait! Those two weren't Anbu. At that moment, large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, as if someone were singing a lullaby, lulling everyone into a dream. "Hey, I think you should let me go now," Naruto complained while kicking his feet in the air. "You're annoying, brat," one of the supposed Anbu's members said. "Keep talking, and I'll rip out your tongue." "Then pull it out." "Ah," Naruto said provocatively, then opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue. "You're asking for it." As they spoke, the two men reached out to grab Naruto's head. However, Naruto was not idle either, and he actually drew a sword from the seal space and slashed at the two men. Originally, he planned to drag these two into the seal space and let Kyuubi swallow them. Anyway, as long as they entered the seal space, they could hardly cause any trouble unless they were extremely powerful shinobi. However, due to his consciousness needing to enter with the two, he abandoned the idea for safety. He swung the blade, followed closely by a wind blade. The two fake Anbu's members jumped in opposite directions, but the next second, Naruto switched positions with a flying Thunder God Kunai and fiercely pressed the molten lava on the face of the Anbu's members, who had been exposed long ago. The sensation was more intense than eating extremely spicy noodles. Another fake Anbu didn't expect Naruto to be so brutal, and was stunned for a second by his companion's melted face. It was this second that allowed Naruto to seize the opportunity. He threw out 3 kunai, one of which was a flying Thunder God Kunai. Using the same trick, Naruto performed the lava release, face press technique again. A scream erupted and quickly ceased as life drained away. Meanwhile, Sakura pushed through the crowd, gritting her teeth as she chased the direction where the Anbu took Naruto. But for some reason, the more she chased, the more people blocked her way. It felt like everyone in the arena had the same face, and the stands seemed endless. Sakura felt an overwhelming coldness ahead and a chilling sensation under her feet. All the noise and bustle disappeared, and she collapsed to the ground, almost collapsing. "Sakura, wake up! Sasuke's here!" A familiar voice woke her up, and Sakura opened her eyes to see Naruto squatting next to her with a mischievous grin. "Young Master Sasuke is indeed the most useful one to wake you up." Before he could finish his words, Sakura suddenly hugged him tightly and burst into tears for no reason. Hearing the long-suppressed cry, Naruto was confused and felt his shoulder get wet. He looked up and made eye contact with Ino, who had just broken the genjutsu and stood behind Sakura, and he felt embarrassed for a moment. "I'll go find Choji." Naruto handed Sakura over to Ino and quickly ran off. Choji was sleeping soundly in the crowd, and when Naruto woke him up, his brain was obviously still not fully aware of what was happening. "Where are the Anbu?" "What Anbu? You must have remembered it wrongly." Naruto coughed, helping Choji up and pointing to the purple barrier over the highest stand and the audiences, who were all in deep sleep. "Choji, the enemy is here." "Enemy?" Choji's plump body shuddered. "Where's Shikamaru?" "Next to you." Naruto pointed to the boy in the fishnet shirt lying on the ground. "Naruto, why don't you help Shikamaru break the genjutsu?" Choji hurried over and shook Shikamaru desperately. "Shikamaru, wake up. the enemy is coming. Because I don't know how to break genjutsu. Naruto squatted aside and grumbled. The order in the venue has collapsed. The shinobi from Sanagakure and Otogakure have infiltrated the entire village. The audiences in the stands are all under a genjutsu-induced sleep. At the highest spot, the Hokage's viewing platform was already encased in a purple 4-violet flames formation, isolating the Anbu guards from the Hokage. The Hokage has been isolated, and a large number of Sanagakure and Otogakure's shinobi are rushing here. In the arena, Guy and Kakashi had just arrived with Sasuke. The Konoha crush plan had started prematurely, and Gaara was still at full strength. Now, only the genin were able to move freely. Shikamaru! Choji shouted while shaking Shikamaru. Damn it! Stop shaking me! Are you stupid? Shikamaru grabbed Choji. I don't want to get involved in this mess. I'm not going. Choji! Kakashi flickered over and knocked away several flying kunai. He glanced at Naruto, then at Sakura, who came running, summoned his ninkin, Pakun, and spoke with a serious face. Team 7, emergency assembly. You got a rank mission. Stop Sanagakure's Gaara from destroying the village. Lee, Neji, and Tenten also arrived. Guy ordered them to assist the torture and interrogation force in protecting Konoha and stopping the enemy. Kurenai's team, consisting of Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, were given reconnaissance tasks. Asuma hadn't arrived, so Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were assigned by Kakashi to protect the Land of Fire's nobles. The new generation Ino Shika-cho had a special status in Konoha, and these three are not his students. Kakashi couldn't just give them dangerous missions. Move out! Kakashi and Guy ordered at the same time. The genin split into groups and immediately disappeared in different directions. Guy's team, skilled in taijutsu, was formidable, and each member a monster in their own right. Lee with unrestricted use of the 8 gates, Neji with revolving heaven's absolute defense, and Tenten with her weapons mastery. For these veteran genin, the task of assisting the Chunin in stopping the invading enemies is not too difficult. Kakashi, isn't the mission for Team 7 too dangerous? Guy kicked Otogakure's shinobi away with a Konoha whirlwind, and said back-to-back with Kakashi. Well, I am well aware of the strength of my students. Kakashi said lazily, anyway, I believe they are already excellent genin and can work together to complete the mission. Is your cursed seal okay? Naruto asked casually during the run. Yeah. Sasuke responded coldly. Sakura didn't say anything, and just followed closely behind the two. The urgency of the mission made it challenging for her. This is a real life-and-death battle, forcing her to discard all distracting thoughts and focus entirely. As the forest grew denser, the ninkin, Pakun, who had accompanied the three on this mission, suddenly shrugged and complained to Naruto, Brat, why do you have such strong smell of blood on you? Hearing this, Sakura was startled, and she remembered something. She was under a genjutsu at that time, and she forgot to ask Naruto how he escaped from the 2 fake Anbu. Me? Naruto grabbed his clothes and sniffed them as he ran. I don't smell anything. Do you have my nose? 3 black lines appeared on Pakun's forehead. Ah, the 2 Anbu who caught me started fighting each other. I stood there and watched the excitement for a while. Naruto lied calmly. There are so many crazy people these days. Hey, at least try to lie convincingly. Doesn't your conscience hurt for deceiving a senior? Pakun glanced at the blonde boy beside him. Conscience? I don't have such a thing. Stop nagging, Naruto retorted dissatisfiedly. By the way, with the village in such a state, do you think the Hokage will die? The Hokage is really strong. How could he die? Pakun glanced at Naruto. Konoha has been in chaos before, and it turned out fine. But I bought flour, Naruto said out of nowhere. In his heart, he added, if Sandame doesn't die, wouldn't the flour I have bought be wasted? Huh? What flour? Pakun looked confused. Naruto didn't reply, just muttering in his heart about how he specifically bought the best white chrysanthemum for 30 ryo. There are enemies chasing us, about 8 of them, Pakun suddenly said. As Kakashi's ninkin, Pakun's sense of smell was exceptionally keen, even among other ninkin. Moment the enemies appeared behind them, Pakun easily sensed their presence and counted their numbers. Pakun, can you sense their strength? Sasuke asked. I'm a sensory ninkin, not some fortune-telling toad sage. If we don't deal with them soon, we'll end up being attacked from both sides, right? Sakura asked. Yeah, we need to take care of them first, Sasuke said. The terrain of Konoha Forest is favorable to us. If we set up an ambush, we might be able to catch them off guard. In that case, let's do it, Naruto nodded seriously. Pakun, stay behind and ambush them. What, Sasuke? Sakura. TT. The forest was lush and green, with giant trees blocking out the sun. The 3 of them, plus Pakun, moved swiftly, leaping from tree to tree. Pakun looked at the blonde boy and the team with contempt. The latter did not show any guilt on his face and even showed a serious smile. We're counting on you, Pakun. Damn it, I'm a sensory ninkin, not a fighting dog. If you want to make a wish, go to a shrine, brat, you're definitely a dog. What does it matter? You won't die, but it'll hurt. Damn it, how did Kakashi end up with a student like you? Ninkin are also shinobi, right? Isn't endurance a virtue? Be a human, please, I'm begging you. Listening to the quarrel between a man and a dog, Sasuke's face was full of black lines, and he coldly interrupted them. Stop arguing, Pakun. How far are the enemies? Less than 3,000 meters. Sasuke stopped, leaned against a tree, then turned to look at Sakura and Naruto, and said, we'll wait for them here. The surrounding branches and leaves were dense, casting dim light on the area. The towering trees blocked out most of the sunlight, and the few beams that made it through were sparse, creating thin, nearly transparent wisps of mist in the air. Before the battle began, Naruto suddenly spoke up, Sakura, get ready with the genjutsu. The Otogakure shinobi are too strong, we had to be careful. Hearing this, Sakura nodded seriously, indicating that she understood. Pakun, on the other hand, felt a bit nervous. During the mission in the Land of Waves, Zabuza and Haku had died too quickly, so Kakashi hadn't summoned the Ninkin to assist him in battle. As a result, Pakun wasn't fully aware of the strength of Kakashi's 3 students. Pakun glanced to the side, noticing that the normally indifferent Sasuke's eyes had turned blood red, an intense and frightening sight. Then, looking the other way, he saw Naruto pulling out a sword from seemingly nowhere. Huh? A sword? Wait a minute. Where did this kid pull out that sword from? It looks so familiar. Isn't that the same kind of sword Kakashi used when he was in the Anbu? Sakura's mind was in chaos. Facing the imminent battle, she was almost too nervous to stop her frantic, uncontrollable thoughts. The medical department was almost full of weirdos, and it was common to see them performing surgery with a chakra scalpel while casually chatting. Sometimes, with a pot simmering on the stove with a patient's leg bone, the medical nen would discuss which shop in Konoha had the best bone broth. Over time, Sakura thought she had grown desensitized, and as long as things weren't too outrageous, her heart wouldn't be shaken. But now, the more nervous she got, the more her mind was zapped by all sorts of random thoughts. During her month of training in the medical department, she often afraid that something might happen to Sasuke. Safety. But the more she worried, the more odd thoughts would pop into her head. For example, she really hoped Sasuke is seriously injured and dying, so that she can see him. 3 kilometers wasn't a long distance, leaving the group little time to prepare. They're here, Parker reminded. Sakura steeled herself, watching as several shadows quickly descended from the trees in the distance. She swiftly formed hand seals, casting a genjutsu in advance. The light around them flickered, and the forest seemed to take on an unreal quality. The 8 Otogakure shinobi, who landed nearby, immediately sensed something was off, but it was already too late. The 8 masked shinobi, wearing Otogakure's forehead protectors, landed in a triangular formation, scanning their surroundings warily. Suddenly, several kunai shot out from the trees, sharp and precise like arrows. But the Otogakure shinobi merely sneered and leapt away. At the moment they jumped, something unexpected happened. The nearly invisible steel wires in the air tightened abruptly. 4 of the Otogakure shinobi, who were deeply trapped in the genjutsu and had slow reactions, did not notice the steel wires at all. They only realized something was wrong when they were instantly restrained and tied tightly to the tree trunk. That's the Uchiha clan's windmilled triple blade. Pakun, hidden in the shadows, was stunned. On the battlefield, the Uchiha clan was renowned not only for their Sharingan and Taijutsu, but also for their nearly mystical Shurikenjutsu. Shurikenjutsu was a fundamental secret skill of the Uchiha, and the windmilled triple blade, which combined shuriken with steel wires, was a more intricate technique. Sasuke controlled the steel wires with his hands and teeth, tightening them with force. At the same time, he released the steel wires and quickly formed the Tiger hand seal. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Sasuke flawlessly executed the C-rank offensive ninjutsu he had used against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. The fire directly engulfed the 4-bound Otogakure shinobi, and in the next moment, Sasuke activated his Chidori, charging forward to finish them off. On the other side, Naruto and Sakura coordinated to deal with the remaining 4 Otogakure shinobi in a brief moment of stunned surprise in midair, thanks to the genjutsu. Naruto swiftly stabbed one in the neck with his sword, and blood splattered immediately. Before the blood could even stain his clothes, Naruto's figure vanished. The flying thunder god Kunai had just reached the air above the other 2 shinobi's heads. Naruto directly activated the flying thunder god technique, stored the sword into the seal space, and instantly activated his lava release. Same old formula, same old taste. Naruto slapped the 2 stunned Otogakure shinobi in the face, scalding them with lava, killing them instantly. The last shinobi was already hit in the throat by 2 of Sakura's kunai, ending his life. The 8 Otogakure shinobi, 2 entire squads, were annihilated in an instant. Pakun, hiding in the shadows, nearly spat out blood. This is what you meant by, the Otogakure shinobi are too strong, the enemies are too scary. Naruto complained as he moved away. Sakura nodded in agreement. In this ambush battle, tactics like long-range genjutsu combined with kunai throwing were the wisest choice. Even though she has mastered the chakra scalpel technique, medical nin shouldn't engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary. Not everyone is Tsunade. That princess with extraordinary strength and nearly immortal health recovering ninjutsu can only be described as legendary. Pakun said nothing and remained silent throughout. Sasuke kept a blank expression, occasionally asking Pakun how far they were from Gaara while on the move. "Hey, Pakun, who do you think is stronger, Sandaime Hokage or Orochimaru?" Naruto asked out of boredom. Pakun was somewhat speechless. Although he didn't want to pay attention to this blonde kid, he had to since they were on a mission together. Orochimaru is Sandaime Hokage's disciple. As everyone know, a disciple certainly cannot beat his teacher. That's not necessarily true. Naruto said, people's reactions and physical strength will decline as they get older, and Orochimaru looks pretty young. "You little brat, are you hoping something happens to the Sandaime Hokage?" Pakun sensed something amiss and looked at Naruto speechlessly. "How could that be? I'm a law-abiding villager," Naruto chuckled. After a while, he broke the silence again. "Pakun, Orochimaru is still stronger, right? We're almost catching up," Pakun reminded them solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Sakura frowned, but Naruto didn't feel anything. He had no interest in carrying out such a mission. "It's purely because of work. I don't want to chase Gaara at all. I really wanted to attend Sandaime's funeral later, though I'd probably be stuck at the kids' table." As he thought this, Pakun suddenly stopped. Naruto focused ahead and saw Temari, Kankuro and Gaara at the front staring at the three humans and one dog. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara seemed to be in an excited state, his eyes fixed firmly on Sasuke. "Ignoring me? That's perfect." Naruto looked like he didn't want to exert himself in a fight. He put his hands behind his head as he quietly moved aside. According to tradition, evenly matched opponents will engage in verbal banter before a fight. Team 7 had just finished a battle and were happy to rest a bit longer. Sasuke didn't move either, returning Gaara's gaze with the same intensity. He then took out shuriken from his ninja pouch and said, "Where do you think you're running off to? Let's just finish this unfinished match." "Do you think you have a chance of winning?" Gaara stood on a high tree trunk, with arms crossed, looking down at Sasuke. "Only one way to find out." Sasuke smirked. "Sasuke means you're incapable." Naruto suddenly translated, "He could beat you with his feet tied." Sasuke looked confused and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto gave him a knowing look and whispered softly, "I think you're being too modest. Let me help you translate it properly." Clearly, Gaara was doubly provoked, his eyes turning red, looking like he was about to go berserk. "You are asking for death. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm going to kill you. I hope you don't lose too embarrassingly." He said he didn't want to lose to an ugly freak. Sasuke. Uchiha. Sasuke. Temari, quick on the draw, pulled out her fan and shouted at Kankuro, "Quick, get Gaara out of here. We can't let him lose control." "I'll hold them off." Kankuro gritted his teeth, reluctantly grabbed Gaara's arm, and said, "The plan comes first. Control yourself." Sure enough, when Gaara heard the word plan, his anger subsided a little, and he allowed Kankuro to lead him away. Temari swung her fan, and a fierce wind swept through the forest, kicking up leaves and debris, making it hard to see. Naruto, not wanting to chase after Gaara, eagerly volunteered, "Sasuke, Sakura, you two go ahead. I'll handle this one." Naruto's plan was to fight Temari here, stalling just enough before heading over to join the main battle, hoping to sneak in a surprise attack while Gaara and Sasuke were evenly matched. It is a brilliant tactic, killing two birds with one stone, both slacking off and working at the same time. It was obviously unrealistic to let Sakura stay to deal with Temari. As a long-range genjutsu using medical nen, she would stand no chance against Temari, who could fight both at range and up close. And Naruto didn't want to get entangled with Gaara, so... "Alright, be careful." With that, Sasuke dashed off in the other direction, with Sakura and Pakun following closely behind. "You think you can just leave?" "Not happening," Temari growled as she sent another gust of wind towards Sasuke and the others, trying to block their route. "Hey, you pervy-looking woman, your opponent is me." How could Naruto let Temari interfere with his plan to slack off? Sasuke had to be the hero, and only he could take down Gaara. Maybe he could awaken 3 Tomo Sharingan after being beaten up, wouldn't that be great? It's a win-win situation. Wind release. Blade of wind. Several blades of wind appeared in the air, colliding with the gusts from Temari's fan, eventually canceling each other out. Before leaving, Sasuke glanced at Naruto. He was a little dissatisfied with Naruto's sudden use of wind release ninjutsu he'd never seen before. He had just learned Chidori, and now this guy had a new ninjutsu too. The pressure to keep up was becoming overwhelming for Sasuke. "What did you call me?" Temari was furious. "A pervy woman," Naruto repeated. "Go to hell." Temari was so enraged by Naruto's words that she no longer cared about stopping Sasuke. She fully opened her 3-star fan, unleashing a gust of wind several times stronger than before. The huge fan stirred up a massive windstorm. Ninja art. Wind sandstorm technique. Seeing that he had successfully provoked Temari, Naruto had no intention of facing her head-on. He suddenly retreated and hid behind the trunk of a giant tree. "Women are scary when they're angry," Naruto muttered, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, and the options panel popped up instantly. Option 1. Make Temari beg for mercy. Reward. Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. Option 2. Make Gaara beg for mercy. Reward. The full power of Shukaku. As soon as the options came out, Naruto's mind started buzzing. Begging for mercy? What kind of nonsense is that? Making Temari beg for mercy is possible by beating her into submission. But, with Gaara's gloomy personality, how could he beg for mercy? There's no way he'd beg, not even if he was about to die. Shukaku's combat power is probably ranked among the top 4 of the Biju. It's a pity to give it up, but it's also a bit of a gamble. Choosing option 1 meant I'd have to wrap things up for Sasuke later. If I could make Temari beg for mercy, then I could use the adamantine sealing chains to bind Shukaku, giving it the same treatment as Kurama. That would be satisfying. But if Temari refused to beg, I could just head straight for Gaara and use the 4 symbols sealed to pull Shukaku and Gaara into the seal space. At that time, Temari would definitely have to submit for her brother's sake. Temari, you wouldn't want Gaara to die forever, would you? Temari grew even angrier when she saw that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was hiding and refusing to come out. Is hiding all you're good at? Come out and fight me properly. Naruto, who was hiding behind a tree, glanced at the shattered wood debris flying everywhere and felt a chill in his heart. Who in their right mind would come out now? That would be suicide. Your ninjutsu is way too OP, doesn't it even have a cooldown? Temari ignored Naruto's complaints, leaned on her giant fan with a stern look in her eyes, and spoke through gritted teeth. You're not coming out, huh? Then I'll just chop down this whole forest and see how long you can keep hiding. Naruto knew that if he went out at this time, he would die, so he might as well continue hiding and wait for Temari to exhaust her chakra. After all, a shinobi's chakra is limited, and Temari doesn't have the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. For a long-range attacker like her, running out of chakra would be fatal. Ninja art. Great sickle weasel technique. Summoning technique, quick beheading dance. Naruto couldn't help but blurt out, "Fuck," and thought to himself, this woman is really crazy. Gritting his teeth, Naruto tossed a flying thunder god kunai, and in the next instant, he appeared 100 meters away, dodging the deadly slicing winds. The forest was engulfed by a raging windstorm, and nearly every tree within a 100-meter radius was cut down, with countless giant trees falling to the ground. The massive dust cloud that rose obscured all vision. Naruto, hiding somewhere and catching his breath, couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder there are no trees in Sanagakure. Geez, their princess sure has a fiery temper. The quick beheading dance is Temari's trump card. She uses a blood contract to form a contract with the legendary Kamatari. When using it, she needs to summon Kamatari with blood. The destructive power it causes is comparable to that of a mini Shukaku. Come out. Temari gritted her teeth and quickly scanned the forest with her sharp eyes. Shinobi like her wasn't suited for close combat. The reason was simple, it takes time to launch her ninjutsu, so it is extremely easy to be interrupted. Therefore, although Temari was furious, she hadn't lost her rationality and didn't rush forward to search for Naruto. If you don't come out, I'll do it again. I don't believe you can hide forever. With a swish, a kunai suddenly flew out from the dust cloud, moving at a relatively slow speed. Temari smirked, then raised her fan to deflect it easily. Alright, cough cough, I'm coming out. Naruto's voice echoed through the forest, and then he walked out of the smoke while coughing. Temari, resting her hand on her person-sized 3-star fan, watched the disheveled Naruto with a smug smile. You were pretty good at hiding, weren't you? How could he keep hiding? Temari hadn't even participated in the match, so her chakra was still full. If he didn't come out now, he'd just keep getting sliced up by the Kamatari. I think I'm done for the day. Just remembered I've got something to do at home, so I'll be heading back now. Naruto said somewhat awkwardly. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it. A slightly ferocious smile flashed across Temari's face. Now, it's time for you to pay for your words and actions. After saying that, she opened her giant 3-star fan again. It isn't even that serious, are you sure you're not overreacting? Naruto looked around. There was no obstruction, but this played right into his plan. Although you are the eldest princess of Sanagakure, but wasn't it a bit much to bring out the Kamatari? How about being a little more gentle? Stop saying disgusting things and just die. Temari was solely focused on killing Naruto, completely ignoring the fact that he somehow knew about her techniques. Wind release. Hurricane. In the sky above, dark clouds gathered instantly, thunder and lightning crackling. The gentle wind around them sharpened instantly, roaring like waves crashing towards Naruto. The windstorm, descending from above, carried immense momentum. The clouds overhead seemed to conceal something terrifying, about to unleash its wrath. Naruto stared at Temari not far away, silently waiting as the winds tore through the wilderness and charged towards him. Temari also stared at Naruto, thinking to herself, it was just as Baki-sensei said. Konoha's Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was not a perfect Jinchuriki at all, and his usefulness in battle was extremely limited. Watching the wind blades approaching, Naruto opened his mouth slightly, then suddenly vanished the next moment. What? Temari's pupils dilated in shock, but it was too late. The flying thunder god Kunai under her feet became the key for Naruto to get close to her. By continuously feigning weakness to lull his opponent into complacency, he succeeded in turning the tables in an instant. Flying thunder god. Second stage. Naruto's palm silently pressed against Temari's chest, forcefully slamming her to the ground, with a hint of triumph flickering in his calm eyes. Almost instantly, Naruto closed the distance with Temari and seized hold of the three-star fan. Four symbols seal. A four-symbol seal was quickly formed on the three-star fan, and then the huge three-star fan immediately disappeared. Inside the seal space, Kyuubi was watching a movie with the DVD player when a huge fan suddenly fell from the sky. With a bang, it crashed outside the fence, startling Kyuubi, who instinctively shielded the DVD player with his claws. What just fell? Forget it, just ignore it. Oh, now that your fan is gone, how are you going to fight? Naruto placed one foot on Temari, looked down at her with a sinister look, with a smug smile appearing on his face. Me what? Naruto's face was full of scorn. How did you do that? Temari asked through gritted teeth. Who would tell you? Naruto said, lightning flickering in his hand, beg for mercy, and I'll let you go, how about it? Don't even think about it. Temari suddenly broke free and tried to escape. However, Naruto directly used his lightning release ninjutsu on her. Because he had just started, the lightning strike on his hand didn't exert much force, but it was enough to cause pain. Ah! A flash of lightning passed, and Temari collapsed halfway through her escape. Ha ha! Temari fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Under the effect of the lightning release ninjutsu, her entire body was completely numb. The pain, like needles pricking her, spread across every inch of her skin, almost driving her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Beg for mercy, I'll let you off, Naruto said, tilting his head. He really wanted the adamantine sealing chains and was getting impatient. Don't even think about it, dream on. Temari gritted her teeth and struggled to get up. She glared at Naruto and said, even if you kill me, I will not beg for mercy from a scum like you. You're really troublesome. Naruto picked up the flying thunder god Kunai on the ground with his foot and held it in his hand with a snap. Wouldn't it be better to beg for mercy sooner rather than wasting everyone's time, Haim-sama? I'm in a hurry to whip your dearest brother, so I don't have time to waste time here with you. What are you talking about? Temari pulled out a kunai from her ninja pouch. She tremblingly gripped it, but now that the three-star fan was gone, she couldn't use her ninjutsu anymore, deadlock. Temari was battered and bruised, and her gaze became more and more solemn as she looked at the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki in front of her. She bit her finger and drew a line of blood across her left palm. Summoning technique. Naruto hesitated for a moment but quickly threw out a flying thunder god kunai before Temari could complete the hand seals. Just as the summoning was about to be completed, Naruto activated flying thunder god again, teleported directly and threw a punch that sent Temari crashing to the ground. Using your hand to summon Kamatari? Are you planning to lose that hand? What does this have to do with you? Temari's face swelled up, and she glared at Naruto fiercely. Even if I die, I won't beg for mercy. You just want to satisfy your twisted desires, right? Dream on? Hey, you can mess around with food, but don't mess around with words. Naruto said expressionlessly with lightning flashing in his hands again. I'm not into overly aggressive women, so don't flatter yourself, Haim-sama. Ah! Temari was electrocuted again and the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. In her daze, a warm sensation spread through her body. You, just kill me already. Temari's teeth were chattering, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Naruto. Naruto had no intention of doing something so foolish, as he just wanted to achieve his goal and obtain the reward. After all, when the chaos is over, Konoha and Tsunagakure will form an alliance. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a genin. Naruto said this, but his eyes were full of indifference. Right now, he was running out of patience. Lightning strike. Lightning strike. After repeatedly shocking her, Naruto began to admire Temari's willpower. He crouched down, nudged the dazed Temari lying on the ground, and said, consider this a request from me. Haim-sama, please beg for mercy. Never. Temari, using the last of her strength, forced the words through clenched teeth, either kill me, or... Hearing this, Naruto sighed softly, then stood up and said, "In that case, there's nothing I can do. You win. I guess I'll have to go kill Gaara then. Even the villages can't interfere in a fight between Jinchuriki." "What did you say?" Temari tried to get up with sheer willpower, but couldn't. She glared at Naruto. "Don't." "What did you say?" "Don't beg me," Naruto said with indifferent expression. Temari was completely panicked now. She finally realized how terrifying a Jinchuriki could be. What did they say about not being a perfect Jinchuriki? The boy in front of her had not even used the power of the Biju yet. "I beg you, don't kill my brother, I'll do whatever you want." Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chain successfully granted. "See, if you had done this earlier, wouldn't it be much easier?" Naruto said, giving her a brief, scrutinizing glance before uttering 2 words. "So troublesome." After saying that, Naruto's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Temari struggled to sit up. The injuries on her body were not serious, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by worry. She couldn't just stop here. Even without her fan, she needed to find Gaara and Kankuro immediately. That guy is simply a psychopath. After struggling for a moment, Temari staggered to her feet. The towering trees within 100 meters had been felled by her, allowing sunlight to pour down in large swaths, casting light over her. Her pale legs trembled slightly, but then steadied. Without taking the time to fix her tattered clothing, Temari glanced around with a determined gaze, then chose a direction, and limped away into the forest. Naruto was moving quickly through the trees, landing on a thick branch and glancing into the distance. The forest was eerily silent, but faintly, he could hear distant roaring sounds, an indication that the battle had already begun. He had wasted too much time on Temari, and he didn't know if Sasuke could withstand Gaara and Shukaku. Frowning, Naruto lowered his head and resumed his swift pace. The giant trees on both sides blurred as he sped past, and the light ahead grew increasingly bright. Naruto knew he was approaching the small plain near the edge of the Konoha forest. The path was initially narrow, barely wide enough for one person, but after a few more steps, it opened up. The previously muffled sounds became clear, and Shukaku's immature yet arrogant voice echoed across the small plain. "Yoo-hoo! I'm finally out!" A gigantic, fat tanuki stood tall, roaring like a madman. Naruto was dumbfounded when he saw Shukaku, thinking to himself, "What the heck is that? He's 100 times uglier than in the manga." The entire body of Shukaku was made of sand, with a large pudgy frame marked by strange blue patterns on his belly. His golden eyes radiated a menacing gaze as he carelessly searched for anything living. "Forget it. I should go find Sakura and the others first." Naruto's figure vanished, and he quickly located the injured Sakura behind a massive tree. Naruto checked her condition and found that she had only passed out, so he took out a military food pill from his ninja pouch and fed it to her. There was no water, so he could only force her to swallow it by lifting his neck. "Sakura, wake up." After some shaking, Sakura weakly opened her eyes. "Naruto? Where's Sasuke?" "Sasuke, he." Sakura suddenly coughed violently and coughed out half of the wet pill. Naruto didn't need her to point the way, as a sharp, crackling sound of lightning rang out from the distance. Sasuke's shout followed as he, now fully covered in the cursed seal, charged at Shukaku with a Chidori. Where did this brag come from? Shukaku didn't take Sasuke seriously, swiping at him with one of his massive hands. So he's activated the cursed seal. No wonder he is able to hold on until now. "Naruto, don't worry about me. Go help Sasuke." Sakura struggled to get up, but then fell to the ground powerlessly. Sasuke has already activated the cursed seal twice. If he continues like this, he will die. Hearing this, Naruto didn't hesitate at all. He left Sakura behind and sprinted towards Sasuke. He thought to himself, that stubborn idiot, he actually activated the cursed seal twice. He is really not afraid of death. That thing was almost like opening the 8 gates. It overextracts the body's energy and can cause heart failure if misused. Though Sasuke usually wore a cold expression, Naruto couldn't just ignore him. Without forming any hand seals, Naruto directly activated the adamantine sealing chains. With a loud boom, Shukaku's paw sent Sasuke flying. "Yoo-hoo, it's a hit, huh? What's that?" Thick golden chains suddenly erupted from the ground, like sentient vines, surging toward Shukaku in droves. Shukaku was stunned, suddenly realizing that something was terribly wrong. He seemed to have seen this chain before, then remembered that he had seen it on Kyuubi before. Why? How? Impossible. Shukaku turned around and tried to flee, but it was too late. The chains wrapped around it, pinning him to the ground. Shukaku roared, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it's adamantine sealing chains. You're cheating." Gaara, who has fallen into a deep sleep, is on Shukaku's head, and the adamantine sealing chains had securely locked both Shukaku and Gaara together. Almost instantly, Shukaku found himself completely immobilized. This is the dominating power of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. No need for any complex considerations, just seal it and be done. Smelly fox. Shukaku howled meaningless words and struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. Naruto ignored the giant Shukaku for the time being, and after running through the forest for a few minutes, he found Sasuke, who was nearly unconscious, in a patch of crushed shrubs. Sasuke's face was deathly pale, and the black marks of the cursed seal of heaven had spread across his neck, glowing with a fiery red that resembled molten lava. "How are you?" Naruto slapped Sasuke's cheek with his palm, which was another little trick on the battlefield. When a comrade collapses beside you, and you're unsure if they're still alive, the first thing you should do is wake them up and then ask about their condition. If they can still respond, it means that their airway isn't blocked. If they respond with nonsensical answers, it usually means one of two things. Either their brain is damaged, or they're about to die and are already talking gibberish. In that case, it's best to start looting their belongings. Cough cough. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he opened his eyes and saw it was Naruto, his brows furrowed instinctively. "Hey, that's just rude." Naruto was speechless. "I'm not dying," Sasuke said calmly. Naruto stood up, silently gave a thumbs up, and then decisively called Sakura over. As expected of Sasuke, his sharp tongue could probably produce a few relics even if he were cremated. Kankuro. Temari woke up the unconscious Kankuro. She looked around with complicated gaze and saw Kankuro's battered puppet. "Temari." Kankuro woke up slowly and was stunned for a moment, then suddenly grabbed his head and began to cry in pain. "My puppet. Damn you." Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing her younger brother cry so sorrowfully, Temari couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. However, when she thought of her own situation, she didn't know what to say and could only sigh helplessly. After Kankuro cried for a while, Temari asked, "Where's Gaara?" "That guy went berserk and chased after those two from Konoha." "Which direction he went to?" "I had to find him." Temari gritted her teeth, forcing herself to speak despite her injuries. "Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is on his way here. I'm worried something might happen to Gaara." What could possibly happen to him? Kankuro was still mired in the sorrow of his shattered puppet, as if he had lost his wife. He turned his head to look at Temari and was stunned. "Temari, where's your fan?" At these words, Temari bit her lower lip and replied, "It was taken away by the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I don't know what tricks he used." "What use does he have for that thing?" Kankuro said, "Isn't the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki supposed to be weak?" Temari didn't want to talk anymore. She simply said that their intelligence was inaccurate and brushed off the topic. With Kankuro, who had lost both his puppet and his energy, leaning on her, they set off in the direction where Gaara was. "What's that smell?" "Shut up." Both of them were injured, and Temari had suffered a physical and mental blow, so she was not moving very fast. "Do you really want to find that lunatic? He's still in a frenzy. He'll kill us both." Temari ignored him and focused entirely on moving forward. "Stop saying these useless things, Kankuro." At this time, Naruto stood in front of Shukaku and released his lava release. "Damn it. You brat. What are you doing? I'm curious to see how long you'll last." Naruto muttered. Then, with a single thought, more golden chains wrapped around Shukaku. "Shukaku, I hope the next time we meet, you'll show me some respect. I'm going to kill you." Lava release. Chakra surged endlessly from Naruto's body, enhancing the power of the lava release, which then engulfed half of Shukaku's massive form. "Bind him." The adamantine sealing chains tightened further, ignoring Shukaku's agonized screams, as they burrowed deep into the sand monster's mountainous body. Seeing this, Naruto immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. With the adamantine sealing chains on the outside and the 4 symbols seal on the inside, he knew he could handle any Biju he encountered from now on. The intense pain jolted Gaara awake, and Shukaku's consciousness was immediately pulled back into the seal. Gaara's Biju transformation also ended, and he was knocked down by Naruto with a single punch. By the time Temari and Kankuro, who were supporting each other, arrived, they witnessed Naruto beating Gaara. Since Gaara was nearly out of chakra, Naruto resorted to simple, brute force punches. Gaara, having lost too much energy and suffering severe injuries from Shukaku's rampage, was no match for Naruto. What began as a fight quickly turned into a one-sided beating. "Do you think you're tough?" Naruto sneered, punching through Gaara's sand defense and landing a solid hit on Gaara's face. Gaara was sent flying, his face deformed, and he crashed heavily to the ground. He lay motionless on the ground, in a daze. "What's the use of having a Biju anyway?" Naruto muttered as he approached Gaara, grabbed him by the collar, and delivered another hard punch. For a Jinchuriki, this level of damage was nothing, as they would heal soon enough. "If you want to make it in this world, you need power and background." Naruto continued, punching Gaara hard enough to make his eyes roll back. Despite Gaara's fading consciousness, Naruto kept hitting him. "You're lucky you were born well, or you'd already be dead by now." Gaara was barely conscious and unable to speak. He could only watch as Naruto's fists pounded into his face again and again. "You little punk." Naruto growled as molten lava gathered in his hands, ready to deliver a final blow at Gaara. Seeing this, Temari, who was not far away, completely panicked. She scrambled toward them, ignoring her injuries, and threw herself over Gaara, crying out desperately, "You promised me you wouldn't kill him." Temari was genuinely frightened to tears. This time, all three of them had been defeated, and she couldn't bear the thought of Gaara dying like this, even with his unpredictable and bloodthirsty nature. Naruto didn't strike, and retracted his lava release. He stared at Temari, who was shielding Gaara behind her, for a few seconds with an emotionless face, then said, "You're lucky to have been born into the right family." After saying that, Naruto turned and walked away. It won't be long before news of the reconciliation between Konoha and Sanagakure spread. As Temari watched Naruto's retreating figure with fear in her eyes, tears fell onto Gaara's face, warm and wet. Gaara, whose eyes were swollen from the beating, stared at Temari's panicked face and the tears on his sister's face as he lay there in a daze. It is unknown what he was thinking. In the end, Kankuro walked over with difficulty and pulled up Temari, who was so scared that her whole body was limp. For the first time, he saw Gaara in such a pitiful state. After hesitating for a moment, Kankuro pulled Gaara up too. Temari, having recovered somewhat, came over and, together with Kankuro, put Gaara's arms over their shoulders. Temari. Kankuro. When the two heard Gaara's voice, their bodies suddenly froze with fear. After a brief pause, Gaara spoke again, "I'm sorry." By the time Naruto's group returned to the village, everything had already settled. Sanagakure's plan to destroy Konoha had failed, Orochimaru's plot had been exposed, and Sandaime dead, having taken Orochimaru's arms with him using the dead demon-consuming seal. As the party at fault, Sanagakure reached a peace agreement with Konoha, promising to compensate for the war in the form of gold sand, and Konoha would form a friendly alliance with Sanagakure based on the principle of mutual benefit. Orochimaru, at the cost of losing his arms, managed to kill the Kage of two villages, making him the MVP of this tragic event. As soon as Naruto and Sakura, carrying the severely injured Sasuke, returned, they learned the news that Sandaime had died in battle. Sakura froze for a moment, while Naruto showed little reaction and quickly urged, "Sakura, Sasuke is barely breathing." "Ah!" Sakura immediately snapped out of her daze and hurriedly took Sasuke to the Konoha hospital. 2 days later, as dawn broke, the sky over Konoha was shrouded in dark clouds. Naruto sat up in bed, staring at the bundle of white chrysanthemums on the table for a long time before remembering that today was Sandaime's funeral. He averted his gaze, stared at the ceiling for a while, and found himself not as happy as he had expected. The only good Hokage is a dead Hokage. After a while, Naruto put on his slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up. He then changed into black morning clothes, grabbed a large black umbrella and the white chrysanthemums, put on tactical boots, and headed out the door. He didn't wear his forehead protector or leggings. He strolled leisurely out the door and met up with Sakura after wandering through the streets of Konoha. The sky was gloomy, with massive clouds swirling visibly overhead. Until a hint of pink appeared at the alley entrance, Sakura, with a worried expression and dressed in a black dress, waved at Naruto as soon as she saw him. "Naruto." "Yeah." Naruto walked up to her and started walking alongside her. "How's Sasuke?" Sakura said with low emotion as she shook her head, "His body is seriously damaged and he is still unconscious. I don't know when he will wake up. He's lucky to be alive after using Cursed Seal twice." Naruto thought so, then said, "He'll be out of the hospital soon enough, so there's no need to worry too much." "Thank you, Naruto." Sakura, walking beside him, lowered her face and bit her lip. "If it weren't for you arriving in time." The two walked slowly, and the rustling sound of footsteps echoed on the street. Naruto glanced at Sakura out of the corner of his eye. "There's no need to thank me for this. That's what companions are supposed to do." "I know, it's just that." Sakura seemed to be unable to control her emotions and said in a trembling voice, "Every time, I can't do anything to help. I can only watch you and Sasuke fight for your lives. Every time, I feel so useless. Maybe I am not suitable to be a shinobi at all." At this moment, Naruto suddenly stopped. "No one is better suited to be a shinobi than you, Sakura." "What?" Tears stained Sakura's face. "Everyone has different talents. Some find their path early, others later. You just haven't found your own ninja way yet, so there's no need to give up." "But no buts. Let's go, Sandaime's funeral is about to start." Naruto glanced in one direction, where more and more people dressed in black were gathering on the streets of Konoha. "And don't say such foolish things again." After saying that, Naruto started walking toward the crowd. Sakura stood there in a daze for a moment before wiping away her tears and followed him. Her slender, pale legs moved quickly under her black dress, and after a few quick steps, she joined the crowd. The funeral was held at an open-air viewing platform, and the expressions on everyone's faces were heavy and sad. Under the oppressive, rainy sky, the people began to offer their flowers. Naruto held the slightly wilted white chrysanthemums he had bought a few days earlier, standing in the long line in the rain. When it was his turn, he placed the prepared white chrysanthemum in front of Sandame's flower stand and silently left. The funeral wasn't long, and after it ended, sunlight pierced through the rain clouds, illuminating the entire village. The crowd that attended the funeral began to disperse in groups. Sakura had already told Naruto she had something to take care of at home, so he had nothing else to do. His clothes were soaked from the rain, clinging uncomfortably to his skin, so he decided to head home for a shower. Naruto. Ino placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in, asking directly, "I heard that Sasuke was injured." "Yeah, he's still unconscious in the hospital." Naruto replied as they walked. "Why, you want to go see Sleeping Beauty?" "Why not?" Ino nudged Naruto's shoulder and walked alongside him, then said, "Opportunities like this don't come often. After all, it's Sasuke." "You think you can just waltz in to see young Master Sasuke?" Naruto rolled his eyes at Ino. Kakashi-sensei said the higher-ups have issued a protection order, and the entire floor where Sasuke's room is has been secured by the Anbu. Even Sakura, who's in the medical department, can't visit him, so you'd better give up on this idea. "What a cruel order," Ino said wistfully, "when I think of Sasuke lying quietly on the hospital bed, the snow-white walls, and the white roses with dew in front of the window. Damn it, your saliva is almost flowing onto my face. You pervert, stop drooling." "Who are you calling a pervert? You're asking for it." "I'm talking about you. You damn pervert. Don't go exposing your weird fetishes in public, jeez." Naruto pushed Ino away with a look of disgust, and Ino angrily grabbed Naruto's collar in retaliation. Hinata, who was standing behind, watched as Naruto and Ino bickered, then felt a pang of loneliness as she pouted slightly. "Hinata, Kiba, Shino." Hinata quickly turned around, a little flustered. "What's wrong?" "Kurenai-sensei is calling us. It seems there is a new mission," Kiba said with a grin, raising his fist. "I hope it's an A-rank mission. Anything less would be boring." "AA rank," Hinata stammered, clearly taken aback. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Shino, who was wearing his black round sunglasses, interjected calmly, "Kurenai-sensei knows our limits. She wouldn't take on anything too dangerous. After all, we are all sensor-type shinobi, not monsters like Team 7. "What happened to Team 7? Hinata asked hesitantly. "Their Jonin instructor had them chase after the Ichibi's Jinchuriki's team from Sanagakure," Shino said. "That was practically a suicide mission." "It's Kakashi," Kiba interrupted. "I heard from my sister that he was the village's strongest rookie in his generation. And when he was our age, he was already doing dangerous classified missions. It must be nice." Kiba sighed in admiration. Hinata, hearing this, couldn't help but glance worriedly at the crowd. But at this time, Naruto and Ino had already disappeared. "I heard that Sasuke-kun was injured," Hinata said in a low voice. "Yeah, he's in critical condition. He must have used some forbidden technique," Shino said. "To face off against a Biju under those circumstances, he must have put his life on the line. I heard Sanagakure's Biju team fared even worse, which is why Sanagakure ended up compensating Konoha, Blood Moon." The long blade pierced the chest, blood splattering the walls. On the long Uchiha street at night, the familiar path home seemed endless, disappearing into the darkness. The Uchiha clan has been attacked, and the Anbu have arrived at the scene. "Quick, search for survivors, they are all dead, Hokage-sama." "Here, there's a kid here." In the hospital room, Sasuke opened his eyes. Bright sunlight filtered through the thin white curtains, casting a distant light at the head of the bed. The snow-white walls reflected a halo, and a large bouquet of flowers sat on the bedside table, with several apples neatly arranged in a fruit basket. The moment the door was opened, the smell of disinfectant instantly filled the air, and Kakashi walked in. One of his eyes was covered, while the other, with its dead fish stare, glanced at Sasuke. "Yo, Sasuke, you seem to be recovering well." Sasuke leaned against the bedhead, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown that made him look thin. His pupils held a familiar indifference, reflecting the shade of the green tree outside the window. "Kakashi, how long have I been unconscious?" "Well, that's really rude," Kakashi commented, but not particularly bothered. "About 2 days. Sandame's funeral has already been held." "You didn't go?" Sasuke looked at Kakashi. "I had a mission," Kakashi said nonchalantly. "Everyone I cared about was gone. I've grown tired of funerals." Sasuke's gaze paused abruptly, before he finally spoke up after a long moment. "How are they?" "Sakura-chan was slightly injured, and Naruto, well, that guy came out of it without a scratch." Kakashi narrowed his eye and smiled. "Congratulations, you guys survived. The village's higher-ups value you highly. It's thanks to you this time that Sanagakure's higher-ups were able to reach such a quick compromise." "Why? Probably because they saw the gap between the new generation of shinobi." Kakashi's eyes swept across Sasuke's face. "In the fight between the new generation of shinobi, in order to avoid greater losses in the future, the losing party tacitly compromised." But next time, don't use the power of the cursed seal again. Activating the cursed seal for a second time is no different from courting death. I say, going to someone else's house without their consent is not something a lady would do. Naruto said as he looked at Ino, who was crossing her legs and taking off her shoes in the entrance. With her thick golden hair scattered, Ino leaned against a nearby cabinet and stood on one leg to take off her shoes. Her calves, like white jade, were naturally flawless and white, captivating to the eye. Her black dress was soaked by the rain, clinging wetly to the girl's body. "Are you stupid?" Ino blushed and said angrily. "You're the kind of person who peeks at girls changing shoes. You have no right to say that. You're just standing there, it's hard for me not to look. Also, please don't slander me. I didn't peek. I was clearly watching openly." "Disgusting. Thank you for the compliment." "That's not a compliment, you pervert. You're not a foot fetishist, are you?" Ino looked down at him with contempt. "At least I'm better than some hospital ward fetishist." Naruto retorted mercilessly, "In fact, you are wrong. I am not a foot fetishist." Tisk. Ino took off her shoes, stepped on the completely renovated floor with her white and tender feet, then looked around and said, "I didn't expect your house to be so clean." "Of course it's clean, I'm using the power of money." After he became rich, Naruto practically renovated everything in his apartment that could be upgraded. All the furniture and fixtures were now top of the line in Konoha. As for the source of his funds, no one questioned it, especially not the Anbu. The incident involving the root shinobi being swallowed by Kyuubi was left unresolved, and the root wouldn't dare provoke Naruto without a reason. "The bathroom is over there, and there's a dryer inside," Naruto said with a yawn, then prepared to go to the balcony to change clothes. "If you want water, get it yourself. Call me if you need anything." "Is this how you treat your guests? That's too much." "Yeah? What are you going to do about it?" Naruto replied, sluggishly walking toward the balcony in his slippers. "Hurry up and take a shower. I let you use the bathroom because you said you were going to the hospital later. Don't do anything weird in there, you perv." "Go to hell." Ino, who was humiliated and furious, threw a cushion at him. "Ouch. What was that for? You're the one doing weird things in the bathroom?" Ino's face flushed as she silently mouthed something at Naruto. "Like," Naruto tilted his head. "Disgusting, you jerk." With a bang, Ino slammed the bathroom door shut. Naruto, feeling a bit defeated, noticed that the living room was empty and decided to change out of his wet clothes right there. He tossed the wet clothes into a basin on the balcony and pulled open the curtains to let the sunlight in. The greenery on the windowsill looked lush and vibrant, a refreshing sight. The living room carried a faint floral scent from an air freshener. Outside, it had started to drizzle again. Naruto glanced at the balcony, then in the direction of the bathroom, and shouted, "Ino, have you had breakfast?" "No." Ino's voice came from the bathroom, and the sound of water splashing could be heard through the door. "Then I'll make you something." "Okay." With that, Naruto went to the fridge, took out 2 eggs, beat them in a measuring cup, and chopped some onions. As the rain drizzled outside, he boiled water and waited for the steam to rise from the pot. Rainwater trickled down the windowsill. Naruto stared idly at it, watching the water slowly flow down and eventually disappear from sight. The hot soup and 2 plates of omurice were ready, along with freshly brewed hot tea. He is more accustomed to drinking tea because tea is more expensive. When he finished plating the food, Ino came out of the bathroom, drying her hair. She was wearing one of Naruto's oversized t-shirts, and her face clearly showed reluctance. "Hey, don't just go around wearing other people's clothes. Aren't there bathrobes in there?" Hearing this, Ino put her hands on her hips. "A bathrobe is more of a personal item. No way am I wearing that. Who knows what's on it?" "That was new, you jerk," Naruto said angrily, "and what's with that look you're giving me?" "I don't believe you." "Damn it." A soft click sounded in the kitchen as the water finished boiling. Naruto turned his head, paused for a moment, then decided not to argue with Ino anymore. He walked into the kitchen to make tea. He didn't make tea for Ino, but made coffee directly. After all, young girls tended to like things that were bitter with a hint of sweetness. Adding a few spoons of milk from the fridge would make it smell rich. It seemed delicate, but compared to the lingering taste of tea, it was nothing special. "Please eat quickly and leave," Naruto said, placing the coffee on the dining table. "Then could you stop staring at my chest?" "Sure. Thank you." Ino, looking like she was trying her best to be patient, took a small bite of the omurice and then a sip of coffee. Naruto pulled out a chair and thanks to the carpet, it didn't make any noise. Ino was used to this, after all. She was the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka clan's clan head. Though she wasn't exactly pampered, her actions during meals still exuded a certain elegance. "I didn't expect you to be good at cooking, huh?" "That's a compliment, idiot. It's no big deal. Cooking is just a basic survival skill for a shinobi." Naruto sipped his tea. "So you used my bathroom just to get to the hospital faster?" "Of course, my mother has gone to apply for the procedures to visit Sasuke," Ino smiled. "Does the Yamanaka clan still have connections with the Uchiha?" "Of course. Ino took a bite of her omurice, her eyes narrowing into a very beautiful arc. The Uchiha clan was one of the most powerful clans in Konoha. Even though Sasuke's the only one left now, who knows what the future holds? Naruto nodded with an "oh," understanding Ino's point. Although the Uchiha clan is almost extinct now, Sasuke is still here, so the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai would continue to be passed down. Maybe, a few generations down the line, the clan could flourish again. So Sasuke is going to have multiple wives? Ino. Isn't it? Don't ask me about stuff like that. How am I supposed to answer? Ino glared at Naruto, then lowered her head and continued eating. After they finished their meal, Ino lay on the couch while Naruto went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. In a little while, Ino's mother would come by and bring her a custom-made formal dress, so they could go to visit Sasuke together on behalf of the Yamanaka clan. Since Konoha Hospital wasn't far from Naruto's place, and she had to go home to change her clothes or wait for the formal clothes that her mother would bring anyway, Ino decided to just stay at Naruto's place. Ino. Naruto said, leaning against the kitchen doorway, it's like we're living together like this. Who wants to live with you? Ino's unceremonious voice came from the sofa, but this couch of yours is pretty nice. Where'd you get it? 404 Konoha Street. The dryer in the bathroom was still humming, and during this time, Naruto poured himself a cup of hot tea and stood at the other end of the couch, observing Ino who was curled up on the couch like a cat. The oversized t-shirt she wore looked like a mini dress on her, and her sleeping posture was so proper that her white legs were neatly folded, concealing anything too revealing. Naruto just took a glance and then quickly averted his gaze, not wanting to look at anything inappropriate. What book is that? Bored, Ino sat up, half knelt and reached out to grab a book placed in the corner of the couch. Naruto seemed to remember something, his pupils dilated slightly. That book was Jiraiya's Icha Paradise, the latest sequel collector's edition that Naruto bought at 15 times the original price some time ago. It was a rare collectible, something even Kakashi wanted, a limited edition masterpiece. In short, if he didn't act fast, he'd be socially doomed. Ino. Naruto suddenly shouted loudly, "What's wrong?" Ino turned her head, looking startled by Naruto's sudden shout. "I saw it." "Huh? What did you see?" Ino blinked, and after a few seconds, she realized what he meant. "Ah, you?" Ino immediately curled up defensively. While pressing down her body tightly, she glared at Naruto with murderous gaze and asked angrily, "What do you see?" "I didn't see anything. You just said you saw it." Ino gritted her teeth. I need to use the bathroom." Naruto pretended to head towards the bathroom. "Don't go." Ino hurriedly ran to the bathroom door to block it. "You're definitely up to something weird." "No way." As he spoke, Naruto stealthily moved to the corner of the couch. With his back turned, he reached out behind him and deftly grabbed the Icha Paradise from the couch, then quickly hid it behind his back. "Okay, I won't go then." Downstairs at the street corner, Ino, dressed in a black skirt, stood upright, while Naruto was squatting beside her, looking bored. "Is Mrs. Yamanaka coming soon?" "She should be. My mom is very punctual," Ino said. Hearing this, Naruto stood up and handed Ino a pack of tissues, then said, "Then I'll go first." "Why?" Ino looked at Naruto's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and grabbed the pack of tissues. "Well, it's not nice if someone sees us alone together. Even though I don't really want to admit it, I really..." Naruto stopped talking halfway and spread his hands. "Anyway, see you next time, Ino." "Hey, don't go, it's fine." Ino reached out, but Naruto had already walked far away. He waved with his back to her and before long, he disappeared from sight. She stood there in a daze for a while, then turned her head to look elsewhere, her eyes dimming. Even though she said it was fine, she herself was unsure how her mother would react. Is it really not allowed for us to stand together, even as friends? She stared at the pack of tissues in a daze, wondering what if she had grabbed something other than tissues. Ino. Ino jolted her head up and saw her mother, Yamanaka Rhino. "What's wrong with you?" Rhino, dressed elegantly in an emerald green gown and carrying a delicate black purse, reached out and touched her daughter's cold forehead. "When I was walking over just now, I saw you standing here in a daze." "I'm fine." Ino forced a smile. "It's just that you were a little slow, Mom. I got bored waiting." "Sorry about that. How about you buy me a dress, Mom?" Ino took Rino's hand and said affectionately. "You're such a big girl now, yet you're still acting like a child." Rhino affectionately patted Ino's head, smiling as she spoke. "Earlier, I thought I saw you with someone. Was it a friend?" "Sort of." Ino felt a little guilty, or maybe not really, just someone I know well. "Our little Ino has grown up," Rhino said with a knowing smile, then took Ino's arm and walked towards the Konoha hospital. "Mom, don't talk nonsense," Ino said coquettishly. "Is that Naruto?" Rino's words made Ino freeze for a moment. She then turned her head slightly, seeing the knowing smile on her mother's face as she observed her daughter's not-so-natural expression. "Naruto and Ino, your father and I are both very open-minded people. Rino's voice was still gentle, but when it comes to Naruto, as a mother, I hope you'll think it over carefully. Ino pursed her lips and said nothing. It's not that I don't like Naruto. It's just that he's very important to the village. Rino said, the village imposes too many restrictions on Naruto. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Naruto stood atop a tall utility pole, overlooking the entire Konoha with an expressionless face. His gaze pierced through the layers of rooftops, locking onto a distant cliff. His pupils were an eerie blood red, identical to Kyuubi's eyes. On top of the Hokage rock, two small black dots stood out. Zooming in, they were two mysterious figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds patterned and straw hats. Itachi-san, this village is your hometown, right? Do you miss it? Under his straw hat, Hoshigaki Kisame revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth as he stood at the outer railing of Hokage rock, glancing sideways at Uchiha Itachi, who was dressed similarly. No, Itachi's gaze swept over the devastated village of Konoha, passing over the damaged walls, collapsed houses, and treetops. Even though the entire Konoha village was badly damaged, the dense round-roofed houses still looked almost bursting. With their red tiles and yellow walls, surrounded by dense forests, the scenery remained lush. It's an ugly place. Having said that, Itachi slowly turned around and left, stopping for a moment beside Kisame. Let's go. Konoha Hospital. Please wait a moment. The Chunin in charge of guarding the entrance to the floor checked the procedures and immediately smiled. Please follow me. Mom, are there many people visiting Sasuke? Ino walked alongside her mother, Rino, down the hospital corridor, and asked casually. Not many, Rino replied. Some clans are in a wait-and-see state. Most clans have no reason to approach the Uchiha clan's survivor and risk suspicion from the village's higher-ups. The advisors granted a special permission to visit the child. Hey, Ino, you like Sasuke, right? Rino turned around and asked with a chuckle. Of course, who doesn't like Sasuke? Ino said openly while holding her mother's hand. Sasuke has always been very handsome. Indeed, the men of the Uchiha clan are very charming, Rino said with a chuckle. On the rooftop of a tall building outside Konoha Hospital, Itachi stared at Naruto not far away, making hand seals in preparation from a distance. The distance would affect the effect of the ninjutsu, and the hand seals are needed to concentrate his chakra. The plan to capture the Kyuubi unexpectedly went smoothly, Kisame said with a relaxed look. He's just a little kid, there's no need to be nervous. Kisame, the Jinchuriki is waiting for us. What? Kisami's expression changed slightly. Itachi-san, we entered Konoha without anyone noticing us, right? Yes, that's why it's weird. Should we abandon the mission? Kisame asked. If we get entangled by the Konoha's shinobi, things will become troublesome. No, now is the best opportunity. Itachi raised his head, and the Sharingan in his pupils started spinning. It seems that no one except the Jinchuriki has noticed our existence for the time being. Naruto looked at Itachi and Kisame in the distance. His face is still expressionless, but there's a hint of nervousness. This might be the first major crisis he had encountered since crossing over. Standing opposite him is Uchiha Itachi. He knew that Itachi would probably come, but he didn't expect him to come so soon. It seemed that besides me, no one else had noticed them. Should I shout for help, or not? It's better to shout for Sasuke to be effective. I was just casually strolling around. How did it come to this? Should I run? It's better to run first. Itachi will not let anyone other than Sasuke go. He's too dangerous. The summer breeze blew by, and Naruto decisively turned around and ran. Itachi's figure also disappeared, almost instantly blocking Naruto's way, as if he is teleporting. He stretched out his hand wrapped in a fishing net combat uniform from his large black cloak with red clouds pattern and grabbed towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Kisame also approached from behind. Unless something unexpected happened, Naruto's speed and time were simply not enough to form hand seals. However, there were 3 ninjutsu systems given by the system that did not require hand seals. Flying Thunder God, Adamantine Sealing Chains and 4-Symbol Seal. The latter 2 things wouldn't cause much harm to Itachi and Kisame, whose strength is far greater than that of Naruto now. Naruto never forgot his original intention and was determined to escape. As Itachi closed in on Naruto, nearly grabbing him, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he returned to the position where the confrontation began, leaving a few explosive tags behind as he vanished. Itachi's eyes widened slightly and he instantly left the explosion range. Boom! Boom! The loud explosions echoed across the skies of Konoha. The shinobi on guard duty scattered throughout the village all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Kisame, let's go! Itachi was almost unharmed, but he still decided to temporarily abandon the plan. Naruto, who had narrowly escaped, hid in the shadows of an abandoned building. He silently apologized for blowing up a newly constructed building that was said to be sold and was thankful that this era which lacked extensive surveillance systems. Fortunately, he was well prepared and placed the Flying Thunder God Kunai in a building not far from him. If he had placed it any further, he might have been in real trouble. "What are you hiding from?" A familiar voice emerged from the shadows, causing Naruto to spin around, only to see a strange black-haired girl. Her clothes were somewhat worn, and her hair lacked luster. "But I feel like I've heard this tone before, it's you?" Naruto was dumbfounded. Orochimaru had already run away, so what was Tayuya doing here? Tayuya had changed her disguise again, and it seemed that she had used some ninjutsu. In short, her appearance was somewhat different from the previous 2 times. Now, she resembled an ordinary girl from the slums. There was nothing striking about her appearance, and it didn't seem odd for her to be in an abandoned building. "It seems you recognized me," Tayuya said coldly. "It seems I have no choice but to kill you. I'll treat you to a beef bowl. HMPH. Tayuya put away her weapon. "If you put it that way, I'll let you live a few more days." "What flavor do you want to eat?" Naruto asked, propping himself up from the dusty ground. His palms were covered with grime, and there was a musty smell inside the building. Perhaps due to the long years of disrepair and the lack of light, even though they weren't far apart, they still couldn't see each other's faces clearly. Dirty water dripped from the cracks in the ceiling, landing on Naruto's shoulder. "I've never had it, but it sounds tasty, then I'll choose for you. Can I add an extra ice cream? If you refuse, I'll kill you immediately." "Of course you can. I just happened to escape a disaster, so it can be considered a celebration." Naruto exhaled. "But if my life is only worth an ice cream, I really can't be happy." "How about 2? Will it upset your stomach?" "No, I've only gone 3 days without food." "You'll die," Naruto gasped. "It's just 3 days." Tayuya displayed a proud expression, lifting her chin slightly with a smirk. "That isn't something to brag about, is it?" Naruto was exasperated. What on earth was this girl doing here? Why would she stay behind? How could Orochimaru have such a stupid subordinate? "Let's go." Naruto walked past Tayuya with his hands in his pockets and asked with narrowed eyes, "Where's the exit in this place?" "It's so dark, I can't see anything at all." A flute was silently pressed against Naruto's neck, and Tayuya's cold voice whispered in his ear. "If you dare to go out, I'll kill you immediately." "Then I won't go out." Naruto immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Beef bowl. Then I'll go out and buy it. I'll kill you." "Then just go ahead and kill me, but when you bury me, make sure the grave is nicely dug," Naruto said helplessly. In the end, Tayuya relented. Naruto returned with 2 beef bowls, using the flying thunder god kunai he had left in the abandoned building. On the way, he also bought a lot of food and other supplies, which he quickly stashed away in his seal space when no one was looking. Inside the seal space, Kyuubi heard the commotion outside but didn't even bother to open his eyes. Beside him was a mountain of DVDs. "Where did you get all this stuff?" Tayuya asked, feeling a little surprised. Seeing Naruto pulling a bunch of things out of thin air like a magician, she blinked in disbelief and relaxed her vigilance a little. Naruto probably guessed that Tayuya's purpose of staying in Konoha was to make it easier to capture Sasuke. After all, Orochimaru would never give up Sasuke, and he was just waiting for an opportunity. "It's just a ninjutsu." Naruto clapped his hands and said, "These things should be enough for you to consume for a while. If not, I will come back with more." Tayuya was stunned and raised her dirty face to ask, "Why are you helping me? Don't you have anything to ask?" "Not interested." Naruto waved his hand dismissively and said, "You've got your own mission, right? It wouldn't be polite to pry." Of course, he knew that the Sound Four were here to capture Sasuke, but he didn't care enough to interfere. This was the path Sasuke would choose, and Naruto wouldn't stop him. "Itachi is too scary. If I had such a brother, I'd probably stab him a couple of times just to feel better. If he can't beat Itachi head-on, then I will indirectly support Sasuke's revenge efforts from the sidelines." Naruto didn't linger long. After chatting for a while, he left. 2 days later, Naruto's life returned to its usual calm. He didn't like cooking, so he went to Ichiraku Ramen every day, yawning as he ate. At night, at Ichiraku Ramen, under the warm yellow lights, Naruto slurped down his ramen in large bites. Tucci, who was standing behind the counter, squinted with a satisfied expression on his face, and asked with a smile, "Naruto, you seem to be coming here a lot more often these days?" "Uncle." "What is it, Naruto? Besides the surname Ichiraku, do you have any other surname?" Naruto asked while eating ramen. "T.N. Since Tucci has no surname, I use Ichiraku as his surname." "You silly kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tucci laughed heartily, not taking offense at Naruto's question. "Uncle, I've run into some trouble lately. Is there anything I can help with?" Tucci asked, his expression turning serious. Naruto looked up at Tucci, blinking a few times before hesitantly asking, "Maybe, uncle, could you offer them a deal they can't refuse?" "A bowl of ramen?" Tucci asked doubtfully. "Never mind," Naruto sighed and said, "I just hope the ramen god will bless his faithful follower with some good luck." Tucci didn't quite understand what Naruto is saying, but he didn't dwell on it. A boy of Naruto's age has reached the age of fantasizing a lot of things, so there is nothing to be surprised about. The rainy season had come, and when Naruto woke up again, heavy rain was pouring down outside his window. He stared weakly at the ceiling, thinking about what flavor of ramen he should eat today. Recently, Naruto had been more devout about eating ramen than visiting a shrine, as it was the only thing he could do right now. Waiting, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Naruto, who was lying on the bed, had his pupils widened instantly, and with a thought, he grasped the sword in his hand. Knock knock knock, the dull knocking sound continued. Naruto, barefoot, quietly got out of bed, holding the long blade as he slowly opened the door to his room. The knocking grew louder and clearer, echoing eerily in the quiet of the apartment. With the rain howling outside, Naruto considered who or what might be knocking at his door at a time like this. The Anbu never knocked on the door, and Kakashi always used the window. Sasuke was seriously injured and Sakura was training with the medical department. Is there really only that possibility left? Naruto gripped his sword tightly, planning to throw open the door and attack whoever was on the other side, then make a quick escape. With the rain pouring down, any explosion sounds might not even carry far. Moreover, the explosive tags provided by the system have been used up. He usually didn't bother to buy ninja tools, a bit of laziness that could cost him dearly. Damn it. The god of ramen should have some effect. Those who lie will go to hell. Forget it. Naruto yanked open the door, and the storm's wind and rain instantly surged inside. Naruto clenched his teeth, ready to strike, only to be met with a head of blonde hair. Huh? Naruto was confused, his eyes instantly becoming dull. Ino, who was soaking wet, was shivering in the rain-soaked hallway while holding something that looked like a lunchbox. Her blonde bangs were plastered against her pale face, and her purple dress clung tightly to her body, revealing faint traces of the fabric beneath. What are you doing here? What are you doing with that sword? Ino shivered from the cold after being soaked. It's a long story. Naruto stared at Ino, confirming that her gaze was clear before tossing the sword aside. Anyway, just come inside for now. Naruto leaned outside the bathroom door and knocked. So, you braved the storm just to bring me some food? Ino didn't answer directly. After a moment, her frustrated voice came from the bathroom. Arg, how was I supposed to know it would rain, you idiot? Forget everything that happened just now. Sorry, I saw everything. Go to hell. The bathroom door cracked open, and a slender hand yanked Naruto by the shirt. Ino showed half of her head and glared at Naruto, then shoved him out. Naruto stood up and shrugged his shoulders, then he sat in the living room and opened the food box, finding the contents soaked from the rain. It just so happened that Naruto hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so he didn't mind. After taking out a spare toothbrush from the cabinet and washing his face, Naruto sat on the carpet and finished off the food. The taste was mediocre, and the rainwater had made it soggy and mushy. After mentally giving the meal a 6 out of 10 for the sake of friendship, Naruto heard the bathroom door open. Naruto was about to turn around but was stopped by a shout. Don't look back, you idiot. Ino, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat on the sofa. Her slender and delicate hands, which were slightly smaller than Naruto's, fiddled with the food box a few times. Then, she asked Naruto with an incredulous look on her face, you everything? Ah, the taste is just so-so, Naruto said, lying back on the carpet. Ino's expression suddenly turned strange and she said somewhat awkwardly, that wasn't for you. It was for Akamaru. What? You weren't? Naruto abruptly sat up. I'm sorry. Ino quickly bowed her head in apology, it was mixed with rainwater. I thought you wouldn't open it, but it's a normal dish, only the taste is not very good. It just so happened that I had to go to the Inuzuka clan today, so I prepared that food, but I didn't expect that rainwater would be spilled in it. Who would believe that? Naruto looked at her with a face full of grievance. This is too much. Just tell me what to do now. Ino's face flushed red, and she lowered her head as she said, I don't know. Looking at Ino's embarrassed look, Naruto rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before suggesting, how about a maid outfit? Ino, holding her bathrobe, angrily stood up. But when she saw Naruto pointing at the empty food box on the table, guilt quickly returned to her face. That won't do. Pick something else, she said in a low voice. I can't think of anything else. At that moment, he restrained himself and didn't say anything too outrageous. Okay then, Ino's face turned a deeper shade of red, and her tone carried a hint of unease. She crossed her arms over her chest, casting a somewhat aggrieved look at Naruto, and her eyes glistening with moisture. That expression. This girl was seriously good at this. She had already mastered the powerful expressions that could easily sway a guy's heart, it was terrifying. As the clothes dryer hummed familiarly in the bathroom, Naruto didn't approach the couch, but instead walked toward the balcony. The visibility outside was extremely low, and he could barely see the buildings just a few dozen meters away. A white mist, stirred up by the sudden rain and dark clouds, enveloped the entire Konoha village. Trees snapped aggressively in the howling wind. As he pushed open the balcony door, a red umbrella, caught in the wind, spun wildly in the air before being yanked away by a gust with a whoosh. Naruto felt a creeping unease and his brow furrowed instinctively. Ino. Huh? What's wrong? Ino seemed a bit flustered. She was afraid that the person in front of her would suddenly pull out a maid outfit from somewhere. It wouldn't be unlike him, as Naruto was surprisingly persistent when it came to certain things. Was it raining when you arrived? Yeah, it suddenly started pouring, Ino complained. I heard from my dad that the village seemed to be in trouble, and the advisors have been discussing countermeasures these days. Even the daimyo is here. If there is a heavy rain, the village's surveillance facilities will have to be overhauled. My dad doesn't spend much time at home to begin with, and now he'll probably be busy for at least half a month. The Yamanaka clan was in charge of the village's surveillance and intelligence work, collaborating with the pervert, Ibiki's interrogation unit. To some extent, they took on the duties that had once been the responsibility of the now disbanded Konoha guard platoon. Although Sandaime died in the battle, Jiraiya is still in the village. Konoha's Anbu had suffered severe losses, so for now, shinobi from the route would temporarily step in to fill the gaps. A small portion of shinobi from both organizations could be rotated as needed. This is the reason why Naruto hadn't explained the situation with the explosion to the Anbu. With the village effectively leaderless, the issue of the Jinchuriki would become increasingly sensitive at this moment. After Sandaime's death, Kaharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado did not continue to hold Sanagakure accountable. Instead, they accepted Sanagakure's surrender and compensation, rectified the morale of the military, and immediately convened an election meeting for the Godem Hokage. This is enough to prove that the two advisors' stance was very much in line with Sandaime's, a moderate, preservationist approach. They lacked trust in the younger generation and had little regard for Danzo, their old teammate who often handled the village's dirty work. Simply put, Sandaime's disrupted the attitudes of Konoha's higher-ups towards the Jinchuriki. If anything were to happen to Naruto, the higher-ups would have an excuse to convene and make decisions about him. Sandaime's stance was to simply keep the Jinchuriki as they were and halt any further development of their potential. The two senior advisors did not trust Naruto, but they also didn't advocate handing him over to someone as ambitious as Danzo. Has Inoichi-san been very busy lately? Naruto asked. Yeah. Ino was relieved to see that Naruto wasn't dwelling on the maid outfit suggestion. My dad was already very busy before, but after the village was destroyed, he's been even busier. Ino, you will probably take over your father's job in the future, right? Naruto asked offhandedly, but slowly moved towards the living room's door. Ino, wrapped in a bathrobe, did not notice anything unusual. She frowned and thought for a moment before answering, probably. Do you like this kind of work? Naruto, barefoot, continued to engage Ino in conversation while subtly inching closer to the wall near the door. There seems to be something outside the door. He picked up the sword and moved toward the bathroom. Ino was the only one left in the living room, but she seemed lost in thought. After a while, she finally mustered the courage to say, "It's not like I have to take over my dad's." She turned her head sharply, only to find that Naruto was no longer in the living room. She was stunned for a long while, but before she could call out for Naruto. The bathroom door opened silently, and Naruto, dressed in a thin casual short-sleeve shirt, held a katana in one hand and all of Ino's clothes in the other. The black lace panties and the purple slit skirt were mixed together. It was obvious that he had acted in a hurry, and had directly taken the underwear and skirt out of the dryer together. Ino's mind went blank, like the dryer had stopped, but her brain was now spinning. Her face first turned bright red, then quickly puffed up with anger. However, before Ino could even speak, Naruto had already predicted what she was going to say next. Pervert? That word alone wouldn't pack enough of a punch? If it were any other time, Naruto would have exchanged a few banter lines with Ino, but this wasn't the right time. Naruto made a shushing gesture with the katana in hand, silently walked up to the stunned Ino, pointed at the clothes, then at her body, and mouthed the words, "Put it on." After that, without even looking at Ino, he silently turned around. With his back to Ino, he held the katana and pointed it at the closed front door. Ino, realizing something was wrong, quickly started putting on her clothes in the living room. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking sounds rang on the door again. This time, the knocks were slow and deliberate, and no one in the living room responded. Naruto's apartment was old, and usually, no one came to knock on his door. Even though it was daytime, the outside light was barely brighter than it would be at night. There was no peephole on the door, and the only way to see who was outside was to open it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Naruto's arm. Ino's profile entered Naruto's field of vision, her face filled with intense worry. Naruto glanced at Ino, his face showing a serious expression that was completely different from usual. He gently squeezed Ino's hand, signaling her to stay calm. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, causing dust to shake loose from the walls. Itachi and Kisami's figures appeared in the doorway, their shadows stretching long into the living room. It looks like that Kyuubi brat isn't home, Itachi-san. Kisami's mocking voice echoed in the living room, and his fish face hidden under the bamboo hat was full of bloodlust. Itachi said nothing and slowly walked towards the room. Outside on the balcony, Naruto and Ino stood on a tiny ledge protruding from the wall, almost sticking to each other. The two were instantly soaked by the heavy rain and looked at each other nervously. Naruto could feel Ino's warm breath on his neck, as the fierce wind mixed with the heavy rain lashed against them. The two looked at each other, listening to the footsteps in the living room, their bodies drenched by the heavy rain, their hearts beating wildly as they clung to each other. Itachi's voice was low, and was filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Kisame, check the balcony." "Okay." Kisami's footsteps were deliberately loud, each step echoing ominously as he approached the balcony. Naruto's apartment had been renovated, with wooden flooring on the balcony and a thick glass door separating it from the living room. With a loud bang, the door was pulled open heavily, and the glass shattered all over the floor. The sound of the rain intensified instantly, with raindrops pouring into the living room, making the pale green curtains flap wildly in the wind. From the sound alone, Naruto could guess what kind of mess the glass door had turned into. He felt a brief pang of regret, but not daring to make a sound. He was soaked by the heavy rain, making him feel cold and heavy, but he clutched his sword instead of an umbrella. Ino was even more terrified by Itachi's words. Even though she didn't know who the two men outside were, the sheer oppressive aura they emitted was enough to make her feel like she couldn't breathe. A terrifying, inhuman face appeared from the balcony. Kisami's eerie eyes scanned the area, but he found that there was no one outside the balcony. "It seems that brat has escaped again," Kisame said, retracting his head. "He can't run far," Itachi said expressionlessly. "Avoid drawing too much attention from the Anbu. We need to wrap this up before Jiraiya arrives." "Got it." Kisame bared his sharp teeth, hoisting his massive blade, Samahata, onto his shoulder as he asked. "It looks like he had a girl with him. Should we kill her?" "Yeah." Itachi left the living room. "I have something to take care of. I'll be gone for a while." "Itachi-san, I can handle this alone, alright." Downstairs, Naruto was pulling Ino through a narrow alley at full speed, the rain hitting their faces with stinging force. Overhead, a web of tangled power lines crisscrossed, and old utility poles leaned precariously against the alley walls. Their feet splashed through puddles as they ran, their pants soaked through. The alley was in terrible condition, with mud puddles everywhere. Ino, panting heavily, wiped the rain from her face. "Naruto, who are those two people? Missing Nin, total maniacs. Why are they after you? The world is so big, it's normal that there are always people who covet my body," Naruto replied as he ran. "But someone is chasing us. Don't worry about him. Let him chase, and we'll keep running." "What the hell is that?" Naruto took a quick glance over his shoulder during their sprint and saw Kisame. "A little fish man." "What?" Ino didn't understand, and her stamina was rapidly depleting as they ran so fast. "Don't worry, he can't catch up, Naruto. I can't run anymore. You go first, leave me behind." "Damn it, then stop talking and focus on running for your life." Ino was gasping for air, already breathless as she spoke. "When you gave me that flower last time, I was really happy. It was the first time I ever received flower. No worries, after I'm dead, my grave will have plenty of them. You can pick as many as you like." As he said that, Naruto suddenly flung Ino forward, his right foot splashing into a puddle, sending water flying a meter high. With his back to Ino, he faced Kisame, who was chasing them from behind. "Naruto!" Ino shouted as she scrambled out of the puddle, her face covered in scratches. "Don't come any closer," Naruto shouted over his shoulder, still facing away from her. "Hide well and stay alive. The Anbu will be here soon." Hoshigaki approached slowly, his massive sword, Samahata, slung over his shoulder, grinning as he stood in the rain. With a swift motion, he swung the sword down toward Naruto. Naruto instinctively wanted to dodge, but he glanced back at Ino, clenched his teeth, and roared as he met Kisami's strike with his own katana. "Itachi didn't come. Please don't let Itachi follow here. If he didn't follow, then I can survive this." Well. A smile appeared on Kisami's extremely terrifying face. "Are you serious about this? Aren't you a good runner?" "Patui." Naruto didn't say anything, but spat at Kisame. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy and his spit was knocked down before it even reached Kisame. Kisame seemed amused rather than angered. He revealed his sharp teeth as the bandages wrapped around Samahata unraveled, exposing its jagged, spiky surface. With a sudden yank, Kisame pulled back his sword, and Naruto's sword shattered instantly, the force sending the broken blade flying into the air. Naruto's wrist, unable to withstand the impact, let go of the sword. Breathing heavily, Naruto pulled out his flying thunder god kunai. In the distance, Kisame looked down at the kunai in Naruto's hand. His tall body casted a shadow over half of the alley as he spoke through the rain. "Itachi-san mentioned that everyone has a weakness. To catch a nimble little rat, you need to grab onto something it cares about. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and his pupils dilated slightly as if he realized something. Without a second thought, he threw the flying thunder god kunai in his hand directly in Ino's direction. The next moment, Kisami's figure rose from the puddle and appeared in front of Ino, who had no time to escape. His expression remained cold as he raised Samahata to slash Ino. From the moment Naruto clashed with Kisame to the moment Kisame used his ninjutsu to appear in front of Ino, only a brief half-minute had passed. Ino had not yet completed her hand seals and her body was paralyzed by the sudden, overwhelming killing intent. She could only watch in terror as Samahata descended upon her. The narrow alley resembled a flooded trench, with the relentless rain pouring down. Naruto crouched slightly, every muscle in his body tense, his face twisted in rage. The chakra surging within him was so intense that it vaporized the rainwater on his skin, turning it into steam. 30 meters away, Kisame loomed over a puddle, Samahata raised high. Ino sat on the muddy ground, one hand supporting her weight, with the other instinctively shielding herself. A flying thunder god kunai zipped through the rain and hovered between Kisame and Ino. 2 days ago, despite facing capture by Itachi and Kisame, Naruto had refrained from using Kyuubi's power. He also did not inform the Anbu because he did not want to hand the initiative to the hands of the higher-ups at this delicate time. Danzo still owes him an explanation, and the matter of the root shinobi is not over yet. Naruto wanted to wait a little longer, as the future was still long. He just needed time. Naruto knew he could become stronger, strong enough to refuse any demands from the village, strong enough to peel off Kyuubi from himself without any injury. Mastering sealing techniques to such an extent wasn't impossible. But he never expected Ino to show up. He had been living alone for a few days, waiting for Itachi. He even mapped out escape routes and set up the Flying Thunder God markers on various places. The Flying Thunder God technique in Naruto's hand is not at the maximum level, so it only allowed him to teleport within a limited distance. Naruto is not a heaven-defying character who can master the Flying Thunder God technique as soon as he touches it. Flying Thunder God. Second stage, in an instant, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God to teleport, tightly wrapping his arms around Ino and exposing his back completely to the descending Samahata. His eyes transformed into blood-red slits, glowing ominously in the rain. His voice turned hoarse as he shouted desperately amidst the downpour, "Kurama!" At that moment, the torrential rain seemed to freeze in time. The large raindrops, smooth and clear, resembled polished mirrors. In the dimly lit seal space, the small DVD player emitted white noise, and the massive Kyuubi dozed off lazily. The flickering screen illuminated the fox's sleek, orange fur. A roar from Naruto calling his name caused Kyuubi to suddenly open his eyes. He stared in disbelief as the 4-symbol seal on the door slowly began to open, inch by inch. Glancing down at the mountain of DVDs, then back at the seal door that was about to open, Kyuubi's expression turned fierce, baring his sharp teeth. He suddenly raised his paw and placed it on top of the DVD player, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his large eyes. "It'd be a shame to step on it," Kyuubi muttered, and carefully retracted his claws. "Let's go out and get some fresh air." Back in the narrow alley, red Biju chakra exploded outward. The intense heat instantly evaporated the falling rain, creating a dense mist that quickly spread. Kisame instinctively tried to use Samahata to absorb the chakra, but when he suddenly realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The massive surge of Kyuubi's chakra violently blasted both him and his sword away. The entire alley was obliterated in an instant, and the loud noise attracted the Jonin and Anbu who were rushing over here. Since the Konoha crush plan, the Jonin and Anbu had been on almost constant patrol. "What is that?" The Anbu and almost all the Jonin were scattered on the roof, looking in the same direction at the same time. When they saw the colossal red fox within the mist, their hearts nearly stopped. "We're in trouble." A powerful sense of dread gripped all of them as they stared, wide-eyed, at the gigantic, fiery red fox in the distance. Rainwater dripped down Kakashi's hair, soaking his mask. "Stop the Kyuubi from rampaging and evacuate the surrounding residents." An Anbu in a white robe appeared and commanded. His voice was extremely cold. 7 or 8 Anbu's members immediately vanished, heading off to follow orders. Kakashi turned to look at Guy, his voice more serious than ever. "Guy, do me a favor." "Kakashi," Guy nodded seriously, "anything you need. Don't let my student fall into the hands of the Anbu." Ino, who had been tightly held in Naruto's arms, was stunned. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at his profile, noticing his red eyes emitting an eerie, blood-red glow. The oppressive aura from that monstrous man was overwhelming. Even though Ino didn't know who he was, she couldn't stop the fear from welling up inside her. Facing the brink of death, her mind went blank. To die like this, it would be so unfair. It turns out that right before death, all one can think about is what they plan to do tomorrow. No matter how hard she tried, Ino can't imagine what it feels like to be hugged by someone. But at this moment, her heart felt like it was about to overflow. The next second, Kyuubi suddenly emerged. He has a mountain-like figure, sharp teeth and long ears, and 9 flaming red tails that keep swaying in the rain. He roared toward the sky in the rain, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Ino was flung aside and landed in a puddle. Before Kisame could stand up, Kyuubi slammed him into the ground with a powerful paw. As he tried to recover, Kyuubi punched him again, his massive fist crushing the chakra-empowered fishman form of Kisame, causing him to cough up blood. "Quick, stop it, we can't let the village be destroyed." Kyuubi, still intent on continuing his assault, began to gather a bijudama in his mouth. However, the Anbu's members quickly responded by erecting earth release, earth flow walls around Kyuubi, attempting to contain him. But the moment the earth flow walls was formed, Kyuubi shattered it with sheer brute force. He let out a furious roar as he charged toward Kisame. At this time, Itachi suddenly appeared in front of Kisame, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. He unleashed Amaterasu, which set Kyuubi ablaze. The small bijudama in his mouth dissipated instantly, and Kyuubi roared angrily and howled in pain. "Kisame, let's go, Itachi-san." The two men quickly retreated, but a group of Anbu followed them. However, Kisame, though injured, managed to stall them temporarily with a powerful water release. Water Dragon Bullet technique, creating a massive barrier of water. Kyuubi, unable to withstand the burning Amaterasu, simply returned to the seal space on his own initiative to isolate himself from the Amaterasu. As the heavy rain dispersed the white mist, Naruto was left unconscious, lying in a pool of water. Guy and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's side one step ahead of the Anbu, then quickly positioned themselves protectively beside Naruto. Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, scanned the Anbu's members before speaking lazily, one hand in his pocket. "Well, it looks like Naruto didn't lose control, and since there were no casualties, hand over the Jinchuriki to us for containment." The white-robed Anbu interrupted Kakashi and said coldly, "Don't refer to him as just a Jinchuriki. Naruto is my student. Since Sandaime-sama appointed me as his Jonin instructor, then..." Kakashi had no intention of giving in. "Until a direct order from the Hokage or the higher-ups is given, I'll be the one to look after Naruto. Sandaime-sama has died in the battle, and you..." The Anbu was a little annoyed and glared coldly to Kakashi. "Then wait until the new Hokage is appointed, or until the two advisors give the order." Kakashi glanced at the Anbu with his dead eye. "I spent some time in the route too. In this situation where the Anbu suffers serious losses and is short of personnel, theoretically, the Roots members can temporarily fill in the Anbu's roles without changing their affiliation." The rain continued to pour down as the 8 Anbu remained silent, staring at Kakashi. After a long pause, the white-robed Anbu waved his hand, "Let's go." All the Anbu had left, leaving only 2 elite Jonin, Kakashi and Guy, standing at the scene. Naruto and Ino lay unconscious in different puddles, far apart from each other. "Kakashi," Guy asked in surprise, "how do you know they're not Anbu?" "That's Ino over there, right?" Kakashi signaled Guy to look to the other side. Ino was lying in a puddle, her blonde hair disheveled and soaked in the water, and rain is still falling on her face. Root only cares about the mission, and they wouldn't even care about the heir of the Yamanaka clan. Konoha Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the bright hospital window, and the sharp scent of disinfectant filled the room, killing any appetite he might have had. The walls were pristine, so white they reflected the sun's rays, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender. "You're awake?" A very familiar yet exceptionally cold voice sounded from one side. Naruto turned his head and saw the profile of Sasuke, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages on another hospital bed. Sasuke seemed more injured than before. Naruto could vaguely see the blood seeping through the bandages on his forehead. It was only then that Naruto realized they were in the same room, separated by a white table with a vase of fresh white roses. "What a coincidence, Sasuke," Naruto said as he raised his body and sat cross-legged on the bed. He pointed at the wounds on his body in an attempt to make Sasuke feel guilty. It was Itachi who did this. Sasuke didn't react at all. Instead, he turned his bruised and swollen face fully toward Naruto. With his eyes swollen, he coldly muttered, "Me too." Naruto did not expect this and stared at Sasuke's uneven. Naruto was caught off guard by Sasuke's response, staring at his uneven face for a while before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Idiot." Sasuke shot him a cold glance. "Ha ha ha ha." Naruto pointed at Sasuke's face, clutching his stomach as he laughed so hard the tears welled up in his eyes. Sasuke ignored Naruto and turned his head to look out the window with an indifferent look. Sasuke's pale skin, black hair and eyebrows seemed particularly suitable for the dull and white atmosphere of the hospital. His calm eyes held a trace of coldness. "He came for you?" Sasuke's voice was emotionless. "This, he, naturally refers to Itachi." "I guess so." Naruto flopped back onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was probably for the Kyuubi, to capture the Jinchuriki or something like that. Naruto then thought of Ino. Before losing consciousness, he had vaguely seen Kakashi. Kakashi was still as reliable as ever, and with him stepping in, Ino would probably be fine. Kisame and Itachi are too powerful. Someone like me who doesn't have much combat experience cannot deal with both of them at the same time. Kyuubi's power has not been fully unlocked. My mastery of Flying Thunder God is still at a beginner's level, and lava release is insufficient against experienced opponents like Itachi and Kisame. People like Itachi and Kisame, who had survived countless battles, weren't the type to just engage in a straightforward fight. As soon as he made a move, Kisame aimed directly at Ino. If Naruto hadn't forcibly opened the seal to let Kyuubi fight in his place, Ino might have been dead by now. An enemy isn't terrifying, what's terrifying is a smart enemy. Fortunately, Sasuke had drawn some of Itachi's attention, which allowed Naruto to survive what could have been a deadly encounter. Sasuke, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Sasuke glanced at him coldly. Thank you for taking the beating. Sasuke really wanted to punch Naruto, if only his hands could move. It looks like you guys have almost recovered. The door creaked open as Kakashi and Sakura walked in. Sakura placed a basket of fruit on the table in the corner of the room, sliced some apples, and then walked to the middle to feed both of them. Naruto was still lying on the bed, while his injuries have already completely healed. However, when he saw Sakura feeding him, he simply pretended to be weak. Ah, idiot. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, but not interested in exposing him. Sasuke. Sakura called as she handed a slice of apple to Sasuke's mouth. No need. If he doesn't eat, I will, Naruto said. Sasuke immediately took a bite of the apple slice and glared at Naruto. Sakura smiled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. She sat in the middle, carefully slicing apples and feeding them one by one to both Naruto and Sasuke. Her smooth, pale legs were neatly folded on the chair, her posture straight, and her chest slightly rising with each breath. Kakashi leaned against the window, holding a copy of Icha Paradise in his hand. His gaze occasionally drifting from the pages to the three of them, and there's a smile in his eye. At that moment, the summer day felt longer than ever, with the cicadas buzzing loudly, the sunlight shining brightly, and the greenery growing wildly. The entire Team 7 gathered in one hospital room, relaxing and enjoying the happiness of surviving the disaster. Sakura was gentler than ever, Sasuke didn't refuse the apples, and Naruto was still his usual carefree self. Kakashi flipped through the pages of his freshly folded Icha Paradise, but didn't read a single line of words. The wind rustled through the treetops. Naruto's injuries weren't severe, and he was discharged the same day. Kakashi informed the team that Team 7 wouldn't be taking on any missions for the time being. With both a Jinchuriki and Uchiha clan survivor on the team, the higher-ups needed time to deliberate. Naruto, here. In the hallway, Sakura handed Naruto his clothes. The seams had been mended with fine stitches that were almost unnoticeable unless one looked closely. Thanks, Naruto said as he accepted the clothes, his gaze lingering on the stitching. I noticed they were torn, so I just stitched them up a bit. Sakura said, blushing slightly, I just learned it not long ago, so. It's well done. Is Ino also in the hospital? Naruto asked. She woke up earlier than you and was discharged from the hospital yesterday. Sakura replied seriously. She then patted Naruto's shoulder and asked suspiciously, but how did Ino get hurt? She was on her way to the Inuzuka clan's compound when it started raining heavily, so she stopped by my place to wait out the rain and got caught up in everything. Naruto explained as the sunlight streaming through the corridor stretched a shadow. Don't worry, she's fine, she just fainted at the time, Sakura said, holding a medical chart with a cross symbol on her armband, indicating her affiliation with the medical department. But when she woke up yesterday, she seemed pretty anxious about you. Since when did you two get so close? Huh? Naruto blinked. Yeah, when did that happen? Was it during that training session with Guy's team, or back when we were on the Hokage Rock? Make sure you go visit Ino, stupid Naruto, Sakura said, lightly tapping Naruto on the head with the clipboard before walking away. After returning home, Naruto was greeted by the sight of shattered glass all over the living room. The curtains were soaked and draped over the balcony railing, which were twisted and deformed. He stood there, dumbfounded, realizing he had completely forgotten about the mess. The living room was in complete disarray, and with the balcony door wide open, the floor was damp. The entire house smelled musty and felt unusually cold. Forget it, I'll just move somewhere else. Naruto sighed and dragged himself into the house to pack his things. He was discharged from the hospital in the morning and moved to a new place by the afternoon. Naruto found a place that was better than the old apartment and moved in right away. The higher-ups were still undecided on what to do about Naruto. Essentially, they were waiting for the next Hokage to take office before making any decisions. The two advisors have always had different opinions from Danzo, and when it comes to matters as important as the Jinchuriki, which concerns the safety of the village, a new voice was needed to break the deadlock. After quickly tidying up, when it was getting dark, Naruto went out and bought a plush toy as a gift. The streets of Konoha are bustling with people, the lights casting a mix of shadows and bright spots. The main street ran through the entire village, lit from end to end for the past 70 years. The Yamanaka flower shop was some distance away from Naruto's new place. After a long walk, he finally stood under the big tree outside. Looking through the window, he saw the bright lights inside the shop. Ino was standing in front of the counter, chatting and laughing with a familiar female customer. The warm light shone on her gentle face, which was full of smiles. Until the female customer noticed someone outside, paused and pointed toward the window. Ino turned around and saw Naruto standing under the big tree, and she couldn't help but froze for a moment. Naruto watched as Ino waved at him through the window, smiling brightly. He also waved and gestured the gift in his hand. In the shop, Ino said a few words to the female customer, then blushed when the female customer covered her mouth and teased her, and ran out of the store as quickly as if escaping. "Why are you here?" Ino's face flushed as she looked away, her eyes glistening with embarrassment. "I moved to a new place and wanted to check on you," Naruto said, handing Ino the gift bag. "Are you alright from the other day?" "I'm fine," Ino replied, her face growing even redder. When she heard Naruto mention that day, memories of her lace lingerie being lifted by a sword and the feeling of being held flashed through her mind. Suddenly, she felt like there were ants crawling in her heart, making her feel sour, bitter and itchy. She looked down as she took the bag, murmuring a soft acknowledgement, but soon after, she lifted her head as if something had suddenly come to mind. "Do you want to come inside the shop for a bit? My parents aren't home?" "Not home?" Naruto showed a puzzled look on his face. Ino instantly realized the implication of her words and became flustered. Her pupils dilated slightly and her face turned bright red instantly. "I didn't mean it like that." "Oh," Naruto nodded knowingly. "Ah, you know nothing. Stop pretending to know everything. Take that, oh, back." Ino, fuming with embarrassment, grabbed Naruto and dragged him into the shop. "Just wait here." The female customer had already left, and Ino hurried upstairs with the gift bag, leaving Naruto to sit idly in the shop, looking at the flowers. To be honest, he didn't recognize many types of flowers. He only knew that this was probably a rose and that was a white rose. When he saw the yellow and white flowers, Naruto immediately gave up thinking. After looking around for a while, he heard some creaking noises from upstairs, followed by the sound of Ino coming down. She carried 2 cups of hot drinks, which seemed to be freshly made cocoa. Naruto could smell the bitter aroma from a distance. He wasn't particularly fond of cocoa, but since Ino had made it, he decided he could tolerate it. "Where did you move to?" "To the top floor of 404 Konoha Street." Naruto replied, putting down the cup and frowning slightly. Ino's face instantly fell, and she pursed her lips and said, "If you don't like it, I'll just throw it away." "I'll drink it with a heart full of gratitude," Naruto declared firmly. "You don't have to be so exaggerated," Ino said, clearing her throat, the blush on her face finally fading. "I really like the gift you gave me. Thank you." Not hearing a response, Ino looked over curiously, only to find Naruto staring at her legs without blinking. She immediately became furious. "You pervert, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Please stop pinching me." Naruto quickly begged for mercy. After a long while, Ino finally let go of Naruto. Naruto showed sincere expression and apologized earnestly, "I'm really sorry, Ino." Looking at this guy, who was both more skilled at being perverted and more sincere in his apologies than anyone, Ino sighed in exasperation. She kicked Naruto down with a socked foot and lightly pressed it against his chest. Her naturally firm leg muscles tensed as her eyes darkened ominously. "Go to hell, you worthless pervert." "I'm sorry," Naruto said guiltily. "You idiot, don't apologize with that satisfied look on your face. You're such a creep." Ino was on the verge of losing it. She sat back down, holding the cocoa in her hands. The residual heat created a layer of mist on the wall of the cup. The hot air steamed her face, and Ino's eyes were a little erratic. "This person always says the strange things. I can't say I hate him, but I can't say I like him either." "Ino." Naruto stood up, holding his cup as he gazed out the window. "Do you remember what you promised me?" "Sorry, I forgot." Ino was stunned for a moment. Then she calmly stood up and was about to go upstairs. People who lie have to swallow 1,000 needles. Ino froze in place, standing on the first step of the staircase. She pursed her lips and looked back at Naruto, who grinned mischievously and took a deliberately annoying sip of his cocoa. "I just said that casually." Ino clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, I'll wear it." After saying that, she stomped up the stairs, her heavy footsteps making Naruto wonder if she was going up to grab a knife instead. This time, she took so long that Naruto started to think Ino might have fallen asleep upstairs. He had been exhausted from moving earlier in the day, and the cocoa he drank hadn't helped at all, so his mind began to drift into a haze. He thought about Jiraiya and then about Sandaime, who had passed away. Tsunade was likely to succeed as the Godem Hokage, and it wouldn't be long before Jiraiya would seek me out. As long as I don't have to accept the fate of being the child of prophecy, everything will be fine. Naruto's eyelids grew heavy as faces flashed in his mind. Itachi's eerily calm expression, Kisame, and Orochimaru, Kyuubi and Sasuke. Naruto, Naruto. Ino's voice pulled him back to reality, followed by a gentle shake. Honestly, Naruto, how can you fall asleep at a time like this? Sorry. Naruto lifted his head from the table and saw Ino standing before him in a maid outfit. Hurry up and look. I'm changing back right after, you pervert. Ino's face was bright red, her expression filled with reluctance as she glared at Naruto with disdain. In a daze, Naruto stared at Ino in a maid outfit for a long while. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of cat ears on her head. Ino's face was a mix of embarrassment and shame, while a fluffy, wide collar adorned with a red ribbon sat around her neck. Her entire arm was covered in long, slender black sleeves, revealing only her pale hands. The bust is raised and the waist is slim. Her chest was modestly emphasized by the form-fitting outfit, and the lace-trimmed skirt barely covered her upper thighs. White knee-high socks continued up toward the skirt, creating a seamless connection. Ino's reluctant look gave her a somewhat saintly aura. She looked down upon Naruto with contempt as she narrowed her eyes. Thank you for the treat. Don't say weird things like that. Ino grabbed Naruto by the shirt, her face so close to his as she ground her teeth in a threatening manner. Naruto was about to apologize when he heard a noise coming from the entrance of the shop. Ino, you shouldn't be rude to the customers. The sound of a wind chime echoed as the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple standing in the doorway, staring at Ino and Naruto in stunned silence. Rino's words caught in her throat as she saw her daughter in a maid outfit, gripping a young boy by the collar. The two had obviously just returned from shopping, as the Inoichi was holding several bags in his hands. Seeing this scene, he was stunned at first, and then silently turned his gaze elsewhere. Dad, Mom? Ino was petrified instantly. The night wind was howling. Above the Hokage rock, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, stared at the night view of Konoha village in silence. Beside him were two of the village's elderly advisors, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu. Jiraiya, we need the Godem Hokage. What does that have to do with me? Jiraiya didn't even turn his head, his face was unusually serious. Yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha. During an emergency meeting between the village's higher-ups and the daimyo, we decided to appoint you as the Godem Hokage. Jiraiya, the village needs a strong leader, this is our decision. I'm used to being free and undisciplined, and I'm not the type to sit in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya refused directly. Tsunade is more suitable to be the Hokage than me. Tsunade is indeed the most suitable candidate for the Godem Hokage, but no one knows where she is, Homura stated. I'll go find her. Jiraiya turned around and said, however, regarding the matter of how to handle the Jinchuriki, I must have a vote in the decision-making process during the high-level meetings. How about that? The two advisors looked at each other, with solemn expressions on their faces. Jiraiya, we understand your position and can agree to that. However, it's important to inform you of recent higher-ups discussions. According to information from our spies, the Land of Lightning is heavily investing in the development of lightning-based energy technologies. The Land of Wind has also recently begun mining an unknown type of metal. Most of the village's higher-ups are deeply concerned about these developments. Konoha needs a more powerful cage to guide us in making the right choices. Jiraiya recognized the underlying plea in their words and waved them off dismissively. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the Shodem Hokage. She's much stronger than I am. Also, I plan to take Naruto away for a while. The Jinchuriki has been showing signs of instability recently. This is the only thing we cannot promise you, Jiraiya. The elderly female advisor, Kaharu, said with narrowed eyes. Then forget it. Jiraiya turned around and walked away in a very shameless manner, waving his hand. You might as well make Danzo the Hokage. When they heard Jiraiya's suggestion regarding Danzo, Homura and Kaharu's faces turned green. Although Sandaime is dead, their influence remains. As senior advisors of Konoha, who had been involved in major decisions for the village, Homura and Kaharu had long stood firmly with Sandaime and would never consider allowing Danzo, their old teammate who handled the village's dirty work, to become the Hokage. In their eyes, Danzo was neither fit in character nor in public image to take on the role of Hokage, being darker and more secretive than even the most cunning of men. Homura and Kaharu do not doubt Danzo's loyalty to the village, but they question Danzo's adherence to the will of fire. If they had solid evidence, they would even directly suspect that the shinobi god who had disturbed the hearts of the villagers and discredited the will of fire some time ago was Danzo's doing. To put it simply, they looked down on him. Jiraiya, Homura called out, stopping him, as one of the Sannin, you will be the one taking care of the Jinchuriki for the time being. Yamanaka Flower Shop. The bright little table reflected the awkward expressions of the two individuals. Ino, who was wearing a maid outfit, was gripping Naruto's shirt so tightly that she was nearly tearing the collar of his black short-sleeved shirt. "Sorry." Naruto apologized quickly and sincerely. "I was the one who made Ino dress like this. I'm really sorry." Ino was stunned at first, pursed her lips, and was about to open her mouth to defend Naruto. "That. Ino." Rhino frowned slightly. "Why are you bullying Naruto again? Even if you—" Rhino sighed halfway through her sentence, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Then she pulled Ino aside and whispered to her. "Ino-chan, winning the heart of a boy you like isn't just about using force." I'm not." Ino was almost in tears, pointing at her maid outfit, wanting to say something but holding back in the end. Rhino pulled Ino back and then turned to Naruto with a gentle smile. Her refined demeanor was a stark contrast to Ino's, and her voice was warm and welcoming. "Thank you for taking care of my little girl." "Not at all, Auntie. Ino has been the one taking care of me," Naruto replied. Hearing him call her Auntie seemed to please Yamanaka Rhino. In the customs of the Land of Fire, for a young person to address an older woman as Auntie during a first meeting implied a close relationship. Ino suddenly felt the grip on her hand loosen as her mother let go and stepped forward to hold Naruto's hand and said, "Ino can be a handful at times. I hope you can bear with her." "Not at all. With a perfect mother like you, Auntie, it's my honor to have Ino as a friend." Naruto's obedient demeanor and words of praise for Rhino made her smile. Because Rhino knew what Ino was thinking, she saw Naruto through a filter, so she couldn't help but feel even more pleased. Ino, on the other hand, was left standing to the side, watching as her mother led Naruto away. "Naruto, you're such a well-behaved child. Try the cocoa Auntie made for you. Do you like cocoa?" "It's my favorite." "Thank you, Auntie. Leave it to me." Rino's tone suddenly became stern as she looked at Ino and said, "Ino, why don't you come over here and learn properly?" Ino-ichi. Rhino called to her husband, who was standing awkwardly nearby with bags in hand, as she led Naruto and Ino upstairs. "Make sure to take good care of Naruto. I'm going to teach Ino how to make cocoa first." "Okay." Ino-ichi, who was carrying a lot of bags, responded with an awkward smile. "Hey, I already know how to make cocoa. Mom has a secret recipe that I want to teach you." Does something like that really exist?" As the voices of the two women faded, Ino-ichi put down the bags and smiled as he made a cup of tea for Naruto. Naruto responded politely, addressing him as uncle. Ino-ichi leaned back on the sofa, feeling a bit strange but also somewhat gratified. After exchanging a few words, their conversation shifted to Shikamaru. Ino-ichi has always had high hopes for Shikamaru since he was a child, but unfortunately, the two children are too familiar with each other and they didn't have that kind of spark. "The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, huh?" He glanced at Naruto, who was sitting upright on the sofa under the bright light. In a brief flash, he remembered the terrifying scene he had witnessed from afar during a downpour. The enormous silhouette of a fearsome beast, barely visible through the rain and fog. The horrifying presence that seemed to crush the earth beneath it. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to associate the well-mannered boy sitting on the sofa with the terrifying Biju. Late at night, Ino escorted Naruto out of the shop, standing under the big green tree not far from the Yamanaka flower shop to say goodbye. "Hey, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Ino said through gritted teeth. "What did I do?" Naruto asked. "Don't play dumb. You're the one who made me wear a maid outfit, and besides, you don't even like cocoa." Ino glanced around to make sure no one from the flower shop was watching before grabbing Naruto by the collar of his short-sleeved shirt, glaring at him as she said contemptuously, "You drank the whole cup of cocoa. But the one I made for you, you only took one sip." "I did say that I'm the one asking you to wear the maid outfit, but Auntie didn't believe me." Naruto replied helplessly, "I do dislike cocoa, but under those circumstances, I had no choice but to drink it." "If you didn't want to drink it, you should have just refused. Why force yourself to drink something you don't like?" Ino put her hands on her hips and stared at Naruto with her deep blue eyes, as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Under the big tree, Naruto lifted his clear, bright eyes to meet hers without saying a word. He simply smiled. The street of Konoha seemed endless, with big trees scattered all around. The warmth of everyday life suddenly became more vivid, and even the old streetlights seemed younger. The lights shone just right, and as the night breeze brushed against her hair, Ino's heart suddenly skipped a heavy beat. She thought to herself, maybe, just maybe, the next day. Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling for a moment before remembering that he had moved into a new apartment. He sat up groggily, surveying the dim room in silence. The apartment was eerily quiet, with no sound of knocking at the door. For reasons unknown, the higher-ups seemed to have refrained from restarting the Anbu's supervision procedures for the Jinchuriki. It felt as though someone had intentionally intervened. Kakashi didn't have the influence for something like this, and there was only one person left, who was closely related to him, who could have pulled this off. "I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. You little brat, what's with calling me a pervy sage all the time?" Jiraiya was lying on the rooftop, putting away his binoculars as he grumbled. He stood up and looked at Naruto with a slightly displeased expression. I heard that you released the Kyuubi a few days ago? Yeah. Naruto, wearing an orange hoodie with the hood up, stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance as he casually responded. I did. You've really got some nerve. Jiraiya said with interest. Are you really that confident in yourself? But the higher-ups really can't do anything about you. Konoha has never had a perfect Jinchuriki before. You've given them hope. So even if you do something excessive, the higher-ups are willing to tolerate it. Someone like me can be tolerated, Naruto yawned, hands in his pockets, his eyes half-lidded as he looked at Jiraiya. Pervy sage, stop trying to fool kids. I'm curious about how you did it. You've already met the Kyuubi, right? Yeah, so, how is it? Jiraiya asked. Nothing special, just an ordinary Biju, Naruto replied. You're the only kid who could say something like that. Jiraiya was speechless, then stared at Naruto for a few seconds before saying, what do you mean by ordinary Biju? Naruto didn't answer, staying silent for half a minute before asking, did you send the Anbu to find me just to ask about this? Not entirely. Jiraiya's gaze focused on Naruto. Naruto, follow me and train. Don't wanna. What? Jiraiya didn't expect Naruto to refuse so straightforwardly. Don't you want to become stronger? I do. I am the Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sannin. Don't wanna. Why not? No reason, I just don't want to train. Jiraiya was stunned by the response, blinking at Naruto in disbelief. He stared at him for a few seconds before saying, how can you become stronger if you are so lazy? I don't know, Naruto replied bluntly. I have no interest in such a troublesome thing as training. I'd rather stay home, sleep, and read books. Besides, if I become too strong, people will start to distrust me or I'll be sent on some strange, dangerous missions. That's quite the twisted logic, Jiraiya sighed. It's okay for you to say it in front of me, but it's best not to say such nonsense at the upcoming high-level meeting. Since you don't want to train, fine. But you still need to come with me to find someone. Once we find them, I won't force you to train anymore. Whether we find them or not, I'm not training. I hold your surveillance rights, Jiraiya said. Who are we looking for? Seeing Naruto compromise, Jiraiya's expression softened a bit as he answered. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin and the future Godem Hokage. I've heard of her. Naruto nodded. Why don't you become the Godem Hokage, pervy sage? You're definitely capable. You sure know a lot, kid. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. I heard you've been getting close to the Yamanaka clan recently? Did you hear this from them? Something like that, Naruto said perfunctorily. My destiny has long been determined. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder and turned around, striking a pose he thought was cool. Kid, a true hero doesn't stay in one place for long. This is my ninja way. Uh-huh. Naruto replied, still wearing his deadpan expression. Your attitude is so indifferent. Naruto, what's your ninja way? Jiraiya asked. Living. Don't say such depressing things, kid. You're really a downer. Jiraiya clapped Naruto on the shoulder a few times. Forget it. The most important thing now is to find Tsunade. The meeting to decide your fate is coming up soon, and the Godem Hokage will have a significant vote. Finding Tsunade is in your best interest. Got it. But you don't have to worry too much, although I don't know how you got involved with the Yamanaka clan. The Ino Shikacho trio is always united, and the attitudes of the two advisors are acceptable. Besides, I also have the voting right, hee. Jiraiya said the departure for tomorrow morning. It was still early, so Naruto slowly wandered into an alley, planning to buy a few things. His new apartment was too empty, and there were many things he hadn't had time to purchase. Most of the furniture from the old apartment had been ruined by rainwater, and Naruto was too lazy to move them. Halfway through the journey, something came to his mind. That girl Tayuya is probably still holed up in the abandoned building. Since I'll be leaving tomorrow, I'd better take some time to go see her in the evening. The path was shadowed by trees and somewhat deserted. This road led either to a dead-end alley off Konoha's main street or to the Hyuga clan's compound via another fork. As Naruto wandered, he discovered the dead-end alley, which just happened to be close to 404 Konoha Street. He was lost in thought when he looked up and saw the back of a girl limping in the distance. She was a small figure with short hair, wearing long sleeves and pants. Naruto glanced at her and quickly walked up. What happened to you? Nothing. Hinata was startled, but when she realized it was Naruto, her face instantly turned red. She stood frozen in place, unable to move, with an embarrassed and anxious expression. Did you sprain your ankle? No, Hinata quickly shook her head, not daring to look up at Naruto. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I can manage on my own, Naruto-kun. You don't need to worry about something like this. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto squatted down and gently rolled up Hinata's trouser legs. You always try to be strong in the strangest situations. Naruto-kun. Hinata's face flushed crimson, and her entire body trembled slightly. No. One of your legs is almost entirely bruised, and there's a 5 centimeter scratch. Aren't you going to take care of it? Naruto, still squatting, looked up, meeting Hinata's uneasy gaze. Hinata kept her head down, her face filled with worry. Naruto lightly touched the bruise and Hinata immediately let out a soft gasp. Does it hurt? Huh? Hinata nervously rubbed her hands together, her thumbs twisting around each other anxiously. I can take care of it myself. Hinata. What? Naruto didn't stand up. He still remained crouched, then pointed upward at Hinata's fidgeting fingers. Are you planning to form a hand seal against me? No. Hinata quickly released her intertwined hands, awkwardly placing them behind her back. Wait for me here. With that said, Naruto suddenly dashed towards a wall. Hinata watched as he quickly scaled it, his palm pressing against the wall as he smoothly vaulted over it. Hinata was very flustered after being interrupted by Naruto, but she didn't try to be stubborn anymore. Normally, Hinata wouldn't wander off on her own. Naruto flipped over the wall and jumped onto a nearby rooftop. He maneuvered through the narrow gaps between staircases and soon reached the main street of Konoha. He quickly bought bandages and disinfectant, and also bought a large bag of swelling-reducing medicine. When he returned again, Hinata was indeed still standing there motionless. Hinata, take off your leg wraps. Huh? Hinata was taken aback as soon as Naruto spoke. Huh, what? Your leg is so swollen that the bandages are loose, and there are bruises underneath. Naruto shook the large bag of pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory medicine in his hand. We need to treat the wound first. If we leave it like this, it won't heal in 2 or 3 days. Despite her shyness, Hinata nodded. Naruto had recently grown a lot taller, possibly because he wasn't lacking food and wasn't picky about it, so Hinata now only reached up to Naruto's lips. Seeing her lower her head and stand on one leg like a crane, struggling to remove the bandage on her other injured leg, Naruto sighed and stepped forward to help Hinata sit on a nearby rock. Naruto-kun, where did you get all of this? Hinata's eyes looked a little dazed. I bought it. If you climb over that wall and go through a gap in the buildings, you'll reach the main street of Konoha. Naruto pointed in the direction of the wall and said, but there was a bit of an issue. The person didn't want to sell it to me. Then how did you? It was nothing. I beat up the shopkeeper and then he sold it to me. Hinata was stunned and said in a panic, you'll get in trouble. Shinobi aren't supposed to hurt ordinary villagers. But Naruto seemed unconcerned and pointed to his smooth forehead. I'm not wearing a forehead protector, so I'm not considered a shinobi. Besides, I'm not on a mission, so I'm just an ordinary villager. He took out the disinfectant and started unwrapping the bandages on Hinata's leg. Her pants were also torn in several places due to excessive training. Your leg is badly swollen. Why did you come back alone? Where are Kiba and Shino? Naruto asked. There haven't been any missions lately, so I went to train alone. Hinata replied, a bit embarrassed. I accidentally fell down a slope. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Overtraining will only make it less efficient, Naruto said as he removed the bandage that was wrapped around her lower leg. He took out an emergency ice pack and placed it on the swollen area. Her sock was pulled down below her ankle. Contrary to what Hinata had said, her ankle wasn't uninjured, instead, it was so swollen that she'd temporarily lost feeling in it. Her leg, which is usually smooth and fair, appeared unnaturally swollen, and the normally graceful curve was distorted by bruises and cuts from the stones. It was hard to imagine how Hinata had managed to walk back on her own. Naruto held the ice pack against her ankle and looked up as he reminded her with a natural expression. Your injury is quite serious. We can only reduce the swelling for now. The Hyuga clan should have medical nen, right? When you get home, you can have someone treat it properly so it doesn't leave a scar. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Feeling any better? It doesn't hurt as much anymore, Hinata said. Naruto stared at Hinata for a few seconds before suddenly asking with a strange expression on his face, is it because of the Chunin exams that you're training so hard? Hinata's eyes fluttered a few times as she instinctively tried to shake her head. Be honest. Yeah. Hinata hesitated before nodding slightly. The gap between me and Neji-Nisan is too big. The only person who could hold his own against him that time was you, Naruto-kun. I also want to work hard to accomplish something. I want to stand up on my own. Sometimes, when someone is determined, a single sentence can make them shine brilliantly. The timid girl's uneasy determination for life was more radiant than the sun. It is so bright that Naruto can't look away immediately, as if he has seen the light of the world. Hinata regretted saying that as soon as the words left her mouth. She covered her face and felt a bit overwhelmed. It was a slip of the tongue, and she had no idea how she ended up revealing her true feelings. I'm going to die. How could I just blurt something like that out? Naruto-kun will probably misunderstand me. Then, Hinata, keep it up. Just be more careful during your training next time. Naruto looked down as he applied the medicine, securing the bandages over her wounds. When he looked up again, his gaze met Hinata's fluttering gaze. Okay, let's go, I'll take you back. Hinata blinked and obviously understood what Naruto meant, which was to carry her back. In her current state, there was no way Naruto would leave her here or let her hobble back on one leg. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he sent Hinata back, and he remembered the route completely. "Do you really have to carry me on your back?" Hinata lowered her head. "Let's just make do for now." Naruto packed up the bag of swelling-reducing medicine and said, "There aren't many people on the street. If you'd prefer not to be carried on my back, I could always carry you with Princess Carry." "Then, I'll take the bag." Hinata covered her face and whispered, "Sorry to trouble you, Naruto-kun." "It's no trouble. I just happened to be around, but if you don't want to keep bothering me, remember to protect yourself during training." Naruto crouched down and Hinata carefully moved onto his back. "Actually, I'd like to bother you a few more times," she thought a little selfishly. Hinata's body was very light, perhaps because she restrained her appetite. Even through several layers of clothing, Naruto could still feel that Hinata's body was incredibly thin. Perhaps she was too shy. Hinata buried her face in Naruto's back, not daring to look up. Her cold arms were wrapped around his neck, and with each step, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted up to him. "I'm leaving the village tomorrow," Naruto suddenly spoke up. "Huh?" Hinata immediately tensed up. "Is it a mission?" "Something like that." Naruto wasn't sure how to explain it. After all, the mission to find the Godem Hokage was technically unpaid but required secrecy. "I'll probably be gone for a while." "Will it take long?" "It shouldn't take too long, maybe half a month or a month or two." "Will it be dangerous?" Hinata asked quietly. "Dangerous? Does the battle between Sannin count?" Well, facing Orochimaru, who had killed 2 Kage, probably wasn't too dangerous if he'd lost the use of his arms. Naruto thought for a moment and said, "It'll be very safe." There were not many people along the way, and the occasional few he met were strangers. Naruto wasn't sure if Hinata knew them, but as long as he didn't, it didn't matter. When they arrived at the Hyuga clan's compound, Hinata came down with a blushing face. Her swaying eyes looked at Naruto as she softly said, "We ran into an acquaintance on the way." "Do you need me to explain the situation?" Naruto asked seriously. No, Hinata's face turned even redder as she frantically waved her hands. If her leg wasn't injured, she would have turned and run as far as she could. Progress with Hinata, Kyuubi's approval 19.8%. "Want me to take you in?" Naruto asked, pointing towards the inside of the Hyuga clan's compound. The clean, orderly streets and neatly arranged houses and courtyards gave off an air of dignity and solemnity. "I can manage," Hinata replied timidly, though a fleeting shadow passed through her eyes. "Then goodbye, Hinata. Take care." With that, Hinata balanced on one leg and bowed. Her movements looked a little clumsy but very sincere. It didn't take too much time to send Hinata back to Hyuga clan's compound. After returning to the main street of Konoha, Naruto found a place to fill his stomach and then began a large-scale shopping spree. The new, large household appliances would be delivered by the afternoon. With the payment settled, the service was prompt and courteous, all smiles from start to finish. After running around all afternoon, Naruto took a nap just before sunset. By the time he woke up, it was already dark. He took a shower, changed his clothes, and headed out. Walking from Konoha's main street towards the old district, he bought some food and various other items along the way. Some of these were for himself, while others were for Tayuya. He planned to check if she was still alive. He didn't plan to help Tayuya, just feed her. Afterward, he bought kunai, explosive tags, and ninja swords, all the essentials. Using his usual method, Naruto entered the abandoned building. After searching through the dark floors, he finally found Tayuya huddled in a corner. She had hidden herself quite carefully, and there was no strange smell around, indicating that she had been eating and relieving herself elsewhere. The high vantage point allowed her to observe her surroundings better and prevent anyone from sneaking up on her. With Sandame's death, Konoha had been on lockdown recently. The Anbu were stretched thin, so Root had stepped in to cover some positions, giving the village a rather somber atmosphere. Konoha's higher-ups are quite busy, and Danzo has been keeping a low profile. Konoha was focused on rebuilding and repairing, with vacant positions needing to be filled. The Land of Fire also needed to allocate funds to assist Konoha. There are only 2 major issues that have been put on hold for the time being. The first was the selection of the Godem Hokage. The 2 advisors wanted to delay the decision, but if Tsunade could be brought back, they would strongly support her candidacy. The second issue is about how to deal with the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. The higher-ups have different opinions, so a decision would have to wait until the Godem Hokage took office. Naruto now stood as the lonely monster beneath the towering structure, covered in scales, awaiting judgment. The higher-ups, like gods, forced him into the sunlight, watching as the noble figures around the round table raised their hands to vote. What made him feel the most humiliated was their expectation that Naruto should love them like a loyal dog. As long as the Kyuubi remained within Naruto, he would be seen as the Kyuubi himself. However, the progress on the system's mission was nearly 1/5 complete, which means that one day, even if Kyuubi is separated from Naruto, he can still use Kyuubi's power. He waited for the day to come when Kyuubi would be free, as so would he. As for how the higher-ups would react to losing a Biju, that would no longer be his concern. One day, the gods would fall from their tower and become monsters themselves. Until then, he would continue to watch them, observe them, and one day drag them into the sunlight like dead rats. How many days have you been starving? Not low. Speak properly. One day. Tayuya raised her head and smiled with a hint of contempt. Really? Naruto glanced at her and pointed out, your transformation technique is so weak from hunger that it's wearing off. Huh? Tayuya was stunned for a second, then quickly raised her hand to touch her face. Her pupils dilated in shock. You've seen my true face, so I can only ask you to die now. Hearing this, Naruto yawned and took out enough food from the seal space without paying any attention to what Tayuya said. What good would killing me do you? Are you scared? Oh, you can't beat me, so don't bother. If you keep this up, I'll flatten the whole building, and then you'll have nowhere to hide. Then for the sake of these foods, I'll spare you until next time, Tayuya muttered. I'm leaving now. Next time we meet, don't die at my hands. What nonsense are you spouting? Tayuya took a bite of bread and glared at Naruto. You're the one who should be worried. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Naruto didn't say anything and left directly using Flying Thunder God technique. What a weirdo. Rich and dumb, Tayuya grumbled in the darkness, tearing open another packet of bread. I've never tried this before, it's a new taste. Returning to his somewhat unfamiliar new home, Naruto collapsed on the spacious living room sofa and fell asleep, probably due to running around so much during the day. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. He hastily grabbed a bag and headed out. There wasn't much he needed to prepare, as everything he might need was stored in his seal space. The bag contained only some money and clothes, nothing more. Jiraiya, too, had a sealing scroll that allowed him to store items by summoning toads, so he doesn't need to carry too many things. It's been 3 days since the start of their journey. While taking a break in a tea shop, Naruto suddenly heard a familiar ding in his mind. The mechanical, synthesized voice that he hadn't heard in a while spoke up again. The panel pops up before him. Option 1. Find Tsunade and convince her to return to the village to assume the position of Godem Hokage. Reward. Tail releasing method. Harmless version. Note. The Jinchuriki will not die due to the deprivation of the Biju. Option 2. Find Tsunade and stop her from returning to the village to assume the position of Godem Hokage. Reward. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken, max level. Naruto silently sipped his tea, looking across at the drinking Jiraiya, and asked, if Princess Tsunade doesn't return to assume the position of Godem Hokage, will you be summoned back by the village's higher-ups, pervy sage? That's right. Jiraiya, already tipsy, reluctantly tore his eyes away from the waitress, but there's no way I'm becoming the Hokage. Who would do such a boring job? Then, pervy sage, you should work hard, and find Princess Tsunade as soon as possible. Huh? Jiraiya stood up and looked at Naruto drunkenly. You should be more concerned about your own situation, if Tsunade acknowledges you. Oh, so you like Princess Tsunade? What? You. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? Jiraiya deflected and scratched his head. So you don't like her? That's not true. Jiraiya mumbled to himself, clearly drunk. Tsunade has always been beautiful. Then, pervy sage, you must convince Princess Tsunade to return to the village and become the Godem Hokage. Why'd I have to be the one to convince her? Because I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Jiraiya sighed, you brat, since you both are Sannin, you've known each other since you were kids, right? Naruto continued seriously, no one understands Princess Tsunade better than you, right, pervy sage? You brat, you're not wrong. Jiraiya grinned, pouring himself another drink. If we find Tsunade, I won't be dragged back to become the Hokage. Naruto's words were like a devil's whisper, luring Jiraiya into the abyss. Without the talk no jutsu, he had to resort to deception. The next day, sunlight filled the room, and Jiraiya awoke with a clear head. The windows of the room had been opened early, and the place where Naruto's futon was supposed to be was empty. He must have gone out. In the now empty room, Jiraiya leaned against the head of the bed with a calm expression. What you fear often comes true. He couldn't even remember the last time he saw Tsunade. The village remained the same, but they had grown old. The moment he closed his eyes, all he could see were the death scenes of the people he cared about. His life should have been legendary, with both his master and the pupil being the Hokage, and all the disciples being excellent shinobi. But they are all dead. If he had another chance, maybe he could stop Orochimaru from straying down the wrong path, avoid being rejected by Tsunade, protect his master and his students, find a way to change the hatred-filled shinobi world, and train the child of prophecy. Perhaps such a life would be complete, comparable to the great achievements of all the previous Hokage. But everything from the past was like ashes, blown clean by the wind. Now, all he could do was reminisce through the haze of alcohol, enjoying brief moments of happiness in his dreams. The story of Jiraiya the Gallant could hardly continue. What a failed life. Bang! The door suddenly opened from the outside, and Naruto walked in carrying lunch. He then called out, "Hey, pervy sage, are you awake? It's time to eat." Jiraiya watched as Naruto, with a hint of concern, placed the lunchboxes on the table. His expression softened into a slightly relieved smile. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate. No wonder you managed to win over the Yamanaka clan's daughter." "Watch your words, pervy sage," Naruto said as he opened the boxes, and set out the dishes one by one on the table in front of the window. "You were drunk yesterday, so eat first." "I didn't say anything weird yesterday, did I?" Jiraiya asked as he got up, putting on his slippers and heading to the bathroom. The room was simple, with only a basic bathroom and two nondescript twin beds. A single table, one chair, and a balcony were the only other features. The wallpaper was yellowed, and the outer walls were weathered, exuding a sense of cheapness. It's not that the two of them were short of money, but Jiraiya insisted that a shinobi's life should be frugal, so he had stubbornly chosen this inn, which was right next to a pleasure house. "Yesterday, pervy sage, you got drunk and insisted on going to the place next door to play. I can't stop you, so I can only let you go." "What?" Jiraiya quickly opened his wallet, and then his expression turned even more horrified. "Why'd I have an extra 3,000 ryo?" "Well," Naruto scratched the back of his neck and smiled without answering. "Spill it. I got 3,000 ryo as my share." Naruto's words made Jiraiya's face instantly go blank. "Actually, the total is 6,000 ryo." Jiraiya deflated like a punctured balloon, lying motionless on the bed with a vacant expression. Seeing this, Naruto tried to console him. "Pervy sage, it's not that big of a deal. Getting 6,000 ryo just for a push is actually a pretty good deal." "A push? What do you mean?" Jiraiya suddenly sat up from the bed. "You insisted on going to the pleasure house, and someone pushed you at the entrance." Naruto started eating by himself, and said while eating, "You know, I'm a bit introverted. Since I'm not good at reasoning with people, I just put a sword to his neck." "Introvert?" Jiraiya was stunned. "You call yourself introvert and yet you grabbed 6,000 ryo? This kid clearly doesn't understand the 3 prohibitions for a shinobi." However, after confirming that he did not exchange his body for the 3,000 ryo, Jiraiya felt relieved again. He counted the money again and then gestured to Naruto. "Kid, I will keep your 3,000 ryo for you." "No way." Naruto slapped Jiraiya's hand away and said, "Hurry up and eat, we still have to get going." "What a cheeky brat." Jiraiya reluctantly withdrew his hand, but there was a hint of smile on his face. Seeing the grin on Naruto's face as he held his bowl, it was as if he was saying, "No conscience means more profit." Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh heartily. The sun was shining brightly outside, and a gentle breeze blew through the open window. After they resumed their journey, Jiraiya brought up the idea of taking Naruto as his disciple. Naruto agreed without much fuss. However, when Jiraiya mentioned long-term training with him, Naruto outright refused. He wasn't interested in a life of hardship and wandering like Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin was a vagabond, but Naruto wasn't. As soon as he left home, Naruto began to miss his couch and bed, where he could sleep in every day. Although Konoha didn't treat him well, they couldn't really do anything to him. If they wouldn't sell him something, he'd just take it himself. After all, as long as he pays for them, it is not considered stealing. And if they absolutely refused, well, some beating might change their minds. As long as he didn't wear his forehead protector, he wasn't officially a shinobi and the higher-ups wouldn't bother him. He'll just be fine. Anyway, he doesn't need money now, he just wanted to enjoy life. He didn't want to train, he just wanted to take it easy. Even if he wasted his life, as long as he completed the tasks given by the system and gradually grew stronger, that would be enough. Finally, Jiraiya had no choice but to suggest that Naruto should train Rasengan while they're looking for Tsunade. Naruto thought that he would be free when they're not traveling, so he simply agreed. But training wasn't easy, and Naruto wasn't as diligent as Jiraiya had hoped. Still, Naruto's attitude towards learning ninjutsu was decent enough, so Jiraiya turned a blind eye to his shortcomings. By nightfall, they had reached Tanzaku town. "There's definitely a trick to the Rasengan, right?" Naruto asked. "That's something you have to figure out on your own. Stop being so annoying," Jiraiya said impatiently. The bustling street was brightly lit, with plenty of shops, taverns, and gambling dens. Jiraiya led the way, his eyes darting around as he searched for a nearby pleasure house. "Why do you have to learn ninjutsu on your own if you have someone with experience? It's easy to go astray, right?" Naruto said with some dissatisfaction. "It's a complete waste of life." "What do you know, brat? Only when you figure it out yourself does it become your own ninjutsu," Jiraiya muttered, clearly distracted. Naruto was about to retort when he noticed Jiraiya suddenly quicken his pace, heading in a particular direction. Weaving through the crowded street, they moved towards a more secluded area. At the end of the street, outside a busy tavern, Jiraiya blocked the path of 2 women. From a distance, Naruto noticed that the tall, blonde woman in a green robe had a particularly eye-catching figure. Before Naruto could get a closer look, he noticed that Jiraiya's gaze was gradually drifting downwards. Naruto's brows twitched slightly and he had a bad feeling in his heart. A sudden gust of night wind blew by, and with no warning, a swift, powerful punch sent Jiraiya flying. Tsunade's eyes were fierce and extremely oppressive. "Brat, are you with him?" "I don't know him. Inside the Baccarat tavern. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama." Naruto stood up and apologized sincerely, with a look of determination to reflect on his actions. Surprisingly, Tsunade didn't get angry, at least not because Naruto lied. She just gave Naruto a long, deep look, which made him feel a little uneasy. It was as if she had seen him before, and the look in her eyes was as complicated as an algebra problem. With practiced ease, she poured clear liquor into a cup. After taking a sip, Tsunade didn't even put the cup down before speaking. "I already know about sensei." The atmosphere between Tsunade and Jiraiya was unusually heavy. Naruto silently ate his meal, and after finishing, he walked over to the counter, paid the bill, and headed out to wander around. This matter wasn't something he could get involved in, and there was no point in staying and listening in. Tsunade's gaze briefly flicked outside to Naruto, who wasn't wearing his forehead protector. Her eyes were complicated and no one knew what she was thinking. "I'm done playing." She tossed the cards onto the table, clearly irritated. "It's been so long, and you're still so willful, Tsunade." Jiraiya glanced outside as well, not seeming particularly rushed. "It's fine if you don't want to play cards, but the village needs you to become the Godem Hokage. If you refuse, then that kid will probably—" "Jiraiya, don't play such childish tricks." Tsunade poured herself another drink. "Who would care about that Kyuubi brat?" "It's about Nawaki," Jiraiya said as he took a bite of food. "Don't mention Nawaki." Tsunade's eyes flashed with anger. "I have nothing left to lose. Betting my life for the village is utterly foolish." "I'm really surprised to hear you say that," Jiraiya said. "It's human nature." Tsunade continued to drink, her voice lazy and her posture mature. "Orochimaru has gone crazy, sensei is dead, and you're getting old. As for the fact that sensei died at Orochimaru's hands, I'm not surprised at all. Orochimaru lost all his emotions, but sensei still held on to some hope for him. After all, he was his most prized student." Jiraiya smiled self-deprecatingly. "No one wants that position." Tsunade, slightly drunk, slapped her palm on the table before shifting the topic. "What's the deal with that kid you brought along?" "The Yondaime's son." Jiraiya downed a cup of sake. "He looks a lot like Nawaki, doesn't he?" "I told you not to bring up Nawaki again." Tsunade was visibly annoyed. "Fine, I won't. Naruto was originally kept in the village under the supervision of sensei and the Anbu. I just returned recently." Jiraiya's tone became serious. "Kyuubi was released by Naruto." Tsunade's gaze froze for a moment, but she said nothing. "This matter is somewhat related to Uchiha Itachi, but it's hard to say now because the situation is unclear." Jiraiya continued. "I originally thought that Naruto would grow up to be like the Yondaime, but now. Tsunade, at our age, there's little left to lose. Some things can't be changed, but some things can be changed." Tsunade, holding the sake pot, stared at Jiraiya for a long time. Finally, she stood up and staggered out the door. In the bustling streets of Tanzaku town, Tsunade didn't need to do anything but stand there to draw everyone's attention. Her light blue robe, slightly loose due to her drunken state, failed to diminish her beauty, which could rival that of a 20-year-old girl. Her slim waist and impressive figure, combined with her mature and commanding aura, made her the center of attention. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as if she was searching for something, and the naturally cute expression on her face created a stark contrast. Passers-by were so mesmerized that one even walked straight into a utility pole, clutching his nose in pain. Even though her high and mighty image was somewhat shattered, no one dared approach this tall, stunning woman with a bust of 106. The night breeze blew gently. Tsunade leapt onto the rooftop and saw Naruto practicing the Rasengan with one hand. The Rasengan spun slowly but steadily, and Naruto was calm and composed, like he was playing with a new toy. He sat there quietly, watching the Rasengan spin without any expression. "It's spinning too slowly, it doesn't have any destructive power," Tsunade bluntly commented, her voice laced with drunkenness. "Training requires patience." Naruto retorted with Jiraiya's usual rhetoric. When he looked up and saw it was Tsunade, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "That's the ninjutsu Jiraiya taught you, right?" Tsunade shifted her gaze away from Naruto. "More or less." Naruto stood up, bowing slightly to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, will you return to the village and become the Godem Hokage?" "Oh." Tsunade didn't answer directly. Instead, she leaned in slightly, her face flushed with alcohol, wearing a teasing expression. "Do you really want me to be the Godem Hokage?" "Yes," Naruto replied honestly. "If you refuse to become Hokage, Tsunade-sama, I'll probably end up locked away." "Why should I help you?" Tsunade chuckled and patted Naruto's shoulder hard with one hand. "Tsunade-sama, I am the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but I haven't committed any crimes." Naruto said, "I didn't have a choice before, but now, I just want to be a normal person." And I haven't offended you, so there's no need for you to. How do you know you haven't offended me before? Naruto. What if I refuse? She asked. Then I'll find a way myself. Naruto replied truthfully and sincerely, no one wants to become a monster. At this point, Naruto paused and a smile appeared on his face. I don't care what the higher-ups think, but Konoha should be prepared to lose the Kyuubi. The village has really failed if they've driven a Jinchuriki to this point. Tsunade withdrew her hand and grumbled, going back isn't out of the question, but I need a few days to think. Naruto looked at Tsunade and simply said, okay. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. From the moment they met, Naruto had maintained a respectful attitude toward Tsunade. He didn't expect her to acknowledge the well of fire, as he didn't believe in it himself. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, and everything he said was true. Even if Tsunade doesn't take the position of Godem Hokage, as long as Jiraiya was around, it won't be Danzo's turn to take the position. For Naruto, whether Tsunade takes the position of Godem Hokage is only related to the tail-releasing method. As for what Tsunade will choose, whether to confront Orochimaru alone or to return to the village swiftly, he can only deal it one step at a time. Sometimes, preconceived notions can ruin things. Overthinking is useless, so Naruto decided to continue practicing the Rasengan. The next day, Naruto slept the entire day at the inn, and when he woke up, it was already dark. Jiraiya wasn't around, but Naruto didn't mind. After washing up, he went downstairs to find something to eat. The 3,000 ryo earned by Jiraiya had not been spent yet, which was enough for him to eat sukiyaki, tempura, and ramen until he was full. After strolling around for a while, Naruto, who was about to return to the inn with snacks in his hand, was suddenly attracted by something. It was a dark shadow, or more precisely, a dark shadow huddled behind the tall gate of Tanzaku Town, where a sign with the town's name hung. The shadow sat there, with a large green robe flapping in the night wind, looking oddly familiar. Damn, it's definitely Tsunade. Naruto inwardly cursed his luck. It felt like he had just seen something he shouldn't have, so he quickly looked away and turned away. You little brat. Ignoring me? The dark shadow descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. The earth cracked like an eggshell, splitting open with a meter-long fissure. Tsunade, with her knees bent slightly, glared at Naruto with a less than friendly expression. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Naruto immediately displayed his highly flexible moral bottom line. It doesn't matter if he didn't know what he had done wrong, it was safer to apologize first. You were planning to run away when you saw me, weren't you? Tsunade, in her high heels, elegantly kicked a nearby stone into pieces and then approached Naruto with a confident stride. She stood tall, squinting her eyes as she leaned in towards him. My eyesight isn't great. Naruto quickly deflected, immediately offering the food he was carrying. Tsunade-sama, please accept this gift as a token of my respect. After hearing what he said, the stormy expression on Tsunade's face softened a little. She flicked her hair back and said, now that you mention it, I haven't eaten anything yet, so I'll take you up on that offer. Naruto forced a smile, resigning himself to the situation. Anyway, these snacks were meant for Jiraiya, and maybe Jiraiya had already eaten. Besides, what else would he be doing in the middle of the night if he wasn't persuading Tsunade? The streets were deserted, and the surrounding lights were dim. A few curious people stood outside the still-lit shops, watching from a distance but not daring to approach. Running into a brat like you in the middle of the night really kills the mood. Tsunade acted like a bully, completely ignoring the stiff expression on Naruto's face. Yes, but please, Tsunade-sama, would you consider returning to the village to become the Godem Hokage? Naruto said with a helpless look. Is that how you ask for a favor? Tsunade asked. If you really don't want to return, that's fine. I mean, if it gets too much, I'll just run away. Naruto yawned. You don't have to go out of your way for me. You are really brave to openly express your intention to defect in front of the Godem. Godem? Naruto asked confusedly. Even though I'm still considering it, once I return, I'll definitely be the Godem Hokage. So, in a way, I'm already the Godem Hokage for now. Is this how older women talk? It's so cunning. Naruto replied with deadpan eyes. No, to be precise, this is a complete switch in logic. Until you actually return to the village, you're still just one of the Sannin, not the Godem Hokage. That statement may be misleading, but I know convincing you to return isn't going to be easy. Don't try to guess a woman's thoughts, you little brat. It's actually pretty funny hearing you talk so seriously. Tsunade said, poking Naruto's forehead with a bit of force. Ouch, Naruto hissed, clutching his forehead. Tsunade's face relaxed into a smile. After finishing all the tempura and sukiyaki, she stuffed the empty takeout bag back into Naruto's hands. Thanks for the meal. Naruto's face twitched. I guess you could call it a favor. Unsure of how to respond, Naruto simply decided not to. Brat, if you fully release the Kyuubi, you will die, right? Tsunade asked. Probably, Naruto said, and then added, or maybe not. Who knows, you can't really trust what others say about these things. You have to try it out yourself to be sure. Talking like that, aren't you afraid of dying? There's nothing to be afraid of. If the future is just going to be a bleak and ruined life as a prisoner, how's that any different from being dead? Naruto said with his hands spread out. You really do harbor some deep hatred for the village, Tsunade said. It's not exactly hatred. Any normal person wouldn't like that village. If they want the Jinchuriki to protect the village, they need to show the right attitude. Naruto's expression darkened. I don't really care that much. Becoming a Jinchuriki for no apparent reason, maybe living my whole life without freedom, dying is just a weapon. If that's how it is, I could probably endure it. Isn't your tolerance limit a bit too broad? Tsunade quipped. But there should be some compensation, right? Constantly limiting the Jinchuriki. I can't stand being a shinobi like this. Naruto frowned and said, if there's no benefit, I'm just going to take it easy and do nothing. You've really got a lot of resentment, Tsunade said, but she didn't seem angry. Instead, she smiled and pinched Naruto's cheek, finding his honesty refreshing. After all, hiding things would only make others cautious. Are you laying all your cards on the table with me? Tsunade squinted her eyes as she looked at Naruto. You are not a simple kid. You're way beyond what you should be thinking at your age. You're not the Godem yet. If you're not planning to return to the village, it doesn't matter if I say a few more words, right? Naruto replied, switching from the formal, you, to a more casual tone. Tsunade noticed the change and curled her lips slightly, but didn't say anything. And if I do become the Godem? Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. The height difference between the two was not obvious. In another year or two, Naruto would likely surpass her. If you become the Godem, then if I support you till death, Tsunade-sama, I should have some special privileges, right? Naruto asked with a cheeky grin. Maybe. Tsunade teased, her red lips parting slightly. If you can convince me to go back, I can help you deal with any trouble you get into in the future. That's a deal. As she watched Naruto's retreating figure, the smile on Tsunade's face slowly faded. The dimly lit street of Tanzaku town was reflected in her golden eyes. She knew that Orochimaru was lying to her. The dead couldn't be brought back to life. What would be resurrected would be just a corpse. But she still wanted to do something foolish, even if it was just one final fantasy. If Orochimaru lived, she would keep wanting to resurrect Nawaki and Dan. Only when Orochimaru died could she break that obsession. It wasn't the only way, but it was the best one. While Orochimaru's arms are crippled, she could approach him alone and finish him off. On the rooftop, Naruto crouched in the shadows, planning to stay there for the night to avoid being knocked unconscious by Tsunade. The idea of killing Orochimaru with bare hands is simply immature. To be fair, how can Tsunade, who is afraid of blood, kill Orochimaru with one strike when even the Shinigami can't kill him? Not to mention that Tsunade is afraid of blood now, so it is even more difficult for her to exert any combat power. This is almost a gamble with her life. If Tsunade takes the opportunity of giving treatment to get close to Orochimaru and failed to kill him in one strike, she will probably be in great danger. With this thought in mind, Naruto sighed and muttered to himself, just hold on a bit longer. There is only one Kabuto beside Orochimaru. As long as I can obtain the tail-releasing method, I'll finally be free. Fortunately, Naruto had enough sleep during the day, so he didn't feel sleepy even after staying up most of the night. Hiding quietly in the dark, Naruto dared not make a sound. It was not until the middle of the night when he heard a quarrel from the neighboring inn that he suddenly opened his eyes. Relying on his skills of climbing walls and climbing roofs that are more proficient than a peeper, Naruto slid down the slanted roof with ease. As he approached the edge of the roof, he flattened himself against the wall like a puddle of water, using chakra to minimize any sound. After crossing the balcony between two buildings, Naruto leapt and hung onto the window of another inn. Nothing in this world goes smoothly. It was all about careful planning. He had already mapped out the infiltration route a day earlier during his casual stroll. Quietly opening the window, Naruto slipped into the room. The lights were on in the room, but there was no sound. Tsunade's personal secretary, Shizune, fainted on the futon. Kato Shizune is the niece of Kato Dan, who is known as canon fodder version of Minato. Kato Dan pursued Tsunade but was not able to enjoy it before he died on the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. Whether it was due to some shinobi's dark humor or deliberate revenge, the attack had been brutal and targeted, with Kato Dan's entire kidney removed. It seemed to be another case of robbing beauty. Fortunately, Shizune was a compliant person. Abducted by Tsunade since childhood, she had been shuffled through various casinos and kept as a maid. Years of hardship had made her exceptionally resilient to any situation. Naruto shook Shizune's limp form but got no response. As basin of cold water was poured on her face, Shizune jolted awake. She sat up straight from the futon and recognized Naruto at a glance. She didn't care how Naruto got in, and quickly grabbed Naruto's hand and spoke anxiously. Quick! Where's Jiraiya-sama? Tsunade-sama went to find Orochimaru alone? He's here. In a nearby tavern, Jiraiya was sprawled on a table, fast asleep. Shizune and Naruto exchanged looks. Naruto went over and nudged the sleeping Jiraiya, while Shizune dipped a finger in Jiraiya's sake glass and smelled it. "It looks like he won't wake up anytime soon," Naruto said. "It's a sleeping drug Tsunade-sama used." Shizune frowned. "At this point, we can only do what we can do." Naruto was horrified as he watched Shizune grit her teeth and pull out a scalpel. "Shizune-san, this could be dangerous, right? It's just to draw some blood to wake him up faster. There's no time to make an antidote," Shizune said anxiously. "Tsunade-sama is in danger, if we don't hurry." Naruto was convinced and stepped out of the way, then nodded, "Please increase the intensity." After a while, Jiraiya woke up weakly, surveying his surroundings with a pale face. "Shizune, is that you? How did I end up here sleeping? I was just drinking with Tsunade." Naruto remained silent on the side. After Tsunade had parted ways with him, she had gone to drug Jiraiya. It was still dark, and theoretically, if they rushed now, they might still make it in time. Shizune didn't have time to explain further. She only urged, "We need to leave now. We'll discuss the rest on the way." Jiraiya, weakened from the drug Tsunade had given him and the bloodletting performed by Shizune, looked pale and exhausted as they rushed to the battlefield. "Hey, pervy sage, you're looking really pale? Shut up, you brat." "Pervy sage, you are bleeding. It's just a minor injury," Jiraiya said, but he stopped mid-sentence, panting heavily and leaning against a tree. "You guys go first and leave a mark on the way." Jiraiya said while panting, "I don't have much chakra in my body, and I won't be able to help if I go now. Hold on and wait for me to come over." Shizune frowned, hesitated for a while, and then gritted her teeth and agreed. It wasn't long before Shizune, clutching the pig, Taunton, used her keen sense of smell to locate Tsunade's whereabouts. "It's just ahead." A loud rumbling sound was heard not far away. Without needing further explanation from Shizune, Naruto could tell the direction from the numerous craters Tsunade's fight had created on the plain. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune rushed to the rescue, shooting poison needles from her wrist to drive away Kabuto, who was about to attack Tsunade. Tsunade's body was stained with blood, and at this moment, she was sitting on the ground, trembling with a terrified expression on her face. Hemophobia. With such a troublesome condition, she still dared to come out and fight alone. While complaining in his heart, Naruto followed behind Shizune and pulled out the sword from the seal space. He wasn't used to kunai and preferred a sword. He's the holder of the belief, the longer the blade, the stronger it was. It is known that a samurai from the land of iron could interrupt a shinobi's hand seals if they were fast enough. Naruto wasn't that fast yet, but he could still disrupt people's hand seals. So he drew his sword and without saying a word, he seamlessly followed the rhythm of the poison needle Shizune had fired. Not giving Kabuto a chance to breathe, Naruto struck with his sword like a crescent moon. Kabuto barely managed to block the strike with his kunai. Green chakra was swirling in his other hand, which seemed to be the chakra scalpel technique. This is an advanced medical ninjutsu that uses chakra to transform into a scalpel capable of cutting through muscle and blood vessels without causing visible injury. However, even the most skilled medical nen couldn't cut deeply in the middle of a battle. The sharper the blade, the thinner it was, and the more prone it was to breaking, so the user need to be more careful and focused. But Naruto wouldn't give Kabuto the chance. Strictly speaking, Kabuto is just using a blunt knife that can only cut the surface layers of muscle to incapacitate the target. Kyuubi. Through the gap in Naruto's raised arm, he saw Kabuto's mocking and sinister face. The round lenses of his glasses reflected light slightly. During the Chunin exams, Kabuto had tried to get close to Team 7, but was disrupted by Naruto. As a specialist in intelligence, Kabuto naturally knew about Naruto's past and deliberately called him Kyuubi to provoke Naruto. But Kabuto would never have expected that Naruto, a person from another world, is equally aware of Kabuto's background, and harbored ill intentions as well. Kabuto was originally an orphan, and was later adopted by the Konoha orphanage. However, due to his congenital nearsightedness, Konoha had no money for glasses to give an orphan. The glasses on his face were given to him by the orphanage's director and his most important guardian, Yakushi Nono. Later, that gentle woman died miserably at Kabuto's hands. What's even more heartbreaking is that until the end, Nono didn't recognize Kabuto. With nothing left to his name, the only thing Kabuto treasured was those glasses. Naruto has no conscience, so he naturally will not let go of such a great opportunity. As they clashed, Naruto's expression grew increasingly mocking, and his sarcasm was higher than that of Kabuto Yakushi. "Your glasses are so ugly, Nono." Almost instantly, Kabuto's defenses were completely shattered, and the painful memories he wished to forget surged to the forefront of his mind. Die! The green chakra scalpel surged at this moment, and Kabuto almost went crazy. Seeing Kabuto's mental defenses break down, Naruto swiftly retreated, bending his knees to jump back 3 times in a row. Kabuto, successfully provoked by Naruto, was nearly driven mad. At one point, he had a gentle light in his life, Someone who was more important to him than even a mother, Yakushi Nono, the orphanage's director. But he didn't know that Nono was the former top intelligence gathering officer of the route, known as the Wandering Miko. She had only become the orphanage's director after withdrawing from the route. Because Kabuto was too outstanding, he had caught the eye of Danzo at a very young age and was dragged into the route. Nono could only learn about Kabuto's condition through photos as she was not allowed to see him in person. Danzo seized this flaw and started to make trouble. By slowly replacing Kabuto's photos, he gradually erased Nono's memory of the real Kabuto's appearance. In the end, Nono completely mistook someone else for Kabuto, forgetting what the real Kabuto looked like. So when she received the mission to assassinate Kabuto, Nono felt no emotional turmoil. She didn't know how the real Kabuto looked like, and Kabuto also didn't know that the person who assassinated him was Nono, so he killed her instead. Kabuto was originally an orphan who had lost his memories. It was Nono who had given him a name, warmth, and a sense of self. But in the end, Nono didn't recognize him, even at the moment of her death. The last person in the world who remembered his existence died, and he lost his true self as well. Nono doesn't remember you at all. Isn't that ironic? Your existence has no meaning, no one cares whether you live or die. As Naruto dodged Kabuto's attacks, he taunted him with a mocking expression, each word cutting deeper into Kabuto's heart. He had no intention of guiding people toward the light. Instead, every word was a silent, devastating blow. Shut up, Kabuto snarled with a ferocious look on his face, and the chakra scalpel in his hand gathered into a short whip, and he aggressively pursued Naruto. You have nothing and nowhere to go. Naruto continued his verbal assault, moving more fluidly with each step, his sword strikes becoming increasingly precise. Kabuto's attacks grew wild and uncoordinated as he desperately tried to kill Naruto, his sanity slipping away with each reckless strike. Shut up! The air rippled with warmth as Kabuto's chakra scalpel slashed through it. Naruto knew better than to let his guard down. After all, a single hit could sever his tendons or ligaments. Kabuto's speed was overwhelming, forcing Naruto to abandon forming hand seals altogether. Naruto dodged step by step, continuously provoking Kabuto's nerves. Jiraiya hadn't arrived yet, Tsunade had already lost her combat power, and Shizune couldn't handle Orochimaru on her own. If you can't find your own identity, then just rob it from someone else. Kabuto rolled over and swung a chakra chainsaw like at Naruto. What a joke! Then go ahead and rob it. Naruto slashed at the chainsaw, bringing the two of them face to face once more. Through the narrow gap, they locked eyes, both gritting their teeth with menacing smiles. On the other side, Shizune had already started fighting with Orochimaru in order to protect Tsunade. Naruto silently prayed in his heart that the pervy sage would come to the rescue quickly, all while missing the timely rescues that Sasuke used to deliver. People like you, who have a name and identity, will never understand the despair of someone like me, who is completely blank. Bloodshot suddenly appeared in Kabuto's eyes, and his gaze was vicious. Uzumaki Naruto. He panted heavily, like a wild beast. Do you know what it feels like to kill yourself with your own hands? I am nothing. Names are just marks, and glasses are tools. You're right, from the start, I was nothing, I had nothing. Hey! Naruto's face was equally ferocious. What disgusting nonsense are you spewing? If your life has no meaning, then just die already. You think I'd feel sorry for you? I'd kill you right now and spit on your grave. You think you've figured something out? If you have anything to say, save it for Nono. But Nono was dead, so who could Kabuto possibly talk to? Kabuto didn't know how Naruto knew all this, but at this moment, Kabuto had no time to think, as his anger had overwhelmed his reason. Naruto was fighting like a madman, showing no regard for consequences, as if he didn't care about the consequences. If he couldn't have it, he'd destroy it. No redemption, no mercy. In the life and death struggle, why should he care who is more pitiful? Only the living has the right to spit on their enemy's grave. Kabuto's life had been completely stolen by Danzo through despicable means, and until her last breath, Nono still believed that Kabuto was still living safely in Konoha. Death is a constant, and so is tragedy. But the world is not fake, the warmth of a loved one is real, and all Naruto wanted was to take it easy. So, he said the most venomous thing he could to Kabuto. Have you ever wondered why it wasn't you who died that day? With a roar, Kabuto broke down completely, screaming in agony. Shut up, I'm going to kill you, Uzumaki Naruto. Bring it on. Naruto's neck veins bulged as he shouted back, refusing to back down. Lava-released chakra instantly covered his blade. Why did Nono raise something like you? It was so dirty. Naruto once again demonstrated the most shining quality in shinobi duels, his flexible moral bottom line. A child who has been drenched by rain is the best at ruining other people's umbrellas. He knew exactly what could instantly crush a person's spirit, what could utterly destroy their beliefs. With his blade engulfed in flames, Naruto charged at Kabuto like a young cheetah, and the molten lava completely scorched the blade red. Kabuto's chakra scalpel screeched as it aimed straight for Naruto's heart. But Naruto's combat instincts were astonishingly sharp. In an instant, it was as if the whole world slowed down. The sound of wind, the hum of Shizune's poison needles slicing through the air, the chakra scalpel, all of it seemed to be infinitely magnified in his eyes. In that split second, Naruto's leg muscles exploded with power, making him jerk violently like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Just like a movie tape being stuck, a black and white picture flashed by with a sizzling sound. The high-speed twitching allowed Naruto to miraculously dodge the chakra scalpel. He had already reached into Kabuto's side. Then, without any hesitation, he swung his molten blade. Kabuto's pupils dilated as the molten blade sliced into his right ribs. Fortunately, he activated Yin healing wound destruction just in time. Before his right side was attacked, he mobilized his cells to heal in advance. In this way, the cells that are constantly being destroyed and the cells that are constantly healing are intertwined together crazily, making it look like he was rapidly healing from his injuries. This ninjutsu is similar to Tsunade's creation rebirth and can be considered an exquisite ninjutsu. At the same time, the blade in Naruto's hand could not withstand the high temperature and broke. Kabuto's eyes narrowed, and a wicked grin spread across his face as his chakra scalpel surged. In that instant, Naruto casually threw away the broken ninja sword in his hand. Then, while Kabuto almost doubted his own eyes, a brand new ninja sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A layer of haze covered Naruto's eyes, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Poor Kabuto, you're utterly clueless about what it means to truly be wealthy. How much could a simple ninja sword cost? Of course, I buy 100 at a time, why settle for just one? Kabuto was stunned, feeling the situation outrageous. But Naruto didn't care. Living humbly is a challenging art in itself. Seizing the moment while Kabuto was still in shock, Naruto swiftly channeled his lava release into the blade and swung another diagonal slash at Kabuto. He did consider stabbing Kabuto straight through the heart, as he would not show mercy to the enemy no matter what. However, if Kabuto dodges, the blade might get stuck in his ribs and be difficult to pull out, not to mention his face might be covered in blood. Naruto abandoned that idea in an instant, opting instead for a diagonal slash. If he could severely injure Kabuto again, the battle would be nearly over, and he could always finish the job later if he was not dead. With the agility of the swiftest cheetah, Naruto's body moved like a lightning bolt, the molten blade blazing white hot as it cut through Kabuto's side. Drip, drip. Kabuto clutched his side as he staggered out of the smoke, blood dripping onto the ground. He had no choice but to swallow a blood-replenishing pill to replenish the blood he'd lost in battle. The battle only lasted for a moment. Kabuto was already at the level of a Jonin. Although he was not as good as Kakashi or Guy, he was still young with great potential. An average person's talent was fully displayed in Kabuto, and handling a kid like Naruto should have been easy. However, battle is all about seizing the moment and striking with precision. Naruto had the advantage, dodging Kabuto's attacks at high speed and boldly moving within Kabuto's striking range. More importantly, Yakushi couldn't figure out where Naruto got the new sword from. This time, he'd really suffered a lot. His body was becoming increasingly sluggish, and continuing the fight with the current conditions seemed impossible. The dark red molten lava flowed along the blade, and the ninja sword in Naruto's hand revealed a golden color. The intense heat radiating from it suggested the sword was on the verge of breaking. The battle between the two had lasted no more than 2 minutes from start till now. From trading blows to exchanging insults, the outcome of the battle was decided in just 2 minutes. Naruto had chosen the dirtiest tactics and the quickest way to fight. It is impossible for him to kill Kabuto immediately. Meanwhile, Shizune on the other side was barely holding on. If Orochimaru doesn't die, he will have the means to save Kabuto. However, if Shizune and Tsunade died, they would really die for real. Continuing to tangle with Kabuto wasn't worth it, so when Naruto realized he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he switched to dealing a heavy injury instead. With a scream, Shizune was kicked away by Orochimaru. Even without his hands, Orochimaru was still fierce, like a madman with nothing to lose, and he truly had nothing to fear. As an emotionless, immortal being, he had almost no weaknesses. Shizune fell on the grass, blood oozing from her wounds. Orochimaru didn't bother with her anymore, instead opened his mouth to release a sword, then turned to face Naruto. Naruto almost got goosebumps all over his body, but he could only steel himself to fight. The slippery snake left Naruto with almost no time to think, and Kyuubi's chakra surrounded his entire body. His leg muscles tensed like those of a rabbit ready to spring. Kyuubi's approval, 19.8%. The sword in Naruto's hand shattered instantly upon contact with Orochimaru's snake sword. After all, the Kusanagi sword was unbeatable. Naruto dodged and retreated, and Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and rushed straight towards the bloodphobic Tsunade. Upon seeing the blood, Tsunade completely lost her ability to fight. She sat on the grass, trembling all over. It's as if she had become a different person, entirely consumed by overwhelming fear. Weak and helpless, she seemed like a frightened child. If Naruto didn't already know that Tsunade had a fear of blood, he might have thought she was just putting on an act. But seeing how Kabuto had been shaken mentally by his words, it wasn't too surprising that Tsunade would react this way. In that split second, Naruto realized it was too late to go to Tsunade's side. He stepped back, but Orochimaru was already heading toward Tsunade. Flying Thunder God. Second stage, the kunai was thrown, moving so fast that it pierced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. At this time, Jiraiya finally arrived, his voice sounding a bit strained. Fire release. Flame bullet. The Flying Thunder God kunai arrived first. Orochimaru hadn't expected that the Yondaime's Flying Thunder God technique would appear at this time. He was startled when Naruto suddenly appeared beside the kunai and tackled Tsunade to the ground. The Kusanagi sword missed Tsunade, but instead pierced right through Naruto. The sudden, intense pain made Naruto realize that he had been struck by the Kusanagi sword, a legendary weapon that no amount of money could buy. The severe shock caused Naruto to lose his composure and he spat out a mouthful of blood on Tsunade's chest. Jiraiya's flame bullet arrived a second later, forcing Orochimaru, who was about to pull out the sword, to retreat several dozen meters. Ah! Tsunade screamed in terror as Naruto's blood splattered on her, and the scenes of her younger brothers, Nawaki and her lover, Dan's deaths flashed through her mind. She recalled the desperate rain-soaked nights when the bleeding could not be stopped no matter what she did. Naruto, Jiraiya's pupils dilated, but Orochimaru blocked his path, and Kabuto, looking slightly recovered, jumped back to Orochimaru's side. As for whether he has recovered from the mental shock caused Naruto's verbal attacks, it is unknown. Tsunade watched in horror as Naruto lay in her arms, her pupils widening in shock at the sight of the blood. She screamed, her mind breaking down, her body trembling, her face contorted with fear and helplessness. Suddenly, the seriously injured Naruto raised his bloodied hand and, without warning, wiped it across Tsunade's face. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto coughed violently, using all his strength to lean toward her ear. This scene of him whispering his last words was eerily familiar, pushing Tsunade to the brink of collapse. However, Naruto's hand slipped from her face to her neck. He used all his strength to pull Tsunade over, and then said with a weak and dying look on his face, "Tsunade-sama, I've never asked you for anything. Stop talking, please, stop." Tsunade collapsed and cried, her tears started falling. "Why did you do this? How could you be so stupid?" Naruto's breathing became more rapid. He clutched Tsunade tightly, his eyes almost bulging out, and he shouted hoarsely like an old man who was about to die, "Quick! Pull out the sword. Now, it's mine." Tsunade froze as she stared blankly at Naruto. Tears streamed down her porcelain-like cheeks, dripping from her chin into Naruto's eyes, and she burst into tears. Naruto didn't understand why Tsunade was crying, but he knew he couldn't lose the Kusanagi sword. He wanted to shout again, "Hurry and pull out the sword. If you don't, Orochimaru is going to steal it. The sword is good. Now it's mine." Tsunade held Naruto and cried uncontrollably. Naruto's mouth opened slightly, his eyes dim, silently mouthing the words. "Pull out the sword." Tsunade hugged him and cried hysterically. Naruto's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and his eyelids became heavier. However, with the Kyuubi keeping him alive, he wasn't worried about dying. But he couldn't speak now, and it was driving him crazy. "Pull out the sword. Damn it." Naruto passed out from the pain, and when he woke up again, it was already nighttime. The tail-releasing method was successfully granted. His chest throbbed faintly. The ceiling looked unfamiliar. It's not a hospital, nor was it Konoha. He fully opened his eyes and saw Shizune asleep at his bedside. It seemed we are in the inn. He silently sat up, turned his head to both sides, and touched his chest. However, the Kusanagi sword was nowhere to be found. Shizune was awakened by the noise. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, only to find that Naruto had woken up, but his face was extremely grim, like someone who had lost everything. "Naruto, you're awake?" Shizune walked over and placed her cool hand on his forehead. "Please don't move around too much. It will take some time for the wound to heal." "Shizune-san, where's the sword?" Naruto asked with hopelessness. "Sword? The big sword?" Naruto gestured at his chest. "The big sword that was stuck in my chest?" Shizune, the eternally youthful beauty in black stockings, instantly understood. Her face broke into a soft, maid-like professional smile as she replied, "I'm sorry, it was taken away by Tsunade-sama." "What? How could she?" Naruto stopped himself from courting death, "be so humorous?" "Shizune-san, Tsunade-sama must be teasing me, right? She will definitely return the sword to me, right?" "Well," Shizune showed an awkward smile on her face. Seeing this, Naruto's face instantly fell. "Where's the sword?" Naruto cornered Tsunade in a small tavern. "What sword?" Tsunade, drunk and swaying, pouted, her clothes half revealed. What the hell are you talking about, you little brat? The sword. The one in my chest. Naruto was so anxious that he didn't even want to look at her cleavage, and was practically pressing his face against Tsunade's. Get a grip, old woman. In an instant, the air around them dropped to freezing point. Tsunade's face turned fierce and her eyes glowed red with fury. What did you just call me? Hokage-sama. Naruto said bluntly, and straightened his position for a second, but soon he couldn't hold it anymore. Where's the sword? Where's my big sword? That thing is too dangerous. Tsunade slurred drunkenly. How could I possibly give it to an unreliable brat like you? Huh? What? Naruto was baffled. He sat down across from Tsunade and asked, Tsunade-sama, who blocked the sword for you? Well, don't dodge the question, damn it. I suppose it was you. Tsunade frowned, biting her finger with an extremely reluctant expression. What do you mean, suppose? It was me. Naruto's face was full of resentment. I blocked the sword for you at that time, and that sword pierced through my chest, right here. Naruto chattered incessantly as he recounted the events, clearly showing how much he desired the Kusanagi sword. See, I was like this. Naruto retracted the hand that was gesturing toward his chest and muttered, anyway, you had to give it to me. The sword pierced my body, so that means it's mine now. Giving it back to you isn't. Impossible. Tsunade drank another cup, her face flushed, but that depends on your future performance. Naruto's face was filled with dejection, and he was impressed by Tsunade's equally low moral bottom line. Neither of them were saints, and their combined cunning could fill 1,000 minds. But there wasn't much he could do now. In a sense, Tsunade was already the Godem Hokage, his direct superior. And he is just an ordinary Biju's Jinchuriki, and he will also have to rely on Tsunade to protect him in the upcoming high-level meeting. In other words, Naruto would have to listen to this evil woman from now on. Although it annoyed him for now, he had no choice but to let Tsunade have her way. He was so angry that he was trembling with fear. He wondered when a Jinchuriki would ever truly stand tall. When the process of extracting Kyuubi's power was complete, I could use the tail-releasing method. When the time comes, I'll make this old woman come to me holding the Kusanagi sword and beg me to get the Kyuubi back. But, of course, only a fool would care who took the Kyuubi. Here. Tsunade suddenly thrusted a warm object into Naruto's hand and downed another drink. What is? Naruto scratched his head, feeling confused. He opened his palm to reveal a metal pendant necklace, which had once belonged to the Shodem Hokage and was Tsunade's most treasured possession. Why does it smell like milk? Naruto sniffed, but before he could investigate further, Tsunade punched him onto the table angrily. You want to die, brat? It hurts. It hurts, I'm going to die. My wound is reopening. Naruto's cries echoed through the tavern, only to be quickly muffled by Tsunade, who pulled him into her chest. Why are you shouting? Tsunade was slightly annoyed and muttered in a low voice, believe it or not, I can tear open your wound and heal it again. Naruto didn't dare to release a sound anymore. He knew that this woman was really capable of doing such a thing. In fact, older single-strong women were all terrifying in their own ways. To make matters worse, Tsunade was clearly drunk right now. Looking at the sake bottles on the table, Naruto had no doubt that Tsunade had been drinking alone from morning till now. Come, have a drink too. Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, shoved a cup of sake into Naruto's face. I don't drink. The 3 prohibitions for shinobi, I'm a MMMPH, cough cough. What's the big deal? A little drink won't hurt you. Tsunade drunkenly poured the sake into Naruto's mouth. Don't be so rigid, it's good stuff. I'll drink it myself, Naruto quickly pleaded, realizing Tsunade was a complete drunkard. If she kept forcing it down his throat, he'd choke to death. Ha! How much can a little brat like you drink? Tsunade laughed drunkenly, then pulled Naruto into her arms, intent on making him drink. MMMPH, Naruto tried to protest again, but was completely overwhelmed, nearly suffocating. The mix of perfume and alcohol in her embrace quickly turned into the smell of vomit. Naruto knelt outside the tavern, vomiting violently. It was already dark outside. The streets were crowded with people and the lights flickered like a flowing river. Tsunade stood aside and watched the fun with a hearty laugh. She leaned over and patted Naruto on the back and said with a bright smile, "You're so weak, brat." Naruto didn't drink the sake, but vomited because Tsunade held him. He looked up with a pale face and suddenly grabbed Tsunade's wrist. Naruto may be the only one in Konoha who was tormented by the Godem Hokage. Gripping Tsunade's wrist, Naruto, still not giving up, asked, "Where's the sword?" Tsunade paused, then crouched beside Naruto, and said with a frivolous smile, "It depends on your performance in the future. You said you would support me to be the 5th Hokage. Now that I have accepted your promise, you must also keep your promise." Hearing this, Naruto let go of Tsunade's wrist and struggled to stand up. The lights from the shops lining the Tanzaku town's night market cast thread-like beams, creating a dim glow at Naruto's feet. The night breeze made him feel a bit more clear-headed. This is too much. How can a Hokage do something like this? It's very possible. Tsunade laughed. As she spoke, she too stood up, her large green robe emblazoned with the word, gamble, gently swaying in the night breeze. The alcohol's worn off, it's time to head back. That, Naruto coughed and said, Tsunade-sama, are you saying goodbye to the memories of the past? Though I don't fully understand, I think that bad memories are painful, whether you want to remember them or not, just keeping them in your mind hurts. You little brat. Tsunade chuckled, giving Naruto a light tap on the head. No matter how painful the past memories are, you can't just let go of them. If you let go of the past, you'll have nothing left. Naruto knew better than to continue the topic. If someone is covering their wound and you forcibly uncover it, you're not helping them. Instead, you're stabbing them again. Tsunade-sama, you're already the Godem Hokage, and the affairs of the village are still very busy, Naruto said, finally speaking something sensible. The end of one era is also the beginning of another. Yeah, Tsunade responded, her voice tinged with a bit of melancholy. The village was my grandfather's legacy, and I'll have to pass on the responsibility of protecting it to the next generation. The shinobi world is not peaceful either, with frequent wars and countless people freeze or starve to death. Naruto said, it is really not easy to understand the world. The way of life is what people desire, and the world is every blade of grass and every tree in the village. You're saying that again. Tsunade suddenly laughed, rubbing Naruto's face as she asked, you are quite thoughtful, what's on your mind now? I haven't thought about anything. While I hope Tsunade-sama becomes the Godem Hokage, I personally have no desire to become Hokage, Naruto murmured. I just hope that you can speak a few more words for me at the high-level meeting later, Tsunade-sama, so that I don't end up with my freedom restricted. Don't worry, those old geezers can't do anything to you, Tsunade said, increasing the pressure in her grip. I will protect you, and I won't restrict your freedom. I am very happy that you are so open with me. The power of the Biju is too strong. I actually don't have many people to talk to in the village. Naruto said, I am also very happy to be able to help you, Tsunade-sama. Then perform well. Tsunade smiled and leaned over to kiss Naruto on the cheek, and I'll return the sword to you. It took almost a month from the time Naruto and Jiraiya departed. Tsunade did as she said and returned to Konoha to officially assume the position of the Godem Hokage. On the day they returned to the village, Naruto was sandwiched between Tsunade on one side and Jiraiya on the other. The return of two of the legendary Sannin immediately caused a huge commotion in the village. As the granddaughter of the Shodem Hokage, a legendary medical nen, and the future Godem Hokage, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of Tsunade. Konoha's streets were packed with people, which was exactly the effect the two advisors wanted. They had spread the news far and wide before Tsunade's return. Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of the Shodem Hokage, but also one of the Sannin, a disciple of the Sandaime Hokage, and a powerful medical nen. If Tsunade doesn't become Hokage, who else can be qualified to sit on that position? Danzo might have been grinding his teeth in frustration, but there was no way he could take the Hokage's position from Tsunade. This was the will of the people. Everyone believes that the granddaughter of the Shodem Hokage will bring hope to the village. And so, Naruto, the so-called cursed child, was paraded through the streets by Tsunade. From the Konoha Gate to Konoha Street, and then from Konoha Street to the Hokage Tower. Under the high platform of the Hokage Tower, a crowd of shinobi and villagers gathered, looking up at the newly appointed Godem Hokage. Naruto wanted to escape, but was quickly pulled back by Tsunade. Where do you think you're going? Tsunade frowned, grabbing his ear. Just stand here properly until the ceremony is over, then you can go wherever you want. It's not like I'm the one becoming Hokage, why'd I have to? Sorry, the wind was too strong, so I didn't hear you clearly just now. Tsunade's face darkened, her eyes blazing with a menacing red that seemed capable of pulverizing Naruto with a single punch. My apologies, I swear allegiance to Tsunade-sama. Naruto immediately stood up straight and declared. You're such a sweet talker. Tsunade's attitude shifted in an instant. She smiled warmly and put the Hokage's hat on her head, the symbol of her new position. Behind him were the two advisors and Jiraiya, along with the pro-Sandaime factions, all in full support of Tsunade. The event was a grand affair, attended by the clans of Ino Shikacho, the Hyuga clan, the Aburame and Inazuka clans, and the Anbu commander. Naruto yawned and stood closest to Tsunade, listening to Tsunade announce amid the cheers of everyone that from now on she would manage the Konoha village. The process was really boring, but the villagers' thunderous cheers were indeed mixed with their longing for the future. Tsunade's return was like a shot of adrenaline for Konoha, which is still recovering from the attack. As they say, the will of the people is what truly matters. Some people just need to stand there, and everyone will flock to them with admiration. Tsunade was one of those people. She had gambled her whole life and lost it all. From beginning to end, her entire life had been a string of defeats, However, if she could win just once in her lifetime, it would be enough. Naruto watched the strong-willed woman waving at him amidst the cheers, and suddenly felt a surge of complex emotions. After returning home, Naruto washed up silently, then lay naked on the sofa while still wrapped in a bath towel, staring blankly. After a month-long mission, he found himself at a loss for what to do. As expected, I still had to continue my previous routine. If there are missions, I will do them. If there are no missions, I will do nothing. The high-level meeting will most likely be cancelled, so I don't need to pay attention to it anymore. Staring at the white ceiling, for some reason, Naruto suddenly craved a cup of cocoa. Maybe it was because he hadn't had it in a while. Actually, he didn't really like cocoa, but he just wanted to see if there was any difference between the cocoa Ino made and the one he could make himself. Idle thoughts easily filled his mind, proving that he wasn't as busy as he thought. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking startled Naruto, making him instinctively roll over and grab his sword. After being stunned for a long while, he shook his head violently, chastising himself for being so paranoid, as thinking about Itachi had made him overly cautious. This was Konoha, a village with good public security, so there was no need to be so cautious. Click. The door opened. Ino stood there, dressed in a light, casual shirt, likely because she wasn't on a mission. Her softly curled blonde hair was casually pinned up, giving her an intellectual yet cute appearance. It looked like she had applied something on her lips, a soft, pinkish shine making them appear moist and inviting. The skin on her neck was unbelievably smooth. The moment she opened the door, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from her. She blinkly wrapped in a white towel, and asked, "Why are you holding a sword?" "I got scared by Uchiha Itachi." Naruto spoke honestly as he skillfully twirled his sword before slowly sheathing it with a click. "Here, my mother asked me to send this to you." Ino took out a bag of food from behind her back, her expression somewhat unnatural. "If you didn't like it, you shouldn't have said so. You mentioned last time that you liked it, and my mother took it seriously. When she heard you were back, she insisted I bring it to you. I wasn't lying. Please thank Auntie for me." Naruto casually hung his sword on the wall by the entrance, then turned around and said lazily, "I'm going to put on some clothes. Make yourself comfortable." Ino pursed her lips, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. She then lightly stepped into the entryway, her hands behind her back. She leaned against the wall and began taking off her shoes, revealing her smooth, alabaster ankles. Her delicate feet stepped firmly onto the floor as Naruto, now dressed, emerged from his room without glancing at Ino, yawning as he headed to the kitchen to boil some water. The apartment Naruto had moved into this time was much more spacious than his old, rundown one. The decor was far more refined, and all the furniture and appliances were top of the line. Just got back, Ino leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching Naruto tiredly open the refrigerator and prepare to cook. Sunlight streamed in through the large, south-facing windows, filling the clean and tidy living room, crossing over the sofa, and falling onto Ino's neatly positioned legs. Her smooth, white calves were flawless, and the firm and tender tight are clearly visible. "Yeah." Naruto turned on the electric kettle with a click, then leaned lazily against the marble counter, glancing at Ino before his gaze settled on her legs. Ino's face twitched, and her originally proper smile gradually became unsustainable. "Where are you looking at? Your legs?" Naruto answered with a yawn. Naruto originally thought that Ino would look at him with contempt and then make sarcastic retort, but instead, her face flushed, and she seemed utterly flustered. "You're not thinking of anything weird, are you?" "Absolutely not." Naruto denied flatly. "Not that I'd mind being the object of a fantasy." Ino laughed awkwardly, her eyes darting around. "Usually, guys your age start becoming perverts, right?" Even though she said something so outrageous, her face was still unmistakably red. It was not difficult to see that Ino was just trying her best to hide her embarrassment and was just trying to act tough. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Naruto's expression became dull, then he pointed at Ino's outfit and asked, "But what's up with what you're wearing?" "My outfit? What's wrong with it?" Ino blinked rapidly, her expression turning adorably confused as she answered the question irrelevantly. "So, what's for lunch? Is it omurice again? Hey, I had it last time, so maybe try something different this time." "Hello, and also, Ino suddenly turned away and flopped onto the sofa, staying silent. Strange. Naruto glanced at the ingredients and then at Ino lying on the sofa. He felt like he shouldn't be standing in the kitchen, but rather lying on the sofa too. "Ino." Hearing the voice coming from right next to her, Ino froze for a moment, and quickly lifted her head, only to find herself nose to nose with his dead fish eyes. The distance between the tips of their noses was only about the length of a finger, and their eyes locked. "Ah!" Ino let out a scream. Then her face turned completely red. She buried her face in the sofa and begged in a muffled voice, "Stop asking, please stop asking." "Okay, I won't ask." Naruto plopped down on the other side of the sofa, his entire demeanor instantly transforming into that of a dried-up sardine, lifeless and drained of energy. "Ino, I'll leave the cooking to you." I was badly injured outside, got a hole through my chest. It's not fully healed yet." Hearing this, Ino was stunned. Then she sat up and nervously crawled over to him. She stared at Naruto's closed eyes, and her golden hair brushed against his face, tickling him slightly. Naruto opened his eyes, and their gazes locked once more. Ino's face gradually turned red, the blush spreading all the way to her neck. Her warm breath touched his face, and she awkwardly straightened up, looking away as she hastily tucked her hair behind her ear. "I want to see the wound." Naruto, not wanting to cook, lifted his shirt without hesitation, revealing a slightly terrifying scar was visible on his chest. Though it had already scabbed over and was nearly healed, it still looked scary. "How did you get it?" Ino was really startled. She gently touched the scar and asked carefully, "Does it hurt?" "If you're asking like that, then yes, it does. That's not how you answer." Ino's attention was entirely on the scar, while Naruto, feeling sleepy, barely kept his eyes open, completely unaware that Ino was almost sitting on top of him. A cool summer breeze passed through the window, and the next moment, Naruto had dozed off on the sofa. Ino remained leaning over him, her pupils dilating slightly. Even though they weren't physically touching, her heart began to race inexplicably, as if a storm was brewing within her. She stood up and walked silently to the kitchen, almost wondering if her brain was malfunctioning. "Ah, die, you jerk," boom. The sound of a kitchen knife hitting the cutting board echoed as Naruto slept soundly on the sofa near the balcony. The wind chime jingled softly. Ino leaned against the kitchen doorway, biting her lip in a daze. The cicadas' summer chorus continued, but their noise no longer reached the girl's ears. Naruto fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness sinking into the seal space. The mountain-sized Kyuubi was curled up within the red bar, watching something on the DVD player. When he noticed Naruto's arrival, he didn't even blink. "What are you doing here? I fell asleep and ended up here." Naruto sighed. "What, not happy to see me?" Kyuubi said nothing, merely performing a very human-like gesture. "Patui." Naruto suddenly snapped awake, sitting upright on the sofa. His consciousness was kicked out of the seal space by gesture. That time, Adachi's Amaterasu had struck Kyuubi, and it was not until he escaped back to the seal space that he was safe. Previously, Kyuubi had also forcibly extended Naruto's life when he was near death, which was considered to be the most he could do. Awake, Ino's voice called from the kitchen. Moments later, Ino, now wearing a light blue apron, emerged from the kitchen with a steaming hot stone pot. Her hair was different from usual, as it was loosely draped over her shoulders. "What are you staring at? Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Ino, unaware of how she looked, stood by the dining table, looking at Naruto in confusion. While biting a hair tie in her mouth, she reached behind her head and skillfully tied her golden locks into a ponytail. Naruto wondered if he had somehow crossed over again. Had I suddenly gotten a wife this time? "Milady, please control yourself." "Huh? You're not thinking anything weird, are you?" Ino asked with a frown. "I swear on the name of the legendary Sannin, absolutely not," Naruto said with a serious expression, sacrificing the reputation of the Sannin without hesitation to protect his apron fetish. Having a cute girl personally cook for him was something to be grateful for. But seeing Ino moving around in an apron, even though Naruto was doing his best not to let his mind wander. As expected, aprons are great, aren't they? The sound of running water filled the room as Naruto's hands were fully submerged under the stream, but his eyes seemed distant. Ino had been acting a bit strange lately, but she did look good in that apron. If one were to compare a maid outfit with an apron, it would be hard to choose, as both have their unique charm. A pretty girl with flawless skin. Just looking at her was a feast for the eyes. Damn it, I really should be thanking the heavens for sending such an angel. When she saw Naruto nonchalantly walked out of the kitchen, Ino frowned slightly. She always felt that this boy in front of her suddenly became strange. She wondered why did his previously perverted gaze suddenly become pious, as if he was looking at a Miko. At the dining table, "It's delicious," Naruto praised without reservation. "The eggs have a hint of honey, and the soup is really tasty too." Hearing Naruto's words, Ino's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was extremely satisfied. Then, as if something crossed her mind, she suddenly asked, "Where did you get that wound?" "Oh, that? I took it for Tsunade-sama." "Tsunade-sama?" Ino immediately tensed up. She recalled seeing Tsunade on the platform outside the Hokage Tower earlier in the day and noticed Naruto standing beside her, looking rather listless. During the Godem Hokage's inauguration ceremony, usually, only the high-level advisors and elders were allowed to stand behind the new Hokage. Still, the mention of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, made Ino feel a bit odd. "Tsunade-sama must be very amazing, right?" "No," Naruto's expression turned resentful. "That woman doesn't act like a Hokage at all. She has a bad temper and doesn't keep her word. She completely relies on her status as a woman to shirk responsibility. In short, I can't even imagine what it's like to have someone like her as Hokage." "Huh?" Ino was a little confused. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she still said, "Naruto, don't speak ill of Tsunade-sama. If it weren't for Tsunade-sama, the village wouldn't have stabilized so quickly." Seeing Ino's serious expression, Naruto pouted and responded with, "I know. Geez, you'd better listen to me, alright." The sunset was a warm yellow. The two walked side by side down Konoha's main street, blending in with the crowd of people heading home after a long day. "You really didn't have to walk me home," Ino said, stealing a quick glance at Naruto before quickly looking away. "It's nothing, I just felt like taking a stroll. I heard that starting tomorrow, the village will begin assigning all the missions that have piled up. After a brief break, things are going to get busy again," Ino said with a sigh. "Stay safe," Naruto replied absent-mindedly, his gaze wandering through the lively crowd. It seemed that after Tsunade returned to the village, the oppressive atmosphere hovering over Konoha instantly dissipated. The damaged buildings were mostly repaired, and more people were coming out of their sorrow. After the Konoha crush, Naruto lost an old apartment, but for him, it was a negligible loss. What pained him more was losing the Kusanagi sword. Considering that Orochimaru's weapons wouldn't be handed over so easily, it made sense. He could only find an opportunity to get his hands on it in the future. Naruto pondered for a moment about Temari's fan, which was still stored in his seal space. Given that the relationship between Tsunagakure and Konoha had softened, should I return it? "What are you thinking about?" Ino asked, frowning as she leaned into his line of sight with a slight pout, clearly displeased. "It's very rude to space out when you're talking to someone." "Sorry, I was thinking about maid outfits. Could you maybe try one on again?" "You better wipe that thought out before I completely wipe you out." "Do you mean that in the literal sense?" Ino. "What? We're here." Naruto pointed towards the Yamanaka flower shop not far away. Before they knew it, they were standing on the street in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. "Oh," Ino took a few steps forward, ready to say her goodbyes. But then Naruto furrowed his brows and suddenly asked, "Ino, if you accidentally took something from a rather temperamental girl, what's the best way to return it?" "Girl?" Ino's expression turned strange. "What did you take from Sakura?" "It's not Sakura." There was no point for Naruto to keep the fan, and he would have to return it sooner or later. If it came to the point where Konoha's higher-ups had to negotiate, who knows how angry Tsunade would be. "So it's not Sakura, sure enough, he has another woman outside." Although Ino felt a little hurt, she still patiently tried to find a solution for him. "If things are really tense, you could ask a third party to return it on your behalf without meeting face to face." "A third party, huh?" Naruto recalled carefully and realized that the Chunin exams ended before Temari and Shikamaru could fight, so they still didn't know each other right now. As for Gaara, Naruto did beat him up once. He wasn't sure if his personality adjustment punch had worked. "It would be too dangerous to approach him rashly now, and I might end up beating him up again." But Gaara's identity is now different from before, and he is no longer just a genin from the Sand Village. The case cage was dead, and Gaara, as the Jinchuriki and the Crown Prince, was naturally next in line for the position. If I beat up the new case cage, it could easily lead to a diplomatic dispute. Kankuro is too sinister, and Sasuke had already smashed his figurine. Now if I went there myself, I might have to fight with that little prince of Tsunagakure again. What a headache. There are too many grudges, and with Konoha and Tsunagakure re-establishing the diplomatic relations, things had become more complicated. Forget it, let's just wait for the Konoha's higher-ups to approach me. Anyway, those old geezers can't do anything to me now. With Jiraiya and Tsunade here, any proposal concerning me would need their approval to take effect. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately relaxed. The right way is to get more for less work, gain something for nothing, and make those old geezers die of rage. "Never mind, I'll just ignore this for now," Naruto said. "You should head home. Be careful when you're out on missions." "Okay." Ino took a few steps toward the Yamanaka flower shop, but then remembered Naruto's earlier mention of the girl and suddenly stormed back. "What's wrong? What else do you want?" "Ah." Ino reached out and pinched Naruto's waist hard, not giving him a chance to explain. Then, she huffed angrily, "Greedy pervert." Actually that's not." The next day, Naruto was urgently summoned by Kakashi early in the morning, as Team 7 was regrouping to prepare for a new mission. At the agreed meeting spot under the large oak tree, Sasuke arrived first, with cold face and strange eyes, as if something was bothering him. The moment he saw Naruto, he merely scoffed and turned his head away without saying anything. Naruto didn't seem to mind. He found a place on the grass to sit and rest with a calm expression. "Sasuke, I suggest you sit down and wait. Kakashi will definitely find some eye-rolling excuse for being late." Hearing this, Sasuke shot Naruto a blank look in response. "Idiot." 10 minutes later, Sasuke sat obediently on the grass. 20 minutes later, the two lay on the ground a short distance apart, like two neatly placed corpses. "Sorry, I'm late." Sakura came rushing over, her short pink hair bouncing as she hurriedly bowed an apology with her eyes closed. A sudden influx of patients at the hospital kept me back to help. She opened her eyes, only to see her two companions lying side by side on the ground. Huh? 10 minutes later, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all lying on the grass. Naruto turned his head slightly, meeting Sakura's gaze, and they exchanged an awkward but friendly smile. Sakura looked much the same, with her short hair casually tied up, giving her a more capable appearance. Her exposed arms were slender and pale, and her chest had a slight curve to it. Her smile was confident and gentle. Sakura seemed to have matured quite a bit while working in the medical division, shedding her previous immaturity and panic. Naruto, you seem to have grown a little taller? Maybe. Naruto touched the top of his head with his hand, probably because I've been eating my vegetables, and my appetite has definitely increased. However, Sakura, your skin seems to have gotten even better. Really? Yeah, if you don't believe me, just ask Sasuke. Boring. Well, everyone's early, so I guess no one's late. Kakashi suddenly appeared on the tree above, startling the three people below. Kakashi-sensei, do you even realize what time it is? Sakura said helplessly. You're clearly the one who's late, Naruto complained. 35 minutes. Sasuke added with disdain. Kakashi jumped down from the tree, giving a lazy smile, his dead fish eye narrowing as he scratched the back of his head. A black cat just crossed my path, sigh. The mission is over. I'll head back to the Hokage Tower to submit the report. Kakashi said lazily, you all performed well, especially Sakura, your progress is impressive. In any case, you're dismissed. There should be a new mission tomorrow. Since the Godem Hokage took office, we have a backlog of missions to complete. The other teams are in a similar situation to ours. Yes, the three of them took a long time to respond, and then they all chuckled. Kakashi scratched his head and smiled too. Team 7 was the first team of genin he had ever led, and it might be the last. As he turned to leave, his gaze lingered briefly on Sasuke. During this mission, Sasuke's behavior had been a bit unusual, he's too eager and impatient. The four of them dispersed in their respective directions. Sakura had to return to the medical department, Sasuke went off to train, Kakashi went to report the mission, and Naruto planned to head home and relax. Konoha Street. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Naruto found himself entering the old, abandoned building. However, after searching around, he realized that it was now completely empty. It seemed that Tayuya was no longer hiding here, and all traces of her disappeared completely. As dusk approached, the last rays of sunlight were swallowed up by the darkness. In an instant, the abandoned building was shrouded in pitch blackness. Naruto stood in that corner and watched for a while. Tayuya had likely reunited with the other three members of the Sound Four. Sasuke's eyes also seemed a little strange in the morning, so he might be planning to defect soon. Descending the stairs, he left. Naruto casually found a place to grab some food, as he's not in the mood to cook for himself. He still has missions to complete tomorrow, so he figured it was best to get some rest and sleep early. The next day, Naruto arrived at the same meeting spot from the day before, only to be met with a temporary notice from Kakashi. The mission was cancelled. Why was it cancelled? Naruto asked. I don't know. Sakura said helplessly. Kakashi-sensei just said the mission was cancelled. It seemed like something important came up, so he told me to inform you all and then left without explaining further. Maybe it's a more dangerous S-rank mission. Then I guess we're done for today. Naruto said with a yawn. Waving his hand, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. Sasuke turned and walked away. See you later, Sakura. Naruto was about to leave, but was stopped by Sakura. Naruto, can you do me a favor? She asked. Konoha Hospital, corridor. The white walls reflected a bright glow, and the strong smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. The hallway was wet, clearly just mopped, with caution signs placed at both ends. I'm really sorry, but the medical department is completely swamped. Sakura said with guilty look, if we have a mission tomorrow, I might be late again. It's just organizing some files, no big deal. Naruto replied, glancing at the stack of papers on the desk. He wanted to say that there might not be a mission tomorrow. Although teams without a Jonin instructor still had to take on simple C-rank missions, they couldn't do so if they were missing a team member. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said, somewhat nervously. Sakura, hurry up. A head popped out from the end of the corridor, and the medical nin in the medical department uniform urgently waving at her, come and help. Yes, senpai. Sakura quickly ran off, then turned back to call out to Naruto, I'll treat you to barbecue once we're done. Okay. Naruto walked into the empty office, pulled out a chair, and started organizing the files one by one. These were all left behind during the Konoha crush, as there were too many patients to keep up with the paperwork. Organizing them wasn't too tiring, just a bit tedious, which Sakura had told him in advance. Following the established procedure, Naruto worked through the files, and time flew by. By noon, Sakura returned to the office, stretching with her joints cracking, and collapsed into the chair opposite Naruto, visibly exhausted. She grabbed a large stack of files and started to sort them out too. "The medical department is so busy, I'm so sorry to trouble you," Sakura said with a hint of guilt. "I was going to ask Ino, but she's out on a mission today." When Naruto heard Sakura mention Ino, he couldn't help but recall the incident from the other night, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have never brought up Temari's matter. In the end, he hadn't even managed to explain it properly. Ino had stormed back into the shop angrily, and the matter was left unresolved. The office quickly fell into silence, leaving only the rustling of pages. Occasionally, both Naruto and Sakura would pause to drink water and sink. There's no words exchanged, yet the silence felt comfortable. A morning wasn't enough to finish all the work. About 10 minutes before the end of the day, they both began to stop what they were doing and discussed where to go for barbecue. "Let's go to that barbecue place near the Akamichi clan's compound. It's a bit farther, but it's worth it," Sakura suggested, resting her head on the table. "Sure, sounds good." Naruto leaned back in his chair casually, looking up at the ceiling and said casually, "How about inviting Sasuke? He doesn't have any missions anyway." Sakura suddenly fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's not." Sasuke seems to be in a bad mood recently. He even had a huge argument with Kakashi-sensei at the hospital a while ago. "I see." Naruto responded casually, "It's probably because of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's obsession with killing him has become almost like a fixation." "Uchiha Itachi?" Sakura picked up on the deeper meaning in Naruto's words and pressed further, "I only know bits and pieces of the story. Why is Sasuke so determined to?" "Blood feud." Naruto replied as if discussing something mundane, but he didn't reveal the full truth. There was no need to explain more and risk getting himself involved in endless trouble. Dealing with Itachi was terrifying enough, but adding Orochimaru into the mix, both of them were monsters, each crazier than the other. If Sakura wanted to jump into that mess, she could go ahead, but Naruto had no interest in getting involved at all. After that bloody night, Sasuke lived only for revenge. In Tsukuyomi world, Sasuke had watched helplessly as Itachi killed their family, and he could only cowardly question his cold-blooded brother over and over again in vain. Even though he survived, Sasuke never truly walked out of that blood-stained night behind. In the familiar surroundings of the Uchiha clan's compound, Itachi had ruthlessly taken everything from him. Some people are alive, but inside them is a child who died long ago. "Why is this happening?" Sakura's voice trembled. "Sasuke never mentioned any of this to us." "Whether he mentions about it or not doesn't really matter," Naruto said as he pushed back his chair and stood up, slowly taking a sip of water. "Sakura, some things are beyond your ability to change. I actually hope Sasuke can find some relief in his quest for revenge. If it were me, I'd do whatever it takes to kill Itachi too." Through the glass, the coldness in the depths of Naruto's blue eyes met with Sakura's, who looked up, and the latter shivered in her seat, unnerved by the intensity of his gaze. The day's work ended, and Naruto went home to relax. The barbecue that afternoon was unusually quiet. Sakura was a little distracted, while Naruto ate heartily. Everyone in Team 7 had noticed Sasuke's strange behavior. Naruto wasn't hiding anything, and he was merely stating his stance early. He fully supported Sasuke's quest for revenge. Itachi's overwhelming presence was suffocating. Though he spared Sasuke, to everyone else, he was a merciless killer. So much so that until now, Naruto still had lingering fears about opening the door. Among the battle-hardened shinobi, only those cage-level shinobi like the Sannin are capable of posing a threat to Itachi. With a thud, Naruto collapsed onto the sofa, slowly closing his eyes. The next day, as expected, the mission couldn't proceed. Team 7 was missing a member, as Uchiha Sasuke had gone missing. Tsunade was furious. With all the Jonin out on missions, and the remaining Anbu were insufficient, if the route was not called upon, she would have to rely on the available genin. With no other options, Tsunade decided to summon Shikamaru, Neji, and Naruto, who were still in the village, to the Hokage's office. Then, she appointed the lazy military strategist, Shikamaru, to lead the team. Without much small talk, Tsunade only said to use any means necessary to bring Sasuke back. "Hokage-sama, we still need more manpower," Shikamaru said bluntly. "If it's just the three of us, we won't be able to complete the mission. You can choose any available shinobi who haven't been assigned to a mission yet, and report the list to me before you leave." Tsunade replied after a brief pause, "You must be quick. We absolutely cannot allow Uchiha Sasuke to cross the borders of the Land of Fire." "Yes," Shikamaru responded and quickly left, with Neji following behind. Naruto turned around and tried to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. "Naruto, please stay for a moment." Hearing this, Naruto stopped and turned to look at Tsunade. Seeing her fair face reminded him of the sword in his chest, and his face immediately fell. "I'm really busy. Please don't give me any additional tasks besides chasing after Sasuke." Tsunade's face instantly darkened, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She grabbed Naruto by the collar, pulling him face to face as she growled menacingly, "I'm telling you to be careful, you little brat. Give me back that sword." Naruto glared back, not showing any weakness. "Without it, who knows if I'll even make it back alive." "What did you say, brat?" Tsunade reached out and squished Naruto's face like it was made of putty. "Who do you think you are? Bargaining with the Hokage? Do you have a death wish?" It hurts, it hurts." Even as Tsunade twisted his face, Naruto stubbornly said, "Without the sword, Tsunade-sama, you might as well get ready to send flowers to my grave. Who would care about the death of a mere genin like you?" Tsunade snapped, getting angrier by the second. "If you keep complaining, I will send you back to the academy." "Well, do you have anything else to say? You're spitting in my face," Naruto remarked. "Get out." With a bang, Naruto was thrown far away by Tsunade, and the Kusanagi sword stabbed into the ground beside him with a clang. Seeing that he got the Kusanagi sword back, Naruto instantly changed his demeanor. He carefully picked out the sword as if he was holding his wife. Then, he looked at Tsunade with a serious face, and his posture suddenly straightened up. "Yes, I will definitely not die. Get lost, yes, Hokage-sama." Naruto knew when to quit while he was ahead. He grabbed the equipment that Tsunade had dropped and quickly made his exit, closing the door and sprinting down the stairs. Upstairs, Tsunade was getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it, her chest heaving with frustration. She grabbed the nearest chair and threw it out the window. The sound of shattering glass was followed by a loud yell from below as Naruto cried out in pain. "Ah! Which bastard threw something from above?" Hearing Naruto's shout from below, Tsunade leaned halfway out the window, looking down at him. Seeing her, Naruto instantly went silent, and ran away without saying another word. Just as Naruto left, Sakura found Tsunade and begged her to join in the operation to get Sasuke back. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and refused outright, citing the rule that medical nen shouldn't participate in high-risk missions. She also reassured Sakura that she had already assigned people to retrieve Sasuke, so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, Naruto stored the Kusanagi sword in the seal space, quickly gathered some supplies, and immediately set off with the team led by Shikamaru on their mission to pursue Sasuke. As they rushed through the forest, Naruto couldn't help but think about Tayuya and the other 3 members of the Sound Four. "If they dared to make a move on me after eating my ice cream, I'll make sure to give them a good beating once I caught them." Wow, Sasuke really pulls some weight, huh? Even the genius of the Hyuga clan is here. Naruto muttered as they rushed. HMPH. Neji glanced at him coldly but said nothing. Back during the Chunin exams, Naruto had forfeited and didn't get to fight with any of the Konoha 12, but it wasn't a secret that Team 7 had taken down the Sanagakure's Jinchuriki. "Naruto, stop talking too much." Kiba grinned mischievously and added fuel to the fire with ill intent. "You can't even beat him." Yeah, whatever, you stole Akamaru's dog food." Naruto shot back, landing a few verbal jabs of his own. "You've probably lost the ability to communicate with humans, huh? If things go wrong, Akamaru will just settle down, while you're still a single loser." "Damn it, do you want to fight?" Kiba's defense was easily shattered. "Naruto, enough. We're all on the same team." Choji interjected, his eyes squinting in a friendly manner as he turned around to defuse the situation. "Fine, why do you listen to Choji so much, damn it?" "Because Choji eats chips and grilled meat, not dog food." Naruto snorted, giving Kiba a disdainful look. Then, he mouthed silently, "Idiot. Can you actually eat dog food?" Lee, who is at the back of the team, asked curiously. Alright, stop arguing." Shikamaru, the team leader, opened his tired eyes, already feeling a headache coming on. "This mission is important. If we fail, we'll probably get chewed out when we get." The existing clues don't indicate that Sasuke was kidnapped. It's possible that Sasuke. Shikamaru's expression turned serious as he glanced sideways at Naruto. After a moment of silence, he spoke cautiously, "Has defected. That kind of thing has little to do with us." Naruto was the first to break the silence. "We just need to bring Sasuke back. As for other things, we don't have to worry about it." No one else spoke, not even the usually lively Kiba. Despite their bickering, they all deeply cared for their companions. If they were to face a defection among their own, it would be hard to handle. But Naruto seemed unaffected, even looked completely indifferent. He did value the bonds with his companions. After all, humans are social creatures with emotions. But when it came to the village's interests, that was a different story. It wasn't that he despised the village, it was just that Konoha wasn't worth risking his life for. He was fine with making normal efforts, but risking his life? Not so much. After all, he had no desire to be the so-called savior. It was like this: if the village never gave him shelter, then he'd rather run naked in the rain, enjoying himself while irritating others. In his mind, the village was like a large guild in a game. He joined the guild and contributed his labor or resources, so the village should return the favor with corresponding resources. Maybe it was because he brought a worker's mindset from his previous life, but Naruto had always carried a certain resentment. More importantly, he did not need the resources provided by the village, as having the system was enough. In other words, he was just an ordinary shinobi enjoying the convenience brought by the village. Beyond completing missions and defending the village, he wouldn't do anything else. Unless, of course, there were enough benefits. Based on this, Naruto had clarified his responsibilities and obligations. Treat his companions sincerely, enjoy life, be kind to others, and simply be a good person. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto spoke again. Actually, I'm really upset that Sasuke would do something like this, I had to bring him back. This time, the response was perfect. Shikamaru, Choji, and Lee all chimed in to comfort him, automatically ignoring Naruto's previous shocking statement. They assumed he was just trying to stay composed, thinking that deep down, Naruto must be really hurting. In fact, in Naruto's mind, Sasuke is just a Tsunade colleague. It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but to be honest, he crossed over late, so he didn't have such a deep bond with Sasuke. I'm fine. Naruto spoke the truth in his heart. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Choji didn't say anything more, and the group continued on their way in silence. About half a day later, Neji was the first to spot their target. With his Byakugan activated, he accurately pinpointed the enemy's location. There is a reason why the Hyuga clan's shinobi are so popular, as their advantages in pursuit missions was undeniable. There are 4 of them, one of them is carrying a sealed barrel. Sasuke should be inside the barrel. Don't act rashly, follow my lead. Shikamaru instructed after a moment of thought. I'll restrain them, then Naruto, Lee, Choji, and Neji. Each of you take one opponent. Kiba, since you're quick, you'll be responsible for taking Sasuke back. Try to injure them seriously, and then we'll retreat. Everyone understood the plan, except for Kiba. The others each picked a target. Given his absolute defensive capabilities, Neji chose Kidomaru, and Choji chose the fat Jirobo given the size. In the end, only Sakin, Yukon and Tayuya were left for Lee and Naruto. Then, Naruto spoke to Lee earnestly, you should choose first. Without hesitation, Lee chose Yukon and Sakin. Reluctantly, Naruto ended up with Tayuya. At least leave me someone who can put up a fight, Naruto pretended to complain. It's okay, just let me have this one this time. I don't want to fight with a girl. Lee comforted Naruto and said seriously, I'll treat you to ramen when we get back. Deal? Naruto readily agreed. Last time he had mooched off of Lee, he had unlocked an option related to the Flying Thunder God technique, so he has always remembered it. Because of that, whether it was ramen or pickled radish, as long as it's with Lee, he was up for it. Hearing this, Lee turned and gave Naruto a thumbs up, flashing a set of perfectly straight, white teeth. Alright, that's enough. Shikamaru was disgusted by the interaction of the 2 people burning their youth, and interrupted, get ready to move. Once I make my move, you guys go in immediately. Understood. Everyone responded. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's ninjutsu suddenly activated, and the thin, narrow shadow moved along the tree trunks toward the 4 enemies. Just as it was about to reach the 4's feet, Kimimaro, who looked pale, descended from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground was shattered. The thin shadow was disrupted and instantly nullified. Shikamaru and the others had no choice but to leap aside to avoid the shockwave that tore up the ground, leaving a long trench in its wake. Dense dust clouds expanded in all directions, and everyone except Neji lost their vision in an instant. Fall back! Neji shouted the simplest command. Everyone, including Shikamaru, didn't dare to hesitate and quickly jumped back. With their vision obscured by the dust, Neji's decision was perfectly reasonable. Naruto did have a wind-release ninjutsu, but unfortunately, it was just Blade of Wind. If it was a large-scale wind-release ninjutsu like Temari's, he could have cleared the dust with a single swing. The 6 people from Konoha quickly leapt out of the dust cloud's range. When the dust finally settled, only Kimimaro remained, watching them indifferently. Damn it! We can't let them get away like this, Shikamaru shouted. I'll stay behind, Naruto. You guys go after them. Before Shikamaru could finish speaking, Naruto suddenly drew a long sword from who knows where and jumped directly in front of Kimimaro. In a tone more serious than ever before, he said, I'll hold off this guy. You guys go ahead. Naruto, don't worry, I'll catch up with you later. Naruto interrupted him directly, you guys should hurry. Kimimaro had no expression on his face, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the first stage of his cursed seal. His entire body became covered in bones, making him look like a demon coming from hell. While Shikamaru's face was filled with horror, he also knew in his heart that it would be too late if they didn't leave now. Let's go, Shikamaru immediately rushed forward. The other 4 quickly followed, moving in 4 zigzagging paths as they rapidly leapt away. Logically speaking, no matter how terrifying Kimimaro was, there was no way he could stop all 5 of them in front of Naruto. This is also the knowledge that has long been taught in the academy, the escape trajectory during a battle. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimura's speed suddenly increased, and bone blades appeared from his arms as he charged toward the 5 who were trying to escape. Naruto didn't hold back either and clasped his hands, directly activating the technique given by the system, adamantine sealing chains. Thick golden chains burst from the ground, sealing off every direction Kimimaro could pursue, weaving toward him like sentient vines, endlessly locking him down. This sealing technique was originally used to restrain Kyuubi, so it would be a complete overkill to use it against Kimimaro. What was that just now? Choji asked, still shaken after they successfully evaded Kimimaro. Naruto won't be in danger, right? Who knows? Kiba replied with a grave expression. That must have been something Naruto came up with. Instead of worrying about him, we should worry about ourselves. The 5 continued to pursue the Sound 4, with Shikamaru gritting his teeth as he said, Naruto should be able to handle it. Speed up. We have to stop Sasuke from leaving. Meanwhile, trapped within the adamantine sealing chains, Kimimaro realized that he might not be able to break free from these chains. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly entered the second stage of the cursed seal and unleashed Dance of the Seedling Fern. Dense bones began to sprout from the ground, their sheer numbers surpassing that of the chains. Almost instantly, the once lush forest was covered in a forest of sharp white bones, like a terrifying graveyard of bones. Naruto was well aware of Kimimaro's formidable strength and had no intention of getting entangled with him from the beginning. He directly started with his ultimate move, forcing Kimimaro into a battle of attrition, draining his chakra. Dance of the Seedling Fern was the most powerful ninjutsu Kimimaro could use in his second-state cursed seal, but it also hastened the deterioration of his already terminally ill body. Kimimaro, like Haku, is willing to give everything for his master. Covered in sharp bones, Kimimaro was lifted from the ground by the bones, like a monarch born on a throne of bones. With a cold and emotionless face, his right hand turned into a massive bone spear, and he stabbed at Naruto, who was trapped in the sky-high bone forest below. Before the mission, Kimimaro's condition was almost like that of a corpse. Now, he was merely burning the last of his life force, offering up his final value for Orochimaru. Kyuubi's approval 19.8%. Within the bone forest, dark red chakra erupted, instantly shattering the bone forest within a 100-meter radius. Lava release. Naruto didn't fully use the full Biju transformation, but he did release 2 tails, maintaining most of his sanity. With the support of a large amount of Kyuubi's chakra, molten lava instantly covered the entire bone forest, completely halting the growth of the bones. The strongest bone spear Kimimaro aimed at Naruto began to crack and crumble the moment it touched the Kyuubi's chakra cloak, breaking inch by inch. Being harder than steel didn't mean it was unbreakable, as it just hadn't encountered a stronger force until now. Naruto had no qualms about using Kyuubi as a shield in critical moments. After all, who told him to eat his things and take his things? Making him work for him was only fair. But that was a last resort life-saving move meant for facing more dangerous opponents like Itachi or Orochimaru. Against someone like Kimimaro, there was no need to bring out Kyuubi for a fight. Strongest bone spear shattered inch by inch, signaling the end of Kimimaro's life. His body was now completely immobilized, unable to move at all. Surrounded by a sea of molten lava, only a meter-wide patch of the bone forest remained around Kimimaro, resembling a lonely island in a sea of fire. Kimimaro, suspended in the air, hung his head, the very image of someone at death's door. Kimimaro. You know my name? Kimimaro did not lift his head, as he could no longer control any part of his body. His heartbeat was slowing and his breathing grew increasingly shallow. Yeah, you're about to die. Naruto said indifferently, what a pity, Orochimaru must have valued you highly. I do not fear death, I only fear dying without purpose. Kimimaro's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he felt no pain from his impending death. If my death can bring value to Orochimaru-sama, then it is worth it. What a fanatical and terrifying follower. Naruto sighed and retracted the Kyuubi's chakra. Orochimaru-sama always leads the way, but he will look back to check if I'm keeping up. If I fall behind, he will stop until I reappear. At this time, Kimimaro's voice finally showed a trace of emotion. I have no purpose in life. I'm just a thief. A thief who has stolen Orochimaru-sama's reason for living. That's not too bad, Naruto said perfunctorily, like a seasoned hunter waiting for his prey to take its final breath. He didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. He had plenty of time, and he didn't particularly care whether Sasuke was taken away or not. So, like an evil god, he continued to coax Kimimaro into talking, hastening his demise. What's your name? Kimimaro asked. Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto gave Kiba's name without hesitation. Although he knew there was no need to hide his identity from someone on the brink of death, but, just in case Kimimaro was resurrected through Edo Tensei, it would be better if he didn't come looking for Naruto. Inuzuka Kiba. Kimimaro muttered the name. Despite being completely immobilized, Kimimaro managed to lift his head. Naruto, who was not far away, could hear the sound of bones cracking, but he didn't find any trace of pain on Kimimaro's sickly pale face. He hid it well, or perhaps, at that moment, he was actually feeling joy. Because Kimimaro was smiling. "Thank you for reminding me of happy things. I'm about to die, and I'm so happy because. The voice of the boy covered with bones became weaker and weaker, almost inaudible. Not far away, Naruto drew out the Kusanagi sword. His blue eyes were as deep as the sea. He didn't understand emotions. He was simply waiting for Kimimaro to breathe his last before delivering the final blow. The Shinigami treats all who failed to deliver the coup de grace equally, dragging them into hell. Naruto was clear-headed and ruthless, but he still heard Kimimaro's final words. His blood-stained lips barely moved, whispering as if in a quiet chant. Orochimaru-sama said, "I am a good child." After delivering the final blow, Naruto rummaged through the pile of bones, selecting a particularly nice-looking one to toss into the seal space. What a hassle. After saying that, Naruto quickly took off. When he caught up to Neji, he arrived just in time to see Kidomaru's large arrow piercing through Neji's shoulder, leaving a chillingly clean hole. Hiss, Naruto inhaled sharply, as just looking at it made him wince in pain. Is he dead? Neji, lying on the ground, clutched his shoulder in pain, gritting his teeth as he asked. Yeah, he's dead. Naruto pulled the Kusanagi sword out of Kidomaru's heart, and then stabbed him again for good measure, cold as ice. Are they all dead? Neji looked up at the sky through the gaps in the trees, referring to Kimimaro. Dead. Naruto hoisted Neji onto his back. This pursuit mission is probably over. Since even you are injured, the others can't be in much better shape. You're strong. Thanks, but that's not a compliment. Naruto's sharp tongue remained unfiltered. If he left Neji here in the middle of nowhere, he'd probably be dead within half a day. Naruto himself wasn't sure if Tsunade had called for backup, nor if the backup could arrive in time, so he decided to carry Neji and catch up with the others. Also, he planned to call off this mission temporarily. If they were to face opponents stronger than themselves one by one, the result would be either mutual destruction or suicide. If something happened to these young masters of Konoha at the same time, Tsunade would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the higher-ups. Whether it is the Nara clan, the Inuzuka clan, or Akamichi clan, they are all closely aligned with the Hokage faction. For them, as long as they were loyal to the Sandaime Hokage's lineage, it didn't matter who held the position. However, if Tsunade were to fall out of favor, Naruto's future wouldn't be much better. Damn it, Danzo has to take the blame, after a frantic rush. Neji, check our position. Naruto said as he followed the markers left behind. We've come this far, they should be nearby. Enduring the pain, Neji activated his Byakugan. His vision, like an eagle's, cut through the dense forest, finally settling on a deeper part of the woods. Choji is over there. On an unknown open space on the east side of Konoha Forest, Choji was sent flying by a kick from Jirobo, who had activated his cursed seal, and crashed heavily to the ground. Before activating his cursed seal, Jirobo was a cautious person. However, once he activated his cursed seal, he immediately transformed into an arrogant, trash-talking fighter. You're just a worthless piece of trash left behind. Die, you fat pig. Jirobo stomped on Choji's chest. A fat pig like you has no right to live. It seems your companions have abandoned you, poor little pig. As he spoke, Jirobo picked up the bag of chips Choji had dropped and poured the last chip into his mouth. What a trash, you don't even have enough snacks, you should just die. But don't worry, after killing you, fat pig, I'll make sure to eat all those worthless companions of yours who abandoned you. Choji could barely speak, and the chakra stored in his body was almost exhausted. He believed in his companions, and at this moment, with a resolve to die, he was ready to take Jirobo down with him. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Facing Jirobo who kept on talking and insulting him, he used his last bit of strength to take out a red pill that, once consumed, would push him into a berserk state but ultimately lead to his death. Just as Choji was about to pop the pill into his mouth, a familiar and somewhat annoying voice echoed through the forest canopy. Don't eat that. It's not worth it. Naruto leapt down from the top of a giant tree, with Neji slung over his back. The moment he landed, he grabbed Choji's wrist and forcibly stopped his action of taking the drug. At the same time, he used his lava release to force the meat tank, Jirobo, back several meters. Naruto? Choji whipped his head around, and, Neji? He saw the bloody hole on Hyuga Neji's left shoulder that had been simply treated and bandaged, and he was suddenly so concerned that he couldn't speak. He narrowed his eyes and tried to be serious, but failed to convey any real intimidation. How did you guys, how? We just happened to be passing by. Naruto tossed Neji to Choji like he was throwing a backpack. Here, take care of Neji. Neji glared at Naruto but was promptly ignored. Choji caught Neji like a ball, quickly realizing that Naruto intended to deal with Jirobo alone. However, a glance at Jirobo, now in his second state cursed seal, still left Choji with a sense of dread. He knew that Guy's whole body was as hard as iron, his sparse hair like steel nails, and his hands like steel claws. Naruto, you have to be careful against that guy. Naruto didn't respond and simply walked towards Jirobo not far away. Looking at Naruto, who was slowly approaching, Jirobo let out a maniacal laugh. But unfortunately, his excessively fat face twisted the laughter into something grotesque. The fat pig couldn't beat me, so he brought in another piece of trash? What's the point? Why aren't you saying anything? Trash is still trash, right? Or maybe. Naruto remained silent, step by step drawing closer to Jirobo. He completely turned a deaf ear to Hirobo's low-level taunts. After all, when it came to breaking others' defense, no one could beat him. However, he didn't have time to play the defense-breaking game with Jirobo, so he directly activated the 4 symbols seal and pulled out the Kusanagi sword from inside his pants. All of you might as well come at me together, you're all just a bunch of. Jirobo stopped mid-sentence, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it! Don't pull your sword out of there, you're trying to disgust me, aren't you? With a loud roar, Jiro slammed his hands into the ground, causing boulders to fly in all directions and a huge stone slab to rise up and fly towards Naruto's direction. In less than 2 seconds, the stone slab was sliced into pieces. Facing the blade of the Kusanagi sword, the rocks crumbled like tofu, with debris and dust filling the air. Naruto used lava release to coat the Kusanagi sword, stopped 10 meters in front of Jirobo, and said in a flat tone, "Stop shouting, you underdeveloped freak. Orochimaru doesn't like ugly children." Naruto then silently pulled out a cloth and, with a blank expression, wiped Hirobo's blood off the blade. Choji watched in astonishment as Naruto effortlessly dispatched Jirobo as if cutting through vegetables. He blinked several times, struggling to process what had just happened, as it was too surreal. What was that thing in his hand? Naruto, you. Choji said, you, for a long time before managing to say, you're so F*** King awesome. Choji, though usually kind and soft-spoken, couldn't help but cursed at this time. Naruto put away the Kusanagi sword, patted Choji on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, well, you still need to learn more. The 3 of them didn't waste any time and followed the markers left by Shikamaru, Lee, and Kiba. After a while, they found the seriously injured Kiba, Akamaru, and Lee in a large fissure in the ground. After Naruto killed Sakin and Yukon cleanly and efficiently, they set out again to find Shikamaru, intending to call off the mission. A total of 6 people from Konoha 12 came out for this mission. Excluding Naruto and Shikamaru, 3 were injured and 1 was almost out of chakra. According to the protocol, the mission should be terminated. While Uchiha was undeniably important, the lives of the 6 young Konoha's shinobi were equally valuable. In the future, they will be the pillars of Konoha. After all, they're the most promising buds that Sandaime spoke of. By both logic and emotion, the mission should be called off. Drag Shikamaru back, it doesn't matter if he agrees or not, Naruto said as they pressed on. There are still 2 people left on the other side, and Sasuke is also incredibly strong. I can't beat him anyway, if we insisted on chasing him, we'll all die here. The 4 of them were silent for a moment, and Choji, who is carrying the injured Kiba on his back, was the first to speak in agreement with Naruto's proposal. I think what Naruto said makes sense. Lee, after a moment of contemplation, gave up on thinking and agreed as well, same here. Since Kiba and Neji were severely injured, they had no say in the matter. The decision passed with a 3-0 vote. With this, even if Shikamaru had any objections, it would be a 5-1 decision. There's something up ahead, the half-dead Kiba muttered. Neji, with a hole in his chest, activated his Byakugan again, scanning in the direction Kiba pointed. His vision cut through the trees and locked onto the northeast forest. That's close to the Konoha's border, Neji said, a little further, and it's the forest of the Land of Fire. If they get in there, it'll be nearly impossible to find them. Between the Konoha forest and the Land of Fire was a long, open plain that stretched westward towards the sea, with the Valley of the End not far off. I'll go ahead and check it out, Naruto said after a moment of thought, you guys. Halfway through his words, Neji felt himself flying again, drawing a graceful curve in the air like a small school bag thrown into the air after school on Friday. With a thud, Lee, who had regained some strength, caught him steadily. Amid Neji's first-time profanity, Naruto left, his figure disappearing in a dramatic exit that left Neji swearing that he would definitely beat up Naruto. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was forced to retreat continuously by Tayuya, who had activated her second state cursed seal. Just as he was about to seize an opportunity to counterattack, Sasuke suddenly burst out of his barrel and unleashed a fire release technique straight at Shikamaru, forcing him to retreat further into the woods. Without looking back, Sasuke ran off, leaving a frustrated Tayuya. Gritting her teeth, Tayuya prepared to blow her flute and finish Shikamaru off in one final push when suddenly a brilliant sword cut through the air, its sharpness whistling in the wind, as it shot forward like lightning, piercing through with the speed of a thunderbolt. With a heavy thud, the Kusanagi sword embedded itself deeply into a tree. Tayuya froze in shock when she saw the sword, and at first, she thought it was Orochimaru himself had arrived. But then, someone else made a flashy entrance, landing right between Shikamaru and Tayuya. "Shikamaru, stand down." The fallen leaves on the ground exploded upward, and wet mud splattered as Naruto fixed his gaze on the second state cursed seal Tayuya, standing with his back to Shikamaru. "Choji and the others are all injured. Continuing this chase is pointless." "Damn it, we've come this far." Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "How are Choji and the others?" "They're behind us. I came ahead." Hearing their casual conversation as if she didn't exist, Tayuya couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Hey, you two bastards, stop ignoring me." "Huh?" Shikamaru's eyes moved past Naruto and landed on Tayuya. He suddenly became nervous and shouted, "Naruto, get back quickly. That woman is very dangerous." "Oh, okay." Naruto replied perfunctorily, and glanced at Tayuya on the opposite side. "Tisk." Tayuya scowled from afar, rolling her eyes in annoyance. She raised her flute horizontally and shouted, "You bastards, just die already. You, all of you are going to die by my hands." Shikamaru's pupils dilated, and the feeling of being dominated by fear surged into his heart again. He suddenly remembered Tayuya's terrifying genjutsu and shouted again, "Naruto, get back, watch out for her flute." "Alright." Naruto answered casually, but he didn't move. Instead, he said, "Shikamaru, you go first." As he said that, Naruto tossed something towards Tayuya. It wasn't fast, and it looked like a white stick-like object. Tayuya frowned and reached out to take the object. It was a white bone spur, and it felt very smooth in her hand. Just one glance at it, and Tayuya's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. It was Kimamero's bone, and the realization made her scalp tingle. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gave up thinking entirely. Almost purely on instinct, Tayuya didn't hesitate at all before turning and running away. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. "What did you throw?" "Nothing important." Naruto replied, uninterested in explaining. He then left with a parting instruction. "Wait here for the others. Once you're all together, retreat immediately. You know I can make it back on my own." Naruto then turned and chased after Tayuya. "Hey," Shikamaru was still a little confused, but his chakra was almost exhausted. "Naruto, don't go, come back first. I'm going to bring Sasuke back." Naruto's voice echoed through the forest. In the forest, Shikamaru, with injuries, stood on a tree trunk, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. But at this moment, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and when he thought of Naruto's words that Choji and the others were all injured, he was instantly filled with a sense of helplessness and he couldn't say anything. Choji and Lee slowly caught up, carrying the heavily injured Neji and Kiba, landing beside Shikamaru. Naruto wasn't concerned with which direction Sasuke had gone. Instead, he relentlessly chased down Tayuya. He couldn't defeat Itachi, and he hoped that Itachi would die soon every day. Now, he even had a PTSD when opening the door. His pain far surpassed that of Deidara, so how could he possibly stop Sasuke from seeking revenge? "Are you insane? Why are you chasing after me instead of Uchiha Sasuke? Do you have a death wish? I'm going to kill you, trash." Tayuya leapt in a direction opposite to Sasuke's, contempt and impatience written all over her face. "Then stop running." Naruto caught up with Tayuya, and swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand directly, cutting several giant trees in half. The fallen trees blocked Tayuya's path. The latter was furious and simply stopped. The two of them stood on tree trunks, about 20 meters apart, staring each other down. In the second state cursed seal, Tayuya had absorbed natural energy and entered a sage mode-like transformation. Her appearance had drastically changed from usual, with dark red hair, black skin, deep black eyes, and demonic horns protruding from her head. "I might as well kill you right here, you bastard, trash," Tayuya snarled, drawing out her flute. "Sasuke has escaped, and I killed 4 of your group of 5. Naruto sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his gaze fixed on Tayuya's shocked face, and his voice became more and more bewitching. "Orochimaru doesn't need you anymore, Tayuya." "Impossible," Tayuya's voice wavered as she heard that the 4 others had died at Naruto's hands. "My loyalty to Orochimaru-sama is—" "Name your price." Naruto interrupted, revealing his true intentions. "Sell your soul to me." "What the hell are you saying from the start? Just die already." Tayuya didn't believe Naruto's nonsense at all. "I'm serious." Naruto's tone returned to normal again. "If you go back now, you'll probably just end up rotting in some corner. The sound 4 are no more. So, where does your significance lie now?" Tayuya clenched her fists. "Impossible. You must be lying to me again. Damn it." Naruto paused, then spread his hands and said, "I have no reason to deceive you. Orochimaru has many good children, so he doesn't need you. Do you really want to go back? Or rather, have you already considered the consequences of going back?" "Stop talking." Tayuya punched a tree, leaving a large hole in it. No matter what you say, I'll never betray Orochimaru-sama. With the flute in her hand, Tayuya's eyes were filled with killing intent. If I kill you, I can go back. Hearing this, Naruto paused slightly and responded with a simple, oh. That won't do. No one's asking your opinion, bastard. Tayuya was starting to lose it. She couldn't beat him and she couldn't run away. Is there something wrong with this guy? No, I had to get rid of him, or else my will would start to waver. What is he even talking about? Forget it, forget it. He is just a lowly genin. For the sake of the red bean bun, I'll just scare him off. How much are you willing to pay? Seeing Naruto's confused expression, a hint of pride flashed across Tayuya's face, as if she had found a weak spot. Oh, are you starting to back off at the mention of money? Talking about buying my soul? Ha ha ha. Tayuya said deliberately, my soul is very expensive. What did Orochimaru give you? I can give you the same. Naruto said, sell your soul to me, and I'll pay you triple. I just want money. Tayuya said. Naruto was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and seemed to make a decision before asking through gritted teeth. How much are you willing to sell your soul for? This question left Tayuya stunned. Yes, how much would my soul cost? Tayuya's small, clever mind quickly calculated a price that Naruto could not afford. She thought, I'll just use this as an excuse to scare this lunatic off, then figure out how to escape. Since Uchiha Sasuke had already escaped, even if I was the only one left of the Sound Four, the mission would still be considered complete. I am Orochimaru-sama's subordinate. I didn't have time to waste playing games with this guy. 1,000. No, 10,000 ryo. Without saying a word, Naruto produced a bundle of 10,000 ryo bills that unfolded like a blooming flower in his hand. Where did you get that money from? Tayuya was dumbfounded. After a moment of panic, she managed to speak. I've changed my mind. Who would sell their soul for a mere 10,000 ryo? How naive, I meant 30,000 ryo, you bastard. With a swish, Naruto raised his other hand, and another bundle of bills bloomed like a flower. 50,000 ryo. With a whoosh, a handful of banknotes appeared in Naruto's hand. Tayuya was instantly petrified, frozen in place for a long time, her lips trembling. 100,000 ryo. The stack of banknotes in Naruto's hand grew thicker and thicker, far exceeding 100,000 ryo. He eventually began tossing the money into the forest. Halfway through, Tayuya finally couldn't bear it any longer. Stop it! Tayuya squatted on the tree trunk, her face twisted with frustration. She started to regret ever accepting Naruto's offerings in the first place, and felt a pang of pain for suddenly realizing the true value of money. If I hadn't been idle that time, waiting around for him just to get some grilled meat, if I hadn't spent that month following him around, eating and drinking, then maybe. This was simply a trap set by an evil god, setting me up step by step. But I had eaten so much that she couldn't forget the food. I had planned to go back and get some money to buy food, but why did this guy have to say those things? Maybe I couldn't go back anymore, as I would no longer be valuable to Orochimaru-sama. The fate of a useless pawn is just to be discarded. But with this guy, there's endless food. Naruto kept throwing money, his movements showing no hesitation. Don't throw it away, don't throw it away. Tayuya couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up on the tree trunk, the curse mark receding from her body as she crouched down, hugging her knees, and started to cry. Why did you tell me that? It's not even my money, I could never spend it all. You're throwing so much, I can't possibly pick it all up. Wah. You seem to have no concept of money. Naruto suddenly stopped tossing the bills, as if something occurred to him. Do you even know how much 10 million ryo is? Get lost. Tayuya shouted through her tears, her temper as prickly as a wildcat with its fur standing on end. Naruto wasn't angered by this. He jumped over to the tree trunk where Tayuya was standing, landing in front of her. He looked down at Tayuya with a calm expression, asking her once again, how about selling your soul to me for 100,000 ryo? Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Wah, my money. Tayuya, Orochimaru doesn't need a child like you. Naruto's eyes had no emotion, and his gaze fell on Tayuya's curled up body. Sell your soul to me, and you'll be my only debtor. Do you know what that means? Naruto continued in an unhurried tone, as if tempting a solitary, grumpy black cat with food. Unlimited debt. Tayuya was silent for a while, then slowly lifted her head to meet Naruto's gaze. Her eyes were brimming with tears, her red hair hanging over her shoulders. She no longer showed any hostility or tantrums. She just stared at him for a long time before finally asking, what does that mean? It means exactly what it says. Naruto looked down at her from above as he said, sell me your soul and faith, and in addition to the 100,000 ryo, you will also receive the right to lend unlimited debts. Can I not pay it back? Tayuya was also stunned. Unfortunately, no. Naruto narrowed his eyes and showed a sly, villainous smile. Debt means obligation, and I gain the right to control your life. The higher the debt, the greater your obligation, and the more control I have over you. For example, if you owe me 100 ryo, you'll have to peel an apple for me. Tayuya seemed to understand. She sat on the tree trunk, looked up at Naruto, and showed a disdainful expression. I'm not doing that. Yes, a debt of 100 ryo allows you to refuse any request you don't want to fulfill. Naruto said, at 1,000, you can still refuse. At 10,000 ryo, you can refuse moderately. At 100,000 ryo, you must obey general requests, and at 10 million ryo. As he said this, Naruto leaned in closer, his face nearly touching Tayuya's. He stared directly into her eyes, squinting with a sly smile and said, I'm really looking forward to the moment when I can completely control your life. Are you Jashin? Tayuya instinctively leaned back, trying to avoid Naruto's piercing gaze. T.N. Jashin means evil god. What's that thing? It's a god worshipped by a certain church in the land of hot water. They lure unsuspecting living people into performing rituals in order to seek immortality. Tayuya explained. If you say so, then so be it. Naruto shrugged as he stood up, I don't mind. But I'm not interested in anyone else's soul. You're the first debtor, and you'll be the only one. You, who wants to enter a debt relationship with you? Tayuya turned her head away. Naruto remained patient, his hands still extended in midair. Tayuya gritted her teeth, glanced at Naruto, and thought carefully about what he had just said. In the end, she suppressed her anger. She thought to herself, as long as I took the money within the debt limit and ran away, it would be fine. If he made any unreasonable demands, I could just refuse. I'd take the money and disappear, leaving him furious. Anyway, the world was so big, so he couldn't possibly track me down, right? Naruto was certain that Tayuya wouldn't refuse his offer. After all, it was the best option considering their positions. Orochimaru no longer needed her and wouldn't remember her. Anyway, with Sasuke successfully defecting, Orochimaru wouldn't care whether the Sound 4, a group of expendable experimental subjects, ended up with 4 or 5 dead members. Even if Tayuya didn't return, Orochimaru wouldn't bother searching for her, as Sasuke was the only sweetheart in his heart. 100,000 ryo to buy Tayuya's soul and faith was like a penny to Naruto. After all, money no longer held any meaning for him. If necessary, he could raise the offer, but it was clear that Tayuya didn't have much of a concept of money. Then let's get to know each other again. Naruto held out his hand expressionlessly. I'm the owner of your soul creditor, Uzumaki Naruto. A small, delicate hand cautiously reached out, as if testing the waters, before finally grasping Naruto's palm tightly. Naruto didn't seem surprised and calmly pulled Tayuya to her feet. Did you find it? Who told you to throw the money everywhere, you jerk? Show some respect. I'm your creditor now. Naruto said with some annoyance as he straightened up from the pile of dead leaves, ceasing his search for money. The more stylish the act of throwing money had been, the more painful the act of picking it up became. No, I won't. I've already sold you my soul, and I don't owe you any money now, Tayuya said righteously. The money in your hands already exceeds 100,000 ryo. Naruto glanced at her. The sunlight was low, filtering through the sparse leaves, casting shapes of light in the swirling dust. The two stood not far apart, their lower legs completely buried in the half-meter-high pile of dead leaves. The scattered banknotes lay atop the leaves, and both had to struggle to collect them. If it exceeds the amount, then just treat it as a debt. Tayuya puffed out her modest chest and declared righteously, anyway, I've already signed that debt agreement, so I'll take whatever I want. If you are in debt, you should treat your creditor with a little more respect. As he said that, Naruto stopped picking up the money and slowly approached Tayuya through the dead leaves. What are you going to do? Are you scared? Naruto asked, not answering her question directly. Who would be scared? You jerk. Tayuya clenched her fists, forcing herself to sound strong. What can you even do? In the end, you're just a kid who's a little younger than me. Your legs seem to be shaking. Shut up, you trash-brained bastard, Tayuya cursed. Who? Naruto moved closer to Tayuya, their faces so close in the thick pile of dead leaves that their noses were just inches apart. You, Tayuya turned her head away, her face full of disdain. It wasn't until Naruto handed her the nearly 100,000 ryo bill he had collected that she actually blushed. Damn it, how much do you love money? Naruto complained. Mind your own business. Tayuya snatched the money and stuffed it into her chest. I have nowhere else to go, so of course I like money. If I don't have money to buy food, I'll have to resort to robbing. Doing such thing could easily attract unwanted trouble from the shinobi villages. You're surprisingly smart, Naruto praised without hesitation. That's just common sense. How low do you think of me? Tayuya snapped back, though she seemed to appreciate the compliment, although. You're not wrong, I am indeed smart. Since you accept a debt, you should assume your obligations, Naruto said, locking eyes with Tayuya. You're afraid, aren't you? So what exactly are you scared of? You have no experience in this area, right? Are you afraid I'll suddenly kiss you? Huh? What are you talking about? Tayuya retorted, still trying to maintain her bravado. I've been fighting since I was 6, and I've killed more people than you've eaten bowls of ramen. That kind of thing doesn't bother me at all. So scary. Naruto replied sarcastically, before suddenly changing the subject. Your debt is now 200,000. Seeing Naruto so close, Tayuya started to panic and shut her eyes tightly, shouting, I don't want to. Refusal accepted. Naruto said abruptly, then moved away from Tayuya. Huh? Naruto had already turned and started collecting money in the other direction, not even looking back as he spoke. You are worth far more than 200,000. You have the right to refuse. Hearing this, Tayuya stood frozen in place, her thoughts becoming tangled and chaotic as one question kept gnawing at her mind. Just how much is my entire life worth to that guy? The next day, Naruto woke up in his bed and the empty room was unusually quiet. The mission had failed, and Sasuke had escaped. Everyone was injured except Naruto. Due to her sensitive identity, Tayuya hadn't followed Naruto back to the village. Instead, she went to Tanzaku Town alone, as they had agreed. Tanzaku Town was a bustling town in the Land of Fire, some distance from Konoha. It had everything one could want: lodging, food, scenery, and wasn't any less lively than Konoha Street. The relationship between the two is a bit like raising a cat, but not quite. This arrangement was something Naruto had decided on after considering the situation. After Sasuke's defection, the next 3 years wouldn't be too eventful. Naruto needed time to grow, and Tayuya did too. Before the mission even began, Naruto had already declined Jiraiya's offer to train him. He just wanted to take it easy. He wouldn't believe a word from the old toad unless the sun rose in the west. Besides, training with Jiraiya would be too troublesome, and the results also wouldn't be that significant. He planned to rely on the system for training, returning to a normal routine. First, he would finally tackle the Kyuubi's progress he had been putting off and aim to trigger more options within 3 years. Then, he would pick the right time to resolve the issue with the Kyuubi sealed inside him. After all, he already obtained the sealing technique to do so.